mommy. I'm the creator. I feel like a god. They call me the savior. I paved the way till night to dawn like every day. I can't be stopped. To the top, I'm on my way. Can't take my spot, I'll die for mine. You cross that line. I broke the mold, I cracked the code, and now it's time. And now it's time. The world is mine.
This is the mouse that we all needed to come out,
The power of the Viper.
and now it's here.
The shape itself, ambidextrous, symmetrical, it feels great in my hands. They managed to deliver a good quality feel and lightweight frame.
Now they've come back with an improved Switch. Boy, oh boy, are they clicky.
So something like accidental double clicks really aren't a thing.
TLDR, it's the fastest, most reliable wireless gaming mouse on the market to date. And this is my favorite mouse of all time. Razer, good stuff.
like a god. They call me the savior. I paved the way till night to dawn like every day. I can't be stopped. To the top, I'm on my way. Can't take my spot, I'll die for mine. You cross that line. I broke the mold, I cracked the code, and now it's time. And now it's time. The world is mine.
This is the mouse that we all needed to come out,
The power of the Viper.
and now it's here.
The shape itself, ambidextrous, symmetrical, it feels great in my hands.
They managed to deliver a good quality feel and lightweight frame.
Now they've come back with an improved Switch. Boy, oh boy, are they clicky.
So something like accidental double clicks really aren't a thing.
TLDR, it's the fastest, most reliable wireless gaming mouse on the market to date. And this is my favorite mouse of all time. Razer, good stuff.
It is day 2 of the Razer Invitational Europe. We are here with Brawl Stars. We have 8 teams remaining. We're going to go through our quarterfinals, our semifinals, and our grand finals. But all in all, we have got an exciting day ahead. 5,000 euros up for grabs. But only one team can win the lion's share of that, the 3,200. My name is Falcone. Joining me once again are the wonderful Ark and Trav. Ark, we're back. It's day 2, and the stakes are high now.
So high, and so many upsets yesterday as well. We'll talk through those amongst the course of today, but fully expecting to be surprised today. We've had some great victory stories, and we've also got a lot of changes in regards to the format. We're going to have some Brawler bans today, a lot of different maps and modes. There's a lot of us to talk about.
That's true. We are mixing things up a lot compared to yesterday. We'll get into that in just a moment. But first, Trav, Ark said he's expecting a lot of surprises today. I mean, okay, we're all expecting SK to win. I think that's fair to say at this point. Like, if you had to pick out one team, SK is the sort of the team. But do you think maybe we could get a similar surprise to yesterday?
Honestly, I'm looking towards the lower bracket maybe. It's going to be out of Blood Diamond and Navi. I feel like the other two teams who can really rival SK throughout this bracket, but we've got a bit of a while until we get to that point and they meet up because they're on opposite sides.
Well, there you go. There is the bracket visualized for you. First up, we're going to have FA Verified up against SK Gaming. Then we have EGN Esports up against Esport Empire. Then we have Final Stand Esports against Blood Diamond before finally Team Thunder against Navi. They are your quarterfinals. Then obviously we move on. We've got the semifinals and the finals after that. But not before a quick little best out of 5 match for third place, not best out of 3, third place match. That's what I was going for, which will be just before the final. So loads coming up today. A little reminder, this is a Razer event, and we've got RazerCon happening in 4 days' time. 4 days? Yeah, 4 days. It was 5 days yesterday, so it's 4 days today. It's on the 21st of October. It's going to be here wherever you're watching this broadcast, whether it's on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube. RazerCon is going to be on the same channel. Loads of stuff happening, loads of reveals, a keynote from the CEO, special appearances from some of your favorite streamers like Sneaky and Courage JD. You do not want to miss it because there'll also be giveaways. We're doing giveaways today here as well. If you'd like to know more about that, then ask the moderators in the chat. They will be happy to assist you. And maybe you can win some of this cool Razer gear that we are completely surrounded by. Ark, your favorite type of gear, as you smugly like to remind us.
It feels like home. I'll be honest. It does. It really does. I mean, this is everything I have at home. So, yeah, I couldn't be more comfy. Thank you, Trev.
I mean, I've got a few of the peripherals. I'm chilling in my Razer chair right now, and honestly, yeah, I might be copping one when I get back home, considering how comfy this is.
All right, excellent. Well, let's talk about the format for a second, because yesterday, if you were watching, you'll know that a little bit different for Brawl Stars. We were playing just best out of 5, best out of 1, best out of 5, right? So we were only playing each map once and then moving on. We're now playing a format which is much more similar to what you'll know and love from the Brawl Stars Championship. It's going to be best out of 3, best out of 5 for the quarterfinals, and then, sorry, best out of 3, best out of 3 for the quarterfinals, then best out of 3, best out of 5 for the semifinals and the finals. They're going to be 2 Brawler bands on each side. Again, really familiar, just like BSC. You think that's going to make a big difference to the day, Arc?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having these Brawler bands and the maps and modes that we've got into play, much more for teams to have to think about here. I mean, we're going to be having a lot more of Hot Zone today as well, and a bit less of bounties. So that was the first.
No more dry season.
Yeah, dry season's going to be gone a little bit less than we saw. We got a lot of layer cake coming up as well, though. But Heist as well, which I know Trav was very sad to see a lack of yesterday. You're going to be happy about seeing more Heist today?
Oh, I mean, I'm looking at the first few games we've got coming up, and there's heist. They're a bit of everywhere. So, I mean, there's no complaints from me. The first game we're going to be watching's got heist as the first map, I believe. So, I mean, I couldn't be more thrilled. Yeah,
the teams are going to have a lot more to think about. We're going to have a lot more to talk about in between. A lot more predictions in terms of who's going to play what and how their compositions are going to change throughout. Again, it's best out of 3 now for a set. So, you're going to be seeing the same map several times. If you're familiar with Brawl Stars Esports, then you're going to be more than used to that. So hopefully, I'll get an idea of time very soon, but hopefully the first match is going to be kicking off sooner rather than later. Yeah, just a few minutes away, and that's going to be FA Verified against SK Gaming. So we have Jaime, Fede, and Boss up against Skyrix, Symantec, and Jeton. SK Gaming, of course, being the big name of the day, really, not just of this matchup. So Ark, I mean, I know you don't like predictions. I know you like the fence. I know you're comfortable up there, one leg dangling over each side. But you've got to be shimmying towards SK's side on this, right?
Yeah, that's fair to say. But let's remind ourselves of what happened yesterday. FA Verified took on, Bunker Rog. Boss, again, as we know, left that roster, and they came out on top. And Bunker Rog had a phenomenal year. They've been doing really, really well. And I think many of us were surprised by that turnout. So the question is, SK Gaming is, all that same level of as Clash, but we did see yesterday Clash lead the competition to Esport Empire. So there's still the possibility that this could be an upset. I'm just putting it out there, but I think it is fair to say that, SK Gaming going into this are probably the favourites.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. SK Gaming have definitely been a dominant team throughout the year, but I'm really liking the look of this FA Verified team. They took I will say, extremely convincing win over Bunker. It wasn't a very close game either. So, I mean, you've got 3 experienced players who are willing to give it their all. Not got a lot to lose either because they're walking into the game as the underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. So that, I guess they're going to be pretty chilled out, not worried too much. But if they do win, then that's a big opportunity for them. As for the rest of the teams for the day, obviously we've talked about SK a little bit. Is there any other team, Arc, that stands out to you? Obviously, Navi is another team that we've mentioned as quite a big one. But any other standouts that you think have the potential of winning the whole thing?
For me, I don't see why not. It's going to be great to see Navi playing today because we didn't see that yesterday. It was obviously the buy there. And Navi are a world-class team as well, and we haven't really kind of had a chance to yet to see how they've approached this competition in terms of their strategy or kind of what preparations they've been having in the background. They are definitely a front-runner. Blood Diamond as well, I've got to say, a real front-runner in this competition as well. And, sometimes in Brawl, if you make a mistake here and there, it can be very, very costing for you and your team. So, again, getting those Brawler bands correct from the outset is so crucial at this point in time, and considering as well the maps and modes. But sometimes, a good targeted ban towards your opposition, knowing what they're more likely to play under the circumstances, could go a really long way here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely loving Blood Diamond at the moment. I'm just absolutely loving the way they're playing. And to be honest, they're my favourites of the bottom bracket. I'm expecting them to pull through to the final, it'll definitely be, if everything goes as expected, a fairly close game against Navi in the semis. But I really do like the way they're looking at the moment in all community leagues. Had a tough year, as we did mention a few times yesterday in the championship, but they've been looking extremely good. And as a lot of those teams go into a bit of hibernation over the period between the last monthly final and Worlds, they're going to be grinding it all the way through because they've got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm surprised that there's no mention of Final Stand esports from you guys. I know that the full league of British players. I know that we were quite excited about that yesterday, but they're going up against Blood Diamond in the quarterfinals. So you're not liking their chances?
Oh, I mean, if you're asking me, probably not. So I mean, they're definitely going to put up a good fight, I will say.
Okay, cool. Another thing I want to point out from yesterday was we had a really interesting match between Team Thunder and FA Fruitaz, where FA Fruitaz only had 2 players, and it was the first competitive 2v3 Brawl Stars I've ever seen in my life. But FA Fruitaz actually won Siege somehow.
Yeah. I mean, the chat went crazy when that happened. They were.
We went crazy when that happened. I mean, to be fair, like
got root for them.
Not something that we expected to see. But Team Thunder today are presumably going to have to do a proper 3 versus 3 match. So how do you think that's going to go, Chav?
I think it puts them in a tough position. If they're dropping a game and technically a set yesterday against a team who's playing with 2 players, you're not really liking their odds coming in today, are you?
Do you agree, Ark?
I'm gonna have to agree. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that was, definitely, it was definitely a surprise, but nonetheless, something to take into consideration that, if you're sort of losing a set to a 3 versus 2, then doesn't really necessarily give you the greatest of odds going up against a team like Navi, and they don't forgive. They don't forget either, by the way, as well. They are very, very aggressive in their play style, very fast pace, as you would expect from a world-class team, and then they're not going to be taking any prisoners today. They're going to be coming out swinging and looking to get the win, and wrapped up very, very nicely.
All right, let's shift gears a little bit and start talking about this first match. It's going to be FA Verified against SK Gaming. We've been through the roster. It's going to start with Heist on Safe Zone before moving on to Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles, and then if we get to set number 3, it will be Siege on Nuts and Bolts. We almost have our bands ready to go, so I'm going to be... Brock, Sprout, and Stu. 3 bands. Is there no 4th band on that one? We're still waiting on the 4th band. Okay, but Brock, Sprout, and Stu being the bands there. Is that a surprise to anyone? No Ash band. I guess that's somewhat odd, but...
I mean, we didn't see actually that much Ash yesterday, and that was a surprise to us, I felt.
Wait. Band number 4 is Ash. Band number 4 is Ash, okay.
I think that's the wisest thing to go with at the moment. I think that, again, we've got a lot of different maps and modes going on today. So, Brock, as well, as we know in the meta, is currently just dominating in a variety of places, being a very versatile brawler to bring in. So a little bit less on the wall breaking side of things, and Sprout is out as well. So that's going to be less walls to generate for your team. Stu and Ash, 2 very strong brawlers. We see a bit less in terms of Stu recently in terms of the bans, and I kind of always ask myself why. I think Stu is still really hard to take care of, but how do they sort of weigh up for each other in terms of what we're seeing in front of us for the maps and modes?
I mean, to be honest, I'm liking the Brock ban. It's been a really, really good brawler recently, and especially Safe Zone as well, coming up first. It gets rid of the wall break on the right and possibly forces out a Colt, which, as we know, is a bit more of a difficult brawler to play at the moment, because, Brock's had that increase in the radius of his shots, and Colt has always been a high skill cap brawler, so having to pull that out, and probably against something like a Rico lane on Safe Zone's a really difficult lane to win.
Well, in that case, let's talk about Safe Zone. Let's talk about compositions that you do now expect to see, guys. So, we're starting on Safe Zone on Heist. This conversation got a little bit boring yesterday, where it was like, oh, well, what do we expect to see on Bounty, on Dry Season? For the 8th time today. But no, seriously, let's talk about compositions. What do you want to see, Ark?
I mean, Bell is not banned here, and that to me is a bit of a red flag, but sometimes the Piper mid can work out really well in Safe Zone for me. It's a bit riskier on the defensive side of things. Nanny is a great brawler to have at the moment, and one that can kind of use the peep to kind of then warp portal behind the spawn and bring back the flow of offense. So and rightly so, Trav mentioned Colt. I think Colt's a really viable thing to have here as another good ranged brawler to add to your arsenal, and Rico lane works fantastically well. I mean, outside of that, I'm not sure. I mean, that would be my kind of go-to. I think Spike's good for defense if you need it, but sometimes there's a comp that runs out of the woodwork every now and again, like the Max, the Poco, and the BB as well. So we may see that, but I've got to say the last time I saw SK face up against that, I think they were even running it themselves and did very well, but they do sort of preempt that same comp coming in and how to counter it. So there is that.
Is there any...
I was going to say, I believe it's SK who actually made that comp, so they're going to be able to compensate it for it really, really well. I think they were the first team who actually brought it out. But, you know, I'm going to be sticking with the Bell, possibly a Piper, depending on how well they're going to be able to play it. And we know Semantic is absolutely phenomenal at that Brawler. But I'm sticking with the Bell, the Colt, and the Rico, just because they really do need that wall break to do anything on this map.
Well, I think we are just about to kick things off. The first match of the day starts in just a few moments. Okay, hang on. Debated. Sorry, guys. We're going to just wait a couple seconds. It sounds like it's just about to start. I guess we're just waiting for the last player to ready up. But yeah, the first match of the day is going to start very, very soon. It's going to be FA Verified up against SK Gaming. It's going to be Heist on Safe Zone, and then maybe a little bit of Hot Zone, and well, definitely a bit of Hot Zone, and then maybe a bit of Siege just after that. And again, like we said, unlike yesterday, we're going to be mixing up the maps and modes all day long, different sets of maps every single round. But here we go. Game number 1 actually starting right now. You guys, take it away.
Okay, well, Piper mid and the Bell lane for Skyrax actually, so no Rico. But we are going to see it on the other side of the field there. Jetson going to pop the gadget there for the silver bullet, breaking the left-hand side for Skyrax to have more maneuverability, as both teams just looking to get that early super to give themselves the advantage.
Yeah, I know. I was really looking towards the Colt on FA Verified side to try and advance up the map a bit more then, considering Jetton was far over the left dealing and helping with Skyrax's side, but definitely still a stalemate in the mid there. Semantic able to cover him for him long enough, and this is where Skyrax is really going to start to thrive, getting those walls down, and he, as you see, he's able to connect a couple of shots to Rico already. The nest egg's down as well, and that gives him a bit of control. However, Jetton is quite low, and Semantic also has been shot.
Yeah, Semantic healing up now, and Jetton also, but the pressure, really, the early aggression, definitely in the favor at the moment for me with FA Verified. SK struggling to get out of this spawn. Skyrax is struggling again on this left-hand side. Almost went down there, actually. 208 HP only, and now coming back with some fights. Boss pops that bouncy castle gadget to give himself the healing to continue to aggress this mid.
Yeah, nest egg alert though. If he aggresses any further, he's going to have a bit of a difficult time getting out of there. Fede coming in with a super, and he gets the pick up on Jen as well. Jaime taking shots at the safe. Boss almost going down, but Jaime is there to help out. Skyrax is down, and Semantic is also extremely low. Boss in the position of a lifetime here with the Rico, and that's exactly where he wants to be. Yeah,
Semantic's going to break now. He has to, really, and that's going to allow Skyrax to come in and just tank some shots. And but Boss does an incredible job staying in position and now getting the damage with that super bouncy star power as well. So much value. Look at this.
I mean, he's popping bounce castle after bounce castle, a little preempted there, but it didn't really do too much. Jaime taking shots at the safe, not really taking too many shots from the opponents either. Bouncy is coming through, and that is going to finish the safe off 100-0, and I will say it's not in favor of who we expected.
Not in favor of who we expected at all, as FA Verified just dominated in that game of Heist, and that's not what I expected to say. Like, you know, maybe we expect the odd, you know, win to go on either side or whatever, but no, I'm going to use the D word. They dominated in that match.
I fully agree. I mean, you know, again, 0 to 100% in Heist. SK struggled. They really did. I mean, the aggression was all with FA Verified. I thought the Bell side lane wasn't really working out. They kind of doubled down a bit too much. I think sometimes for me, I prefer to either go with the Bell or the Piper. But with the Rico lane, it was just proving to be so much more of a dominant threat to Skyrax. He couldn't really deal with that. And, you know, FA Verified didn't miss a trick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in my eyes, that was very, very dominant, and it's got to be the Bell on the left-hand side. I mean, the Rico was just so dominant over it, and I feel like if you're going to play Bell, you play it mid. And honestly, I've never really seen it played lane there, so I don't know if SK are experimenting a bit and it's coming back to bite them, but it's a bit of a weird pick in my opinion.
Well, either way, it didn't work out for SK, and it definitely worked out for FA Verified, as that is the first game of Safe Zone on the books. We're going to move on to game 2 in just a few moments. Again, this is best out of 3, best out of 5 for the quarterfinals, so, you know, it's not over yet, and now the players have some thinking to do. SK can now consider, how do we switch things up?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm still on the same lines as Trav. Like, you know, that Bell lane is just not giving any value. I'd probably put Jetton back onto the Rico, who often likes to play it. Give him that side lane, because he can more than often win that. And remove the Colt in the process, so you kind of go like Semantic with the Piper. We know what he can do with Piper. There's no doubt about it. But ultimately, it's very difficult, you know, when the lanes are being lost either side, to be able to maintain your position. So keep Semantic on Piper for me. Put Jetton onto the Rico and take that lane, and you know, maybe put, you know, a Colt still there with someone else or something. But what are your thoughts, Trev?
Nah, I do think they need to maintain the Colt there, because otherwise they're just going to get completely walked over. And I do think they'll do it as well. They might take a bit of your inspiration. They've swapped sides, so we're looking at it from a different viewing angle here, but they are going to be taking that Colt and Rico lanes and the Piper in mid, so they've kind of just mirrored it out as they're fairly confident in their ability.
Well, here we go. Exactly. Skyrix is going to be playing on the Piper this time. And so far, a bit of a stalemate in the middle, as you tend to expect from the start of the game, as both teams are trying to make this early push. It's the same composition on each side. Piper's in the mid. Jaime is going to get the elimination on Skyrix. Now, can they capitalize on this, Trav? Are they going to get a push here?
It's not looking like they're going to get too much damage, and so far they've only done 4%. Oh my, Jetton with the super and the 3-piece as well to finish it off. He's got the position that he wants to be in, and they're also going to be taking the lead.
They are, I mean, once again, we've got Jetton in the bottom left corner with the Rico, just staying alive, popping the bouncy castle to save, and no one can take him down. What is going on here? Jaime is coming in, trying to do something. There we go, Jetton finally goes down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the lucky top side. We've had a bit of a switch, and now the opposite thing's happening. Skyrix is going to take another tap onto Jaime as well, taking him down. Bit of revenge from beforehand. Jetton now trying to aggress the left side once more, but Semantic's not in the best position. A pinch from Skyrix will be what the doctor ordered, though, and that is going to be full control of the right side to SK now.
Yeah, a very different story to last time, although, as you said, it looks like the same story because of the little switchover we've had. Skyrix on the right there. Super is ready, dealing so much damage to Boss, and just Semantic's going to go at the safe. Jaime is jumping around, but not really doing all that much to defend themselves.
Yeah, Jetton returning once more to try and take down Fede. It seems like the Colts are being extremely dominant at the moment when these sides do eventually get fully broken up. Skyrix going to pinch once more, but Jaime is going to be extremely good against Semantic here, ignoring him for now, which I'm not sure is the best region, but he does come back for him once more, and he gets another one as well, as Jetton's going to fall too.
The comeback could be happening here, Travis. Boss makes his way up the battlefield, Super at the ready. Gonna get some hits into the safe, but with only 16 seconds left now, can they catch up? All three Brawlers are there. They're ready to go. They just need to deal the damage.
Jaime's going to fall low, and Fede's taking extremely low. Boss with the bouncy castle. He gets a bit of heals, but it's not going to be enough now. They dealt a good amount of damage, but there's no Brawlers remaining, and it looks like SK are going to be taking this one.
Wow. Okay. Well, a very different story there, Ark. What did what changed?
I think, again, placing Jetton on that Rico for me was the game changer. I mean, Skyrix was doing a great job of controlling mid, don't get me wrong, and it was the wise choice to keep Semantic with that Colt. I think you were absolutely right with that, and they sort of swap roles. But that's what SK do so well. They're able to really kind of pass the baton in that respect, give each other the opportunity to play with the Brawlers, which they love and know, but go in with something different to start. I think they made the right changes at the right time, because now we're tied up, and they did not want to lose this first set. Of course, we still got to play the last and final game of the first set, but putting Jetton on that lane as the Rico for me was what gave them that side lane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. The walls did get broken extremely early as well, that's the thing, though, but he still managed to stay up, as Falcone said. He was still in that position, and nobody could take him down, even when the walls weren't even there. And that just shows how much of a good player he is, able to use those gadgets to the maximum of their capability, and therefore they took the win. I mean, SK, they're just such a versatile team, as you have just mentioned. They can swap onto any Brawler and it can work.
They had very, very good control there. And again, we're pointing out Jetton in particular as the Rico, just surviving in the bottom left corner. Just really making a mockery of everything that FA Verified were throwing. Like, yeah, he went down eventually, but did a lot of damage. And not only that, but also kept FA Verified in place in the spawn, having to deal with him for a while. But here we go, Ark. Let's go. It's game 3 of Heist, the deciding game for this set.
Yeah, well, no change from SK's side of things, and none on the side of FA Verified either, from the looks of things. Boss going to be looking to duel out Semantic here, and Jetton going to be going for the Colt pick as well on the right-hand side. Jaime is pretty low, but as is Skyrix, but the pressure coming in from SK is pretty good. As a bouncy castle pop from Jetton is going to be able to keep him at full health to be able to continue to side lane this one, but Boss is kind of low on the left.
Yeah, it is, again, just to point out, we've flipped over again. It is now SK on the bottom on the blue side. Not sure exactly what's happening there, but Boss pushing very aggressively and is going to find Semantic with that super. Skyrix is going to try and get Boss out of here, but it's not going to happen. But cornered by Semantic and Skyrix. Can Boss survive any longer? It's going to be tricky.
Oh, Semantic needs to hit this, and his left boss on 56 HP. He's still able to dance around these shots. Oh, but finally, just on that last end of the bullet, does get a takedown for Semantic now, as SK look to bring back some of the control, because they need to. They're behind right now, and there's a very good opening line there from FA Verified.
Yeah, I mean, again, Boss was able to stall for a lot of time, keeping the SK members in their spawn, and a very nice snipe there from Jaime onto Skyrix. Jetton is causing some damage on the right there. They're going to have to bunker... Sorry, Verified are going to have to do something about that. He snuck around, he's dealing the damage. Jaime is there, but they're just walking away. They're going to go for the base race.
High risk, everyone committing to this push. Jaime there didn't quite connect with the save as Semantic. Oh, that's
Whoa.
recipe though. That will follow up nicely. Look at the damage though, raining down from FA Verified. They're still, I believe, the recon is safe. They're taking a huge risk, but they're making it count.
They're making it count. Skyrix goes down. Jaime goes down. 1% left. And would you look at that? FA Verified take the first set. Trav, is this going to be a repeat of Clash's elimination yesterday?
I mean, it's looking like it's a possibility. They're playing so well, and as I said with Clash yesterday, I don't think it's the good team playing bad. SK are playing fairly well, I'd say, but they're just not having the control overall, and Verified are just being the better team at the moment.
Verified have come out to play today. Let's put it that way, Ark. Like, none of us expected this result so far. Obviously, the match isn't over again. It's best out of three. So we're going to move on next to Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles. Do you think maybe SK Gaming are going to pick it up here?
It's for me. This is a challenging game mode to have actually as the second game in this set. I mean, it could go for or against them. It really could. SK Gaming are very good at when it comes to control. They are very good at maintaining positioning. So in that respect, I feel we could be going all the way here. At the same time, if they lose that control and something goes wrong or they kind of get out-comped in the process, this could be disastrous for them. And again, you know, we've seen some big upsets already in this competition. We may be still starting today off with one as well.
It's definitely possible. Let's take a look at Hot Zone, Dueling Beetles, Trav. Keeping in mind our bans are Brock, Sprout, Stu, and Ash, is there anything in particular you expect to see here?
I mean, it's kind of lining up for some tanks for me. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Brock's out of the mix, so it still leaves Colt there with the break, but I feel like Colt's just got to connect the shots, and it's difficult to do so, especially when you've got a Poco, even a Frank, and a Rosa, and stuff like that. I mean, it's extremely difficult to get those brawlers down, and if you get the pressure, you've got a Piper in your face, and what's that going to do?
Do you agree, Ark? Do you think it's time for a bit of tank and spank?
I mean, yeah, I mean, Byron is still available and Poco is right to say still available. So a lot of these healers are still sticking around for this. If you're going to go with like the kind of open the map break idea, and maybe B would be a good shout if you're anticipating those tanks to do that kind of thing. But to be honest, we haven't seen that strategy really in the forefront of the Dueling Beetles meta recently. It's kind of taken a step back. The tankier and the healier ideas are coming more into the forefront. And again, you know, Sprout being banned I think is quite key here. Brock as well being banned is quite key, because ultimately they are the brawlers that you want to have to either use the cover or break the cover. So, and Stu and Ash, as we know, can make a huge difference in Hot Zone. So the bans are really going to come into full effect here. I'm with Trav. Bring on the tanks.
All right. Well, you have heard it from our experts here on my left side. Bring on the tanks. Hopefully set number 2 of the day is going to start in just a few moments. It's FA Verified up against SK Gaming. And so far, FA Verified have a 1-set lead against SK Gaming. SK Gaming, who are, of course, your World Championship contenders for the EMEA region. Trav, do you think it would be I guess I can ask this question in retrospect from Clash's side as well. How big a blow do you think it will be to SK to lose this?
I mean, I think it will be, to be honest. I mean, you know, they've qualified for Worlds and they're going to be very happy about that, but it's the knocks that you take in the lead up to Worlds and whether or not you're going to be able to get back up for them beforehand. And in a tournament like this, €5,000, it is a fair amount of money as well, so you can't really think that they're not going to be a bit down about losing it. Yeah,
I mean, what do you think, Ark? Do you think that this is kind of a big deal?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, your reputation going into the World Finals is very, very important. You know, you want to have those bragging rights. You want to show the rest of the world that you're still playing at the very top of your game, because intimidation. You want to be able to intimidate people along the way and show them that you're, you know, still very much in the thick of your training. It's not uncommon for teams to take a little bit of a back seat when it comes to these things, but at the same time, they're going to have to step this one up.
Yeah, and we're seeing the tankier comp coming in from SK, I should say. They're going to be playing the Pam, Poco, and Leon, which I do really, really like. You've got the Poco to stay on the zone, and Screech and Solar's going to be there too. Full control now. You see Semantic back off a little bit there so he doesn't get the bounce back to him. And this is a really, really nice start for SK.
Yeah, Mr. P here I don't necessarily mind from Boss, but definitely going to have a lot less damage to be able to deal out. He's going to have to get that Porter Spawner going down now, but did actually get a nice tank off that shot from Skyrix. But again, this mid-control is nowhere to be seen on the side of FA Verified.
Yeah, and I mean, he misplaced his turret completely there as well, taken down near enough instantly, and he's going to get no value of that. 60% already gone to SK at this point, and the healing turret is compensating for the Mr. P as well. Not the healing turret, the invisible station, should I say. It's compensating for it as well. We've got a heal there as well, so Jen can either heal Scarix, who's going to pop that invisi heal now and not require it, or go on the aggressive like this, which you don't really see from a Poco too often, and pretty much finish off this game, I'd say.
This is, yeah, night and day difference, it really was, and SK had to approach this in the way they did because, again, they want to be able to assert that pressure back, but that was very convincing. Just a 3% capture in total from FA Verified.
I mean, I looked away for about 3 seconds. I looked back and they were on 90%. So this was a much better performance from SK Gaming for sure. And Trav, do you think this is them sort of like, they're warmed up now, you think maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they're showing signs of starting to bounce back at this point, aren't they, really? When you go 100 to 3% on a map like Julian Beatles as well, where it's so easy to just walk onto the zone, there's the one choke point, but if you've got a brawler who can walk on for a small period of time, you're going to be guaranteeing 3% in 3 seconds. So, I mean, it's kind of a bit of they're putting a bit of a back step onto them and just making sure that they're not getting too comfortable with this one set lead. And as we know, Ark's mentioned a lot of time over the past couple of days that SK, they thrive under pressure, and being behind is where they really start to play.
I guess you say, you know, it's easy to just walk on the point and get a few, walk into the zone rather and get a few points on Dueling Beatles. Well, Ark, not if you're against SK Gaming.
Well, and again, not if you don't bring in the right comp. And I felt like, you know, the Mr. P idea I've seen a lot in LATAM South, and it can do great things there, but it's a very different meta. So it kind of works amongst the brawlers, which they tend to favor. It doesn't work for me in amongst the comps that SK tend to favor here. I think you've got to go in with something with, again, I think keep the Leon for sure, but ultimately, if you're going to have a Poco, you've got to consider there's a lot of heals, and again, with the Pam combination, we were discussing this prior to going in, heals were our big kind of focus point, and you've got to have the DPS to take that kind of thing on. You could bring in a Spike, for example, for some ground control, and also to have a lot more damage. I think that the comp really, for me, wasn't right from FA Verified.
Well, they are going to need to mix things up for the next game for sure, and hopefully find something better. Trav, what do you think there's any particular brawler they should be bringing?
I mean, in my eyes, I feel like tanks that have probably done fairly well against the SK comp there.
Okay.
They just didn't really have a lot of DPS. Well, I mean, you could say that, but they also went 100% to 3. So, I mean, they must have had enough to deal with them. But I feel like that's just a slight misplay from FA Verified rather than the amount of damage that they did have. You know, when you've got a Pam and a Leon and a Poco, if you're walking up to that with, a Frank and a Poco, I mean, there's just not really much it can do.
Well, it looks like the next game is just about starting, Trav. So here we go. It's going to be Bell Poco and Leon up against Pam Poco and Leon. So very similar compositions here.
Yeah, subbing out the Pam on the side of SK, and I thought that did quite a lot of work in the previous game, but SK clearly didn't think that was the case. Boss is pushing forward now. Nest Egg popped on top of him, and Scarix, I mean, Samantha can get a couple of shots off the Screeching Solo from Jeton as well, going to secure a bit of damage. Scarix is heavily suffering over this left-hand side in what looked to be a Leon mirror lane, and he's a notoriously good Leon, so that's a little bit worrying. Drastically
better start for FA Verified here, as they do actually have the lead. All members of SK are... Oh, no, sorry. Jeton just got eliminated. Oh, there goes Semantic. I speak too soon. Skyrix is looking like he's going to fall as well to the Pam, just about. Yep, and this is looking like it belongs to FA Verified this time, Trav.
Total reverse of what happened in the previous game. Screeching Solo thrown out, and that, in my eyes, is one of the most pointless supers I've seen. It's just they're able to heal directly back up. They've got a Pam turret, they've got a Poco. It's doing absolutely nothing in that situation. It was a bit of a desperate claim, in my opinion, and this is pretty much done at this point. Jeton's not going to be able to do anything here in the face of a Pam, and that is going to be match point for FA Verified if they continue.
Yeah, there you go. We are now looking at match point. FA Verified are one game of Hot Zone away from eliminating SK Gaming, Ark. I didn't expect to be saying that.
I didn't like the look of the game when it came up. Especially, SK needed to get things done in the first set, really, to reduce this pressure. Now, I mean, they've got to do a whole load of work, but again, they do tend to have a potential to come back under these scenarios. It's just been done by them time and time again this year. So I think if any team can do this, it's SK, but they dropped the comp that was the winning comp, and it's not unlike them to do that. They do like to kind of keep things versatile and try things out to keep their opposition guessing. But you saw how FA Verify were like, yeah, we like that comp, we're gonna take that, and we realized our mistakes, and it paid off so much better for them when they did.
Trav, it's really not looking great for SK Gaming now. It's double set points, so, you know, if SK do win the next game, then we do head into the last set, and, you know, everything's even again. But one game away for FA Verified. How do you reckon they're feeling right now?
I mean, you don't want to be in the situation where you're getting too overconfident, because that can really mess things up. If they're feeling, oh, you know, we're about to take down SK, we're about to take down SK, it's only one game and it evens it out, as you have just mentioned. So, I mean, SK, they're still going to have a bit of, they've got pressure on them. It's match point, but they're still only one game away, so they're just going to be getting their heads down, getting the comp back to something that's going to be quite good, and just going from there.
Yeah, back to something that's hopefully quite good. Do you think, Ark, we may see the return of the PAM for SK?
I think you got to bring it back. Yeah, it's you know, don't underestimate the tankiness of Pam. You know, it's one of those things where I think a lot of teams kind of sometimes forget that, you know, she's kind of a bit of a tank herself, and especially that healing station and the scrapyard sucker gadget that I think works so well at eradicating the ammo of your opposition. You can really start to go on the aggressive more with that particular brawler. And SK do enjoy playing it. As Trav said, we were surprised to see them drop it. I think you've got to bring that back. You've got to keep the Leon. You could bring in the Sandy here, actually, for me. That wouldn't be a bad shout to have something to be able to put down on the mid zone, to have some unpredictability to add that lollipop drop. There are still some options. The Bell, for me, I'm still a massive fan of, to be completely honest.
Well, it sounds like we are just about to start the game. So, Ark, let's do this one. It is going to be Poco, Pam, and Leon. Yes, the Pam is back. It's a mirror match. And here we go, the battle for the zone begins.
Yeah, and this is the way to go, fairly very low. And let's go to Solo from Jetson, just clears up the scraps. Boss all alone here is a great time for SK to take out that healing station. That is going to be one less, and one that he's going to have to earn very quickly, because with the tuning fork going out from Jetson, the heals are all there, and SK now are looking better, much better than the previous game.
This is the start that you want if you are SK Gaming to stay in this tournament. Two supers from Poco, one on each side, going out immediately. Boss does find the elimination on Jeton, though. Jaime is there, chasing down Skyrix. Hang on just a second. FA Verified have managed to clutch it back for now.
Yeah, this could be a much closer game, it feels. At the moment, Boss staying firm in the mid. Jetson coming in now, has got that super to hand as well, but not going to use it now. He's going to use it to get the value onto Semantic to heap him quick. Semantic taken down so quickly in despite of that.
A really interesting lollipop drop there, as Jaime is able to use so much space to keep these brawlers away from the zone. Semantic is pushing in on the left side with Jeton, but pinched by Jaime at the bottom. They take so much damage. 73%. FA Verified are about to win this thing, Ark.
There is not much time left, and it's a big uh-oh for SK. They've got to bring this back, and they've got to bring it back now. Jeton with a load of value there. The control going back, so this is going to be so back and forth now. It's up to FA Verified to contest this.
Boss is going to try and race straight into the zone, but being held back by all three brawlers. Going to throw the healing station down. There's no percentage points in this whatsoever, Ark. FA Verified have found their way onto the point. 4% to go. Jaime gets an elimination, and that is going to be it. FA Verified have eliminated SK Gaming from the tournament.
What a bombshell to start off today. Oh my goodness.
And for
me.
the second time, I need to take my notes, and I need to just like scrunch those up and throw them in the trash. That is SK are out. Both World Finals contenders gone. Trav, what do you make of that?
I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. I really don't. I mean, we came in, we were like, oh, we're going to have an El Clasico at some point, surely. He was like, it's not going to be in the finals, but it'll definitely be at some point. And now, before the semis, both teams are out.
Can't blame the format today. It's exactly what they're used to.
I mean, that's a qualification format for the World Qualifiers. So, I mean, it's something they're used to, and they just didn't deal with it.
I actually do need my notes back.
But again, you know, it was a mirror matchup. There was no differential in terms of brawlers. It came down to skill. It came down to control. And, you know, FA Verified have been on point today. You know, taking that first set very well, very convincingly, so showing signs of being daring as well in that game of Heist to be able to go on the aggressive and leave someone on their safe. They've made good decision-making. They've made really great awareness as well throughout. They deserve it. I'm just shocked, though.
Yeah, it is. It is shocking. Like, there's no two ways around it. I'm sure everybody watching at home, all of the Brawl Stars fans are as surprised as we are. But no, that is the story. SK Gaming are out of the tournament. FA Verified are your first semi-finalists. We are going to move swiftly on to our second match of the day. It is Esport Empire up against EGN Esports. I want to ask you guys what you're going to expect from this, but like I feel like I don't. Up is down at the moment. Like what's going on? Trav, tell me about these teams.
I mean, Esport Empire upset City as well, really, aren't they? I mean, they took down Clash yesterday,
Yeah.
and they're against EGN, who took down a team of relatively close to their skill. I will say, very, very close match. At this point, I mean, if both teams perform as well as they did yesterday, Esport Empire, you can't really deny them. They're very much the dominant team at the moment.
Hopefully, we are pretty close to getting our bans in for this next one, and I'll be reporting those back to you when we get them. Apparently, we've got one team's banned, so we're just waiting on the other team, and we'll be good to go. So just to run through the rosters for a second, Esport Empire has How to Win, Jose PG, and Kevin up against EGN Esports with Mountain Ho, Latitis?
Yeah, Latitis.
Yep. And Pimental. And the maps that we're going to be playing, of course, just to let you know those. We are going to kick things off with Brawl Ball on Pinball Dreams before moving on to Gem Grab on Gem Fort. And then Hot Zone, Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire on Hot Zone. Ring of Fire on Hot Zone? Hot Zone and Ring of Fire, that way around. So yeah, a little bit more Hot Zone, Brawl Ball, Gem Grab. All of the different game modes today.
Yeah, I think better for these teams to have hot zone towards the end of the final set. It means that the person that gets ahead earlier has a good chance of actually taking this in the second set if they can keep up the same momentum. I tell you what, now that the stories have developed like this, I would love to see Esport Empire go through. And I'm not trying to be biased against EGN here, but again, it would be fitting. It would be very fitting. FA Verified taking down SK Gaming. The team which took down Ace Milan Clash yesterday.
You want them to face off in the
We've
semi-final?
got an El Clasico potentially on the cards here.
The two teams that denied us El Clasico become the new El Clasico.
The underdog Classico.
Yeah, exactly that. So yeah, very, very exciting. Again, just waiting on those bans, and hopefully we'll be ready to jump into match number 2 very, very soon. Are there any brawlers that you guys expect to see banned in particular based on these maps?
I mean, you're going to be saying this, but every time you ask me this question, it's just going to be Ash, Brock,
Byron.
Byron, I mean, possibly. I mean, Byron's not as good without Ash.
No, right, of course. So you only need to ban the
They
Ash,
come as a
right.
pair nowadays, so I mean, if you get one of them out the way, then usually it kind of accounts for the other, and then you can take out a brawler that your opponent likes to play.
What about Meg?
I would love to see some Meg. I would. But again, I feel like Meg could struggle. I mean, the sort of general strategy that I've seen played out more and more in Pinball Dreams is to break things open. So it depends on the bans ultimately. I would definitely say Brock is a big ban looking at the maps here. You want to kind of eradicate a lot of that wall breaking potential. But, going in Pinball Dreams with like a B is actually a great thing to have if you're able to break open things quickly. I just think that as much as I love Meg, if you do that strategy and you break everything open, she's going to kind of struggle a little bit to be able to get those shots off to get that mecha. And even when you get it, if you've got a lot of range on the other side, you kind of, up against, your lack of range compared to theirs. But yeah, Meg's fully available today, so I would definitely like to see her.
I would really like to see Meg make her debut in competitive Brawl Stars today. I think that would be that'd be very cool. Do you think it's likely to happen at all, Trav?
I don't. In my eyes, I'm seeing Meg as a very overrated brawler at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just too difficult to get your super when you've got brawlers who are going to take control of that mid, and you're not even going to be able to know where they are. I mean, it's got decent range and everything, but there's a lot of brawlers who can still deal with it, even in mecha form. You've just got to keep your distance, and especially if the map gets broken up, you've got B who can near enough 3-shot or 4-shot Meg in mecha form.
Yeah, well, I hope that we get to see Meg.
I hope so. I do hope so.
I'd like to see that. Do we have any update on our bans? No. Still waiting for a second team to arrive. So unfortunately, we are going to have to just chat for a little bit longer without any gameplay. So what do you guys want to talk about?
I mean, we've got Gem Fort as well. We can talk through a bit of the Brawlers. I mean, that's going to be played out for sure, for definite.
Trying to save that one for later, but yeah, okay.
I mean, we don't know how when the team's going to arrive at the end of the day.
Or how many players on the team are going to arrive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Gem Fort, I kind of always wonder where this is leading. I mean, at the moment, we tend to see a lot of the Max and Pam as a choice for the mid. And we've seen Pam already played out today, and, it was, in some ways, SK's undoing. And I think Pam's in a great spot. I think that, although I'm not really completely sold on her being a mid in Gen 4, I think it's it's definitely viable. I saw a lot of Semantic playing Pam on the lane side recently, which is where we kind of used to expect it in terms of that meta in the past. But for me, Rico as well. I mean, there's a lot of brawlers like Rico and others which are not necessarily banned out so frequently. Spike as well is another one that's kind of always laying outside of the bans. And I kind of wonder why, because they're always so used and the use rates and pick rates are really, really high. But yet we still see these kind of front runners being banned at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But it's just very, very common, isn't it, that you see the same bands over and over again, despite the fact that maybe, these brawlers like Spike that are, sort of under the radar, just narrowly under the radar, cropping up and getting very powerful. But like you said, Gen 4, it's a really interesting map in general, Trav. Obviously, due to the way the walls are structured, throwers do very well, Spike does very well, curving the shots around the corner. Pam does pretty well with the healing turret and that kind of thing. What else do you expect to see in Gen 4?
Occasionally we do see a bit of Sandy, and I will say for the first 2 maps as well, and I'd love to see this as a ban because it's rarely seen, but Ems. On Pinball Dreams, it does quite well with the walls up there, and also on Gen 4, we've seen it countering the Pam, and when it takes control of the mid with the super,
it's
really, really difficult to get her out.
Okay, so giving us some food for thought, and hopefully not giving the players some food for thought, because hopefully they're not waiting to hear what you say, and then they're doing the bans themselves. We got 3 of the bans, hang on, let me report those to you. Sandy, Ash, and Brock are the first 3 bans, so there's going to be 1 more. No surprise whatsoever at the Ash ban. Obviously, no surprise whatsoever at the Brock ban. Ark, what do you make of the Sandy ban, though?
I think it's smart. I think it's really, really smart. I mean, especially in Brawl Ball, if it goes into overtime, the brawlers that I like to have in my back pocket are always B, because ultimately she's, in my opinion, probably the most dominant to have in that overtime. If you're hitting those shots, you've got the range, and you've also got that slowdown, which is key to have. But Sandy's another one that's kind of very close to that. As long as you've got your super going into those overtime moments, or the turning point moments, then you really can, everyone, use that to your advantage. It's tricky in overtime. You've got that lack of range to consider, but if you're able to have super and be sort of keyed up and clued up as to when to try to go on the aggressive to obtain it, it can be a very difficult thing to shake. And again, one of those brawlers similar to Spike and similar to others that don't tend to come into the forefront of those bans. So bringing that in, it shows some awareness and some observations to looking specifically into the games and maps that we got coming up.
And ban number 4 is Poco. Trav, do you have anything you want to add in regards to that?
I'm honestly not sure about it. I'm really not sure about it. I don't think it's going to be overly good. And, I mean, usually you just get Byron out of the way if you want to get a healer out of the mix. But, I mean, Ash is out of the way. So it's difficult to say, really. I wouldn't really see too much Poco on Pinball Dreams usually, or Gen 4 or Ring of Fire, which is quite unusual to me.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing to add about the Poco ban. We've seen a little bit of Poco over the last couple of days, a little bit of Poco even today on Dueling Beetles, but no dominant performances from Poco. Is it because of the prevalence of Screeching Solo and how good Screeching Solo is through the walls on Gen 4? I'm really trying to stretch here, Ark.
I'm not opposed to it entirely. I mean, it's maybe something which they're considering. Ring of Fire is sometimes to be able to push the mid, but I do agree with Trav. It's definitely not the 3 maps and modes that I would most expect to see it. And that's the thing. Whether or not they were looking at the previous game and just seeing the pick rates for Poco there and how dominant it was, it can be well paired with the Pam, which could be an idea going into Ring of Fire. Obviously, it's quite an open zone, so having a healing station down there has some cover to it as well. But I'm with Trav, really. With looking at this in mind, Byron would have been a much better ban, especially looking at Ring of Fire as the 3rd and final here. It means that Byron's going to be in play, so combining that with an 8-bit, for example, could be a really strong strategy there. And Gen 4 also, you might want to go in with some ideas there, but Ash being banned regardless, though, and Brock, I think, are the 2 that we expected to see.
Why is it that Screeching Solo has suddenly become so? Over the last few months, Screeching Solo, we've seen so much of it in competitive. What's the reason for that?
It's been buffed at the end of the day, and that is always. I always vouch for it. I always vouch for it as being my star power choice, even when it was memed. I don't care. It's for me, the ability to have your teammate go on the aggressive and not only be able to heal them in that same manner, but also take away the damage of everyone that they're trying to go off against. So it can be a really difficult thing to go up against, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, there you have it, Trav. We have all 4 bans now. Sandy, Ash, Brock, Poco. Any moment now, game number 1 of this match is going to start. Esports Empire versus EGN Esports. Do you have a favorite?
I'm going to say Esport Empire just by their performance yesterday. I feel like they outdid Clash. They really did. I don't think it was a poor performance from Clash. I just think Esport Empire played well. So, I mean, they've flown under the radar for me for quite a while, but from now on, I'm going to be really keeping an eye on them.
And Ark, same question. Fence?
No, not at
No?
all. Again, I want to see our new El Clasico form. I want to see it be FA verified and Esport Empire, in the semis. I think that would be a really interesting thing to see. Which team is going to be the one to prevail in that circumstance? Because both of them have done phenomenally well so far. Again, I'd like to see it be close. I'd like EGN to put up a really, really good fight. But again, it's more bias around seeing those two teams play rather than maybe necessarily looking at the two teams that we've got in front of us. That being said, I think it'll be an interesting match.
So Trav says Esport Empire. Ark says Esport Empire, which means I have to say EGN Esports because you can't have all 3 casters on the desk say the same team is going to win, because then you end up with a result like the SK result a few minutes ago, because all 3 of us were in agreement there and that didn't work. And so I have to say that EGN Esports are going to win.
I mean, I did say that I felt like, considering that FA Verified had a big upset yesterday, they had the potential to do it again. Just putting it out there, I wasn't completely so with SK, but then again, it's unlike me to be on the fence, on these kinds of things.
Off the fence, you mean?
Yeah, off
like
the fence,
you to be on the fence.
Yeah, to be fair. But again, it's going to depend very much on how both teams approach this first match. We saw how it affected SK, so I think, all eyes are going to be on Pinball Dreams here.
Can we get an idea of timing from production team? Is the game just about to start? Okay, sorry to keep you waiting, guys. As always, just waiting for the players to ready up. We're waiting for to get their bands in a few moments ago, and now we're just waiting to get into the game. But it should start very, very shortly. And I'm excited to see some. I mean, we saw a little bit of Brawl Ball and a little bit of Gem Grab yesterday, but it's cool to see the different maps in play. How are you enjoying casting today so far, Trav? Now that it's different.
I mean, I must say, not only the maps and stuff, but the huge upset gave me, it made me a bit pumped. And
yeah.
I love seeing the different maps as well. It gives you another talking point, and even at that, we're still running out of things to say now. But, I mean, having the bands and the maps, it brings in a bit of versatility too.
I mean, I know yesterday you really enjoyed me asking what your favorite color is. So
just throw out random questions.
So yeah. But no. Hopefully we won't have too much more time for that today. Ark, I never heard your favorite color though.
Green.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean,
but you're only saying that because
no. Genuinely, when I was in nursery school, it was always green. That's a fact. Yeah. It sort of deviated a bit towards orange for some reason in secondary school, but yeah, it was always very much.
It's the kind of thing as an adult you don't really have, do you? A favorite color? I feel.
Yeah.
Because when I was when I was at school, it was yellow. Like.
Yeah, no one
no
one likes yellow.
Yellow is just not a good color, really, is it?
No.
I mean, it's nice on your chest with the star.
Yeah, Brawl Stars is an exception.
Yeah, but it's more like gold than yellow, Yeah. Can we start the next game, please? Hopefully, very soon. We're gonna have to have a chat with the players, I think, after this one. If we got to break after this match, and we're like, you guys gonna need to start to ready up a little bit faster, because I know that you guys watching at home, this isn't what you want to see, is it? I mean, this is what you want to see, but like otherwise, this isn't what you want to see.
Best thing you've said so far today. Yeah, I fully agree with that. I stand by that.
This is what you want to see.
Yeah, that's what it's
Can
about.
we get a nice close-up shot? Can we get a nice close-up shot on Ark while we wait, production? I know that there's
Really?
No, there it is. All right, Trav, you want to just like shimmy on? There we go.
Just stay there.
I can't quite get out of the shot, but this is as good as you're gonna get. I'll ruin the shot for you guys, but
I'm doing a good enough job. I'm very rosy now. You put me on the spot here, Falcone.
Oh, you look beautiful. It's it's a real sight to behold. I mean, I get to see it online every month, but it's not very often I get to see it in person. It's
something to behold.
It is a sight to behold.
Yeah. Jeez.
I had to take a little moment to give a huge shout out to Razer for putting on this event. RazerCon takes place in 4 days. You can check that out. #RazerCon on Twitter, and you can watch RazerCon on any of the platforms that you're watching this event on right now, which is, I believe, the official twitch.tv/Razer or Facebook or YouTube on the Team Razer channels. At RazerCon, there's going to be lots of cool unveils, lots of announcements. There's going to be some giveaways, music performances, and many appearances from some of your favorite streamers like Sneaky, Coach JD, Cloaksy, and Paladin Amber. Speaking of giveaways, there are giveaways happening today, but you'll have to ask the moderators in chat how to enter that. They should be able to give you a handy little link, which you can potentially use to win a bunch of Razer stuff. I don't know exactly what the Razer stuff is that they're giving away today. I'm guessing keyboards, mice, that kind of thing. If you're really lucky, like, I mean, these things are nice. Love a good Razer blade.
I'm going to try and put it in my suitcase on the way home and just sneak it out of the studio.
You just made the same mistake that Trav made yesterday.
You
just
can't tell people you're going to do it. Last.
yeah.
They're going to know now when there's a missing laptop. They're going to go, well.
I'll blame Trav.
They're going to know where that went.
Whilst I'm getting my bad checked, he's going to leg it.
But yeah, that's another talking point. Let's go with prize pool. 5,000 euros up for grabs today. First place will be taking 3,200 of that. Second place, 1,200. And we will be playing out a third place match later. Third place will be taking 600 euros. So, a considerable amount of prize money, considering how few players there are left. Obviously, it's not quite as high as some of the players are used to winning in the Brussels Championship, but still, 3,200 euros, that's, it's 1,000 euros each. It's not bad, is it, Ark?
Honestly, that was far more than I started when I started doing content creation. So, it can go a long way. Absolutely. And again, players want to keep up their reputations most importantly as well. And, prize money is fantastic, but you've also got to make sure that you're staying on top of your game. You want to be able to get your name out there really nicely. So, everyone's going to be giving it their all.
Yeah, we got the Bell, the Stew, and the Spike as we eventually get into this first game here. We're seeing a surge on the other side of things to sub out for the Stew, and it's looking like he's doing quite well so far. The burn down damage does come through, though, and he does get taken down, but still, control very much in favor of Esport Empire.
Altai just putting to the left here. Nice life plant there from How to Win. He'll be able to get some healing off the back of it. He's full health anyway, but now those shots are starting to reconnect. Then, he wasn't in the radius when it went off. That's not the best of things, but I think it's better to be playing a little bit of a slower paced game as EGN is starting to retake this mid. Kevin, though, goes in stupidly on the aggressive here. I'm not sure whether it's going to pay off necessarily here. Esport Empire are making a bit of a push.
Yeah, Lartite's throwing that life plant down, and he does get a bit of value out of it straight away, but How to Win already taking him down low, and we're seeing a Fertilize versus Curveball matchup on the left-hand side too, but Kevin and Matinho are going to trade each other out. Pimentel up top as well, trying to pressure a low-health Jose PG. And, I mean, it's just really nothing much is happening. It's just a complete stalemate so far. A bit of back and forward, but overall, they're all returning to the mid right now. Yeah, and in the event of any overtime, I do like the surge over the Stew myself. If Kevin is going to get those stacks up at the minute, he's a little bit behind, really. I'd like to see him be a little bit further ahead in terms of that, but he will have to TP here, and yeah, Matinho knows it. He's going to be cautious around it. Nice shot there from Pimentel as well to keep him low, but at the moment it is quite a passive game in all respects. There's the ball still around the mid areas. Teams are looking to get their supers. Maybe going into overtime is the plan here. Yeah, maybe so, but they're aggressing now, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. Jose PG walks over a nest egg, though, and he is slowed. How to Win picks up one as well, but also going to be slowed on top of it. Kevin should be able to take this in. The super shot is there, and the goal follows it. I think that's the wise choice. Get rid of the super, just get the goal. With only about 35 seconds remaining, that's a very, very good position for Esport Empire. Now they're just going to continue to hold like they were previously, and this one should be all over. Yes, super not going to be hit by Jose PG, but a TP from Kevin did come in, and it's gained a lot of pressure on his side. Matinho now trying to force it out a different way, but there's nowhere to really take it out now. Pass should come through, and so should a super shot. Trick shot caught off the line by Pimentel, but followed up once more by Kevin, and they secure the first game. Very nice set of goals there from Kevin. Indeed, going to take the first win for Esport Empire, which was both of your favorite team to win, and due to that, it wasn't mine. Again, not really a choice that I made there, but all right, Ark, all right. You don't need to rub it in further. Like, let me save some of my ego. But no, seriously, very well played game from Esport Empire. I love the little attempted trick shot at the end. I mean, they'd won the game either way, right, Trav? I mean, there was a little bit of time to come back, but you don't really expect it, do you, if they're fully in spawn? I mean, the trick shot, it had to be done. It really did have to be. It had to be done because he didn't have a good enough amount of HP to walk it in. He didn't have enough time to shoot it around the corner, so it's worth the attempt. Yeah. And I mean, he was level 3 anyway, which is what really matters. It's not one of those trick shots that we've seen occasionally for the sake of it, where someone's attempted a silly trick shot
ended up somehow missing and then lost the game as a result. I'm sure we've seen that a little bit in BSC arc.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I actually quite prefer trick shots when they are relevant. And I think that was a relevant one, like you say. I mean, as well, having the goal, it didn't really necessarily matter with the time that was there left. There was going to be very little attempt of a comeback, I felt. So it made sense to go for it. And also, it can be an intimidation strategy, as well, to get inside the minds of your opposition, to make them kind of like a bit deflated going into the next game. It's a little humiliation here and there, never hurt anyone.
A little humiliation here and there never hurt anyone. Quote Ark. Ark, speaking of a little bit of humiliation, do you want to tell everyone what happened with the set of stairs last night?
Oh, I fell down them, yeah. But not before warning you guys to not do it after you'd already got to the bottom, yeah. I was looking out for your safety for today, but I should have probably been paying more attention. Yeah.
Literally, yeah. Be careful about these stairs, guys. Ah!
Yeah, literally, that was it. That was an absolute adaptation right there. Yeah.
I figured that
classic
was
nice
little talking point while we wait. It's just to like show you. Anything you want to say? Like, has Trav done anything silly this weekend?
Better for me to explain the things that he's not done.
Yes.
But, I mean, it's ever-ending list of stuff. Yeah.
I can only think of silly, stupid stuff that you've done though, Ark. Like,
to be fair, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got you. Right, second game of Brawl Ball is just about to start. It is Esport Empire up against EGN Esports. Let's take it away, Trav.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing a barley from both sides now, and I will say How to Win has got the favourable matchup, having the grass and the wall very much favourably on his side of the map. Jose PG, however, though, coming up the mid, tapping a few shots. The Herbal Tonic did come out, and now from the opposition too. Matinho's extremely, and he's worryingly low. He does get taken down, and now Jose's just going to walk up and try to make something happen, but just retreat when his HP does show a bit of a warning sign.
Yeah, it does. The ball very much on EGN's side of the court, but they are doing okay for the time being. They need to find an opportunity to push forward, though, and with that Bell there firing those shots, they're not going to get many opportunities. Although, a Mountain is doing a good job of avoiding everything. Lartitus on the left is going to shoot that Spike Super out, and maybe it's time to start being aggressive.
Yeah, I was going to say the Spike Super didn't really do too much. Matinho picking up a kill in the mid, though, and How to Win just needs to try and prioritize keeping his lane here in terms of helping out his teammates instead. But a lovely trade from Kevin as well, and he's earned his super along the way. Jose PG now just trying to come out the spawn, but Pimentel now taking control of the side. That's going to favor EGN quite heavily.
It is indeed. They do have that push. Mountain here as well. Super at the ready. If he can mark one of these brawlers and get them taken down quickly, that could be all that is needed to get this goal. However, Lartitus goes down. Now Esport Empire are pushing. Kevin's waiting for his teammates to back him up, but they are once again in full control.
Herbal Tonic thrown out and a super from their opposition too. They've been backed up quite heavily now though, and the lane switch is going to come in as they're trying to get that barley against the Spike as a favourable matchup. Super thrown forward from Lartites though, and he does push him back very heavily, which is a tough thing to do as a Spike, so making use of that super is going to be extremely valuable for him.
Are we waiting for overtime now for EGN Esports? Or for Esport Empire, rather. Either way, EGN have the ball. They're close to the goal, but again, all of these boxes are in the way, and without any backup, Pimentel can't really do much.
Super available from How to Win, and it is going to be thrown up the map, which is going to be huge for getting their control back, forcing them into a singular spot. Last Herbal Tonic from Pimentel coming out now. Jose PG slowed, but Curveball's still not going to connect. The second one does. Kevin comes in, knows he can get a 2-tap here and a jump to get him level 3. That is going to be huge for overtime if he can hold it, but he's very, very low, and it's not looking like he can.
Here we go, Trav. It's overtime, and EGN have control of the ball for now. 2 supers at the ready. Potentially a very quick victory about to come for them, but they need to get to the ball first. And Esport Empire are doing their best to keep Lartitus and Mountain Ho away from that ball.
Yeah, good shots from Jose, though. He's keeping them in this very much, and now he is trying to push that ball forward. How to Win's going to win his side against a Spike in a completely open map. It's not something you see every day. Jose PG duking forward. Pimentel's extremely low. Kevin only got 300 HP, though. They're all going to fall down, and now it's looking like we're having a bit of a scenario where near enough everybody's going to fall, but there's an opening here. But Kevin standing still, not going to make anything of it. How to Win very low, and a curveball or a shot from Spike should connect her and clean him up.
Oh, yeah, How to Win goes down, and it is once again EGN sort of in command here. Kevin survives, but the push is happening again. Mountain Ho's super is at the ready. Is this going to be a draw, or is this going to be an opportunity to score? He's taking it. The pass misses!
Unfortunate non-connecting pass, but I think that was going to be the end of the game anyway. Don't see a goal for them coming through there for EGN. So, I mean, it was very much just back and forward, wasn't it? Really, it was one way and then the other straight after each other.
Honestly, Ark, I'm surprised that that's our first draw of the tournament, because usually we see quite a few of those.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. It can happen, especially in this map. If you're not going to go with the sort of strategy to break everything, then cover's key, and Barley as well. Great in the main game, but can struggle a little bit sometimes into overtime. So you kind of need to consider it as being a prospect. For me, again, that's the reasons why I love to run B, just because then you've got something that's really going to help out. Not having the max surge stat can be a problem, but Kevin did well to be able to get at least some additional value going into overtime. But I kind of saw it going that way. There were some big moments where I thought Jose was going to get some really good bell value. We saw that big push coming in, but it just wasn't able to go all the way.
Now, I'm not super familiar with the rulebook for this event, but I'm assuming that the draw means a repeated match, but you can pick different brawlers again. I know. No, I've just had it confirmed. Thank you very much, production. It is the same brawlers. It is a repeated match, same brawlers. These rules can vary sometimes from tournament to tournament, so I wanted to be sure about that. But yeah, given that, Trav, given same brawlers again, do you think one of these compositions is better than the other?
I think Esport Empire had the majority of the control throughout the match, to be honest with you. I mean, they were doing an absolutely amazing job all round, but they just couldn't finish the goals off. And, I mean, they were very much in the goal-scoring positions, whereas EGN just got up the map and didn't really have the opportunities.
All right, Ark, let's jump into this next one. Again, it's obviously the same brawlers. Bell, Barley, Spike up against Barley, Bell, and Surge. Is it the Surge or is it the Spike? Which brawler will reign supreme here?
I like Kevin's odds, but ultimately Spike can shut things down quickly if close range. There's a nice life plan as well. So Latitis did really well there. Jose, they're coming in with some big taps. Didn't quite get the mark off, though, I don't think. That will possibly be a wasted super. Latitis hanging on here, but going to be cleared up now by How to Win. At the moment, though, the ball's still stuck in the mid.
Yep, I don't think any brawler has touched that yet, and Kevin still isn't going to do so. Kevin wants to get that Surge leveled up. Interesting teleport there, actually bouncing off against the back of the wall. Was that? That looked like a slip-up, right?
Thumbs down, yeah, Kevin was standing still a little bit the last game as well, so I'm not sure whether it's his thumb slipping or maybe some connection issues on his side, but yeah, definitely not the cleanest of games so far, but nonetheless, he's got still the time to be able to get those stacks and make a mark on this one, but at the moment, for me, Jose is keeping everything really nicely together with some big hits and good pressure. There's the healing taunt going down as well. How to Win with a nice last call into the mid.
Yeah, it has to be said that Esport Empire do seem to have this game under control. Kevin uses his third and final gadget and does find a clean elimination there on Pimental. And now this is looking like it could be a goal. Mountain Hose stuck in the spawn, really low on health. Although Latitis is doing a good job of pushing the enemy brawlers back.
Yeah, I've got to say, for me at the minute, EGN are doing a good job on defense. We haven't seen the same sort of story develop really for Esport Empire since that first game of really getting these big pressurizing circumstances beneath them. The defensiveness of EGN is starting to shine through a little bit. Again, the ball back stuck in mid, and Kevin struggled to get his stacks.
He is. The fact that Kevin is still stuck at level 1 is definitely not a great position to be in, and that is not why you bring the Surge. For sure. Pimental is getting some good damage in, but is also marked by the enemy Bell, so potentially days are numbered.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, going into a potential of an overtime situation, Kevin's not going to be able to contribute anything. He's really struggling to gain any momentum here. Jose's going to have to do a ton of work, and as well on the Barley side, getting some nice area damage really is going to be key here. But at the moment, EGN are making a bit of a, well, not really making the push yet, but they've got definitely Esport Empire on the back foot, it's fair to say.
3, 2, 1, and it is overtime. The boxes have blown up. No supers ready just yet, so it is going to be all-out war in the center. How to Win goes down, and Latitis does have a super ready. That is a potential super kick if Mountain Ho can get him the ball, but no, he's going to have to back off.
Pass there to Latitis, he's got super as well. Good pass to Pimental potentially. Yeah, there it is, but he wasn't really communicating necessarily. I mean, Kevin's going to go down again, surely here, but able to heal somehow without additional speed. My word, he should be able to defend this on his own now.
Jose getting shot after shot, dealing so much damage. Incredible defense from a Jose on the Bell there. And now it is down. It is up to Esport Empire to potentially do something. Kevin kicks the ball away. They're playing for a draw again.
Kevin is standing still again, so again, I'm not sure that he's slipping his thumb off, but if Pimental can get this out of the corner, there could be a pass. It's surely going to be a goal now for EGN.
EGN Esports take game number 2 of Brawl Ball, which means we are moving on to set point. What's going on with Kevin? Does he need to get some talcum powder?
It's a little bit worrying. I mean, he's standing still sometimes, connection issues possibly, but regardless, 3 TPs and still level 1. Come on now.
Yeah, that was not a fantastic performance from Surge at all. But yes, exactly. Here we go. It is now 1-1. Obviously, the game that was a draw doesn't count towards anything. So, Esport Empire versus EGN, they're pretty evenly matched, huh, Ark?
It does seem like that way. It does seem like that way. And for me, I would love to see one of these two teams be bold here. We've seen them. All these comps at the moment are really designed around the walls of this map. I love it when people break it open, and yes, Brock was banned. That's a big brawler which would be able to create a lot of damage, but there's still many others that you could do the same thing with. I just think, like, at the end of the day, it's obviously, Barley's going to struggle without the walls. Surge is going to struggle without the walls. If you're a bit bold to do those sort of things and go in with something daring, then you might have the advantage here. I just don't know whether we're going to see it. I think we're probably going to see similar comps continue to arise and be playing it safe. That's gut feeling.
Okay, fair enough. Do you agree, Trav? Do you think we're going to see the same competition again, or do you think we can see a wild card somewhere?
I'm saying bring out the Griff. I mean, just break one entire side with one gadget, right? There's only going to be a couple of walls left standing on the side, so I mean, it can do a really, really good job. And when you start getting those supers, especially in overtime, if it goes to that as well, you can cycle them so easily.
Yeah.
Bring out the Griff. Yeah, Griff's super in particular does seem very strong.
Yeah, it's the gadget as well, the piggy bank. You can just literally go to a corner, break that, go to somewhere else, break that, and with some good coordination with the B, I mean, you're going to be sitting ducks. So again, like, the team that is able to see that strategy and really, if they've practiced it and they've been able to, run it through in their scrims as a strategy, I think absolutely bring it out. I think Max here could be a great brawler to have as well to assert some pressure, or maybe a Byron if you want to kind of like break everything open and then have the heals coming in to support that frontline push. Something like that could be really, really interesting in this circumstance.
All right, well, it is the second match of the day. We're still in the first set here. It's Brawl Ball on Pinball Dreams, and the score is 1-1 between Esports Empire, who took out AC Milan Clash yesterday, and EGN Esports. This could still go either way. Both teams seem fairly evenly matched. There have been a couple questionable things. Again, Ark, you mentioned Kevin, just although Kevin played exceptionally well in the first game, getting those 2 goals, there's been a few odd plays. There was a teleport with the Surge that didn't go through the wall, but didn't even quite get to the wall. And then, like you said, Trav, no stacks of the, no level ups whatsoever, despite all 3 gadgets being used. So a little bit odd there. Maybe Kevin could do a little bit of talcum powder. That's something I've seen in mobile games before. Just to keep the fingers nice and dry.
Our friend Monkey vouches by spraying antiperspirant on his thumbs.
Okay.
So legit,
we don't judge that.
Some players will go to the extremes, the circumstances to give themselves an edge.
You got to try and win.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as a player, you've got to be on the move. You've always got to be on the move, because just a little, hint here or there can make a missed shot, a missed play happen from your opposition. So standing still, it doesn't leave much to the imagination. But one thing's for sure: if he's going to play Surge again, he's got to make those early gadgets count. He's got to get those early stacks. You need that additional mobility. You need that additional range. Surge can be a real problem to go up against as long as you've got those stacks as an insurance policy.
Some players get really sweaty fingers. Yeah. Are you a sweaty finger gamer, Ark?
No,
Trav?
I'm not.
No.
Just a sweaty player.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not a sweaty finger person, but it's quite common in gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, can be.
Yeah. Is there any idea for a new Razer product? The anti-sweat wipe.
They do have the thumb sleeves.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Perfect. Are we giving any of those away?
Get yourself some Razer thumb sleeves.
Game number 3 is coming up in just a few minutes. I'm wondering what's taking the players so long to prepare for this. Like, does it really take that long to pick a brawler? Should it be allowed to take that long?
I mean,
admin.
some of these teams are less familiar with competitive as well. It's going to be said. Like teams like SK and AC Milan Clash are doing this thing regularly. They already go in so prepared. They got their analysts all ready to roll the right comps. So a lot of these other teams won't have like a big back end in that respect. No management necessarily. No analysts on hand. So they're probably kind of going back to trying to remember like what they've done in their scrims. But again, SK and AC Milan Clash are out. So this could be happening a bit more to do than we thought.
Yeah, back again with the Barley and the Spike, and we're seeing the Surge return once more. Sprout being played, though. And I mean, it can work. It can definitely work, bringing in another throw, and it seems to be doing so far. Kevin picking up the kill in the mid, and it seems like he's playing a lot better than he was in the previous game with Surge. Jose's slotted onto that, and hopefully he's going to be making a bit more use out of his TPs.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really smart play from Esports Empire, because you look at the amount of damage now that's going in, and without any wall breakers on the side of EGN, they're struggling. But at the same time, now getting out of the spawn, I felt under that circumstance was pretty admirable.
Still sticking with the fertilizer, though, which I think is a bit weird considering no tanks have come out so far. And it's a bit of a difficult one. Kevin, on that side of things, though, going to be able to give a nice little helping hand to how to win on that right-hand side. You've seen Jose pushing into a bit more of an aggressive position now. He's got that movement speed, which Kevin didn't have in the previous game. The wall's available super as well from how to win, and this should advance them up the map a little bit more. The slow as well, but he can't curve the shot around that corner.
Yeah, bouncing nicely, though. Gets a good shot per Mental down the left, and down goes Lartizes there as well. Can they get the ball through enough and keep this pressure running? If How to Win can get the super here and just eradicate this spawn area, it will go a long way, but the bell shots ricocheting there between Kevin and Jose. The shot coming through, the takedown, but the ball passes to the left. Can Jose get it into the mid? No! Shut down!
I don't know if he's got no TPs left or what, but I feel like that should have definitely been a goal a bit earlier if he came with the TP. I mean, I'm sat here doing a little movement with my hands saying TP in, but clearly you just can't see me. Kevin in the mid, throwing a wall down, getting some pressure, but yet again, standing still. Maybe it does seem like a bit of a connection issue at this point. Pimentel over the right-hand side, though, he's going to take a shot from him. Jose PG still sitting nice and tight on the left-hand side. Getting pinched over by Matinho now, though, and a lot of pressure comes along with that Barley Super.
Yeah, there's 35 seconds. There's time for this if they can just keep in the mid, and the Barley is definitely going to have to play a key role. But then Pimentel goes down. As I'm saying it, that is going to be a great opportunity. The teleport there was a bit questionable, very low in HP, taken down very swiftly by ENG, but they've got to make this push. The time is running out, and they are on the back foot here.
Not only the TP with a low amount of HP, but he missed the shot as well. I mean, only 12 seconds left, so it's looking unlikely for an EGN comeback if they can keep this level of control, and that they do. So it's looking like we're going to have an Esport Empire taking the first set, regardless of a few little mishaps now and again.
Well, there you go. Brawl Ball comes to a satisfying conclusion there. You guys must be happy with this, given your predictions.
I was going to say, it's eventually done. We've had a couple of draws in there, a couple of long games as well. So, I mean, that's probably one of the longest Brawl Ball sets I've seen in competitive.
I think we've seen longer, haven't we? I remember there was one, I think it was last year. I think there was a Brawl Ball, like it was like a sudden death scenario because there was like 3 teams that had tied or something.
I do remember that, yeah.
And we had to they had to play it out until a team had like a solid win in Brawl Ball, and we ended up going round each team and playing like, you know, triangle matches, and like there was no clear winner, and we were going on and on and on. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. That was a long day, yeah, for sure. But you know, again, you know, probably both these two teams, it's fair to say, a little bit nervous. You know, it's not necessarily you know, all the time that they're playing tournaments as much as some other teams. So you know, again, those downtimes between games maybe iterate the same idea of just kind of like having to second guess themselves and discuss their strategy. But nonetheless, you know, going through, it's kind of unusual though, because Esports Empire, sorry.
Get it right.
Don't know why still. They did take down Clash. So, you know, to see them take down a huge giant like that yesterday, but then today kind of against a lesser team, lesser known team rather, didn't make it look as easy today. You know, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, it is a little odd, but at the end of the day, like you said, neither of these teams are particularly, you know, have that much experience. So I still do believe it could go either way. And I know I'm sort of messing around and saying, well, you two pick this team, so I'm going to pick this team. But genuinely, like, they're not, there's not a huge skill gap between these two teams, right, Trav?
I mean, they're not down for the count right now, and there's definitely a lot of opportunity to come back, and we do have Gem Fort coming up next, so that's definitely a map that I feel is going to favour quite a lot of control, and obviously comps do come into the mix, but Gem Grab is extremely control-based, especially this map. You need control of that centre square to be able to do it, so if they're feeling confident in their ability, now's the time to do it and bring this set home, because they've got to be able to take it to the third and final. Well,
it looks like we are going to jump straight into the first game of Gem Grab on Gem Fort. Again, just to remind you, the bans are Sandy, Ash, Brock, and Poco. Let's jump into this. Rico, Stu, and Leon up against, who's that on the top side? We got a Max, Leon, and Rico. Okay, so Max and Stu being the unique brawlers here.
I'm honestly not opposed to the stew. It's not every day you see it on this map, but I do kind of like it in the mid. Look at the turret setup they've got going as well. Lollipop drop and that speed turret from the stew as well. Going to be running Gasser heal, so he does get a nice heal off that. But say goodbye to Pimental as How to Win throws a lovely super down the right-hand side.
Yeah, got to be careful now because that Lollipop drop is going down and the stew gadget likely to go as well. But hang on a second, what is Mountain?
I mean,
pop off.
Don't put the person who's lagging as the gem carrier. That's my advice. I mean, they're still going to maintain a bit of control, but a lot of gems have gone for it. Pimental's one shot. Matinho is on the right hand, on the mid, should I say, trying to do some work. Jose PG advancing a little bit, but brought extremely low. And in reality, EGN should be able to push out quite nicely now. Along with that kill, it should be fairly easy.
Yeah, Mountain Ho now is just trying to stay alive, using that speed turret to dodge everything. But yeah, on the top of the map, Kevin is escaping with the 4 gems, but they've also lost control. So EGN looking okay at the moment, as long as they can keep Esport Empire back. But with that max super, they are running in.
Yeah, stopped in the tracks though by Pimental in the mid. We're now seeing the invis come through as well. And Kevin is sitting, he's a sitting duck to that super. Does get the takedown, but a few gems dropped on the floor. Matinho's just going to swoop in for as many as he needs, and another one does spawn just in time as well, allowing Pimental. He can go down if he needs to, but he should maintain the aggression and try to take a bit of pressure off.
I mean, oh, Titus does go down, but Mountain is going to grab the gems, and the timer starts again. He's going to fall as well, but this is a horrible position for Esport Empire, as these gems are all in EGN's spawn. I don't really know how they deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got to try and keep on coming for these resets and try and get some from mid. I don't think they're going to be able to get them out in this position or get anybody down at all, to be honest with you.
No.
Yeah, that's done and dusted right there, and EGN are going to take this one.
Yeah, EGN take the first game of Gem Grab, a much more solid performance than we saw from them for the majority of Brawl Ball arc. They seem to have this one under control.
Yeah, great control, and I couldn't stop myself from laughing when you said it in the cast, but Trav's right. What are they putting Kevin as gem carrier for? He's lagging. He's clearly standing still from time to time. You know, your gem carrier is such a crucial role in this game mode. You've got to have your safest pair of hands holding those gems, and someone that's standing still from time to time is a sitting duck. You can't do that. You've got to assign the position. If he is lagging, he's not able to move to a better connection. That's what it is. But then put him in a role where he can then be not able to be as vulnerable as he is, because he is just that right now. It's not doing Esport Empire any favors.
I think we know what Kevin is going to buy with his prize money if he wins. a better router. But that is unfortunate. That is a great shame, because again, Esport Empire have shown how good a team they are. And if what you guys are saying is right, and if they are struggling because Kevin is having a bit of a dodgy connection at the moment, that feels really bad for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult. They've managed to bring them the first set as well, that's the thing. And even under those circumstances, they still managed to do it. It shows they are a very, very capable team, and backed up by the fact they beat Clash as well. It's just a little bit saddening to see, to be honest with you. If EGN do manage to bring the set back and win it overall, if it comes down to just the Wi-Fi's fault that it's happening, it's really saddening for Esport Empire.
So Ark, that composition, obviously we had the Ricos on both sides, with the Leons on both sides. Who did you like more, Max or Stu?
I'm a big Stu advocate, but I think Max here is very, very dominant. It's a brawler which, again, has not had any changes since we saw Max kind of shift away from the meta. It's kind of one of those brawlers where, over time, players haven't played it for so long, and then someone starts to go, hang about, Max is all right here, and then everyone watches and goes, yeah, Max is all right there, and then everyone's suddenly playing Max. Pam is an option as a go-to. I would like to have seen that one maybe as an idea, but I do prefer that kind of really aggressive, speedy approach. Again, I think the Stanley ban here is quite key, because it would have been a great thing to have, which is why we're probably going to see Leon again. I think that that would be my go-to. Leon, probably the Rico on the lane, the Leon, and the Max.
Okay, if you're playing Pam on this map, right, are you going for Mama's Hug, or are you going for Mama's Squeeze for the damage through the wall?
I'm squeezing them out of positions, especially with the turret placement we did see. I mean, there's 2 turrets behind the walls, and what's better to take them down than a bit of a Mama's Squeeze?
And we saw that in one of the earlier games today. I forget which map it was, but we've seen Pam's turrets be taking down Lollipop drops already today. Like I think that's quite a common thing, because it's a substantial amount of damage that Mama squeezes out of you, you know? these games.
Yeah, I still feel like, Scrap Sucker is getting a bit more play than I think some guys need to kind of consider going back to some of the older gadgets and kind of giving them a go and seeing how they fit around the meta. I do like Mama's Hug, I've got to say, but it's definitely, not for this particular map and mode.
Yeah.
I feel like it's much, much better in Siege when on the defense and you're hunkering down with your team to take down the bot. So, yeah, I'm fully with you guys there. Having Mama Squeeze here is probably the go-to. And if you're playing Leon, then you have to reconsider where you're going to be placing those lollipop drops. You have to kind of then change your play style, and that's kind of like what some of the brawlers in the game are really, really great at doing. Bell's another one. It forces your whole team to have to spread out and play differently. So anything like that is going to give your team an advantage.
Okay. Now, if EGN do win another game of Gem Grab, then we will be moving on to Ring of Fire for some Hot Zone. But we're going to get to talk about that in a little bit because it looks like we are jumping in to game number 2 of Gem Grab right this moment. Ark, here we go.
Okay, well,
Leo
Tara,
Max Tara.
yeah. I like Tara here. I think that's a great pick, actually. Got to be played right, of course, but yeah, I'm looking for some nice support from Beyond plays and having the spirits do their thing.
And Esport Empire have switched away from the Max and switched to Stu. So they agree with you. They like the Stu here. But Tara dealing a lot of damage. She does seem very strong on this map.
Never goes down the mid, and those gems we picked up potentially, yeah, by Latizes there, and a shot into the lollipop drop, but just the one, he's still healing, and then obviously Martina comes in to finish that one up, but Tizes there, going to be double teamed. Kevin would have seen that coming in as well with the close radius. That's where the max speed comes into play here to try and get everyone out of the mix, but it's not quite enough there as the takedown on Pimento was there. But 7 gems in the pocket though of Martino, so he's got to be careful now playing that max.
Yeah, Mountain Who is feeling pretty good with these 7 gems. Can back off. They've bought themselves a lot of time to just wait and get that push into the center. Pimento getting some damage on there. Stu is weak at the top. Kevin struggling a little bit to survive, and Lartitus gets a great super, just demolishing How to Win. And Ark, I really do think that that EGN Esports might be taking this one.
Yeah, it's starting to really get into their stride, and some speed as well goes a long way for the final pick for the gem, but a countdown could be present. There's the gem split, and Lartitus is very low here, so he'll be a big target for sure with 10 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Rico just getting some damage in before too much of the region comes in. Does miss the super, though. Lartitus, Mountain is going to try and body block with the Leon coming in. Oh, last moment. Lartitus goes down, and now Mountain Ho has 10 gems, but is low on health.
Really low. I was surprised Lartitus didn't use his super there just to go on the aggressive and just to make that countdown happen. They almost seemed like they wanted to drop the gems to put all 10 there with Martino, but now it should be safe and sound. Yeah, that's going to be game right there.
It's going to be game and set as EGN Esports take Gem Grab, which means we are moving on to Ring of Fire. Trav, are you surprised by this result?
No, I'm really not.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say the same.
Yeah, I mean, EGN, just they did look a lot better. I mean, at the start of the first game, Esport Empire showed what their worth is, and they showed why they won the first set, but it just got completely turned around, and after that, it was all EGN, and I feel like this might even carry on to Ring of Fire.
Am I going to win my prediction?
You could well do, in all fairness.
I never expected this. Amazing. Okay, moving on to Ring of Fire for a little bit of Hot Zone. Now, Ring of Fire is one of the more prominent Hot Zone maps that we've seen throughout the year. Obviously, you got your one zone and everyone battling out for it. Again, reminder: our bands Sandy, Ash, Brock, Poco. What sort of competitions do you expect to see here?
Personally, I really like bringing in Byron here. It's a great support for having someone take control of the mid. I think Sprout might not be a bad shout to have. Sometimes it can do some good work as well. Leon is always a great one, to go on the aggressive. I like the Rico, but it's just a bit underused. Certain teams like AC Milan Clash. F in the chat. They'll go to town using that into the corners and stuff, but mostly, I've seen a bit of Tara coming back recently into Ring of Fire, which, some teams are starting to pick up the idea of. Can work sometimes. It's not my personal go-to, but
in my opinion, she's just a solid brawler, just all around. Like her super is exceptional.
Yeah, it is. I think Bell mid here is pretty a safe bet as well. But Pam is potentially as well. I mean, any others that I've missed?
I mean, I think you kind of nailed it on the head there, to be honest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've left me with nothing to say now.
Just said less.
I want to hear more of your voice, Trav. So try.
I think he's pretty much got everything, to be honest with you. I can't really see much more else coming out, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess that's why we keep him around, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the only reason.
He does know some stuff.
He's a pretty face. He's a pretty face as well, like, you know.
Yeah.
And we're back to complimenting Ark's face.
I'm okay with it.
That's just what I'm gonna do every time we have to wait a while for the players to get ready. We're just gonna say nice things about Ark.
Yeah, I mean, feel
Do you
free.
want to join in, Trav?
I'm not going to join in.
Oh, you held his hand at the airport. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you want from me? You let me do the complimenting on camera, and you do the complimenting.
Yeah, exactly. That's
off
exactly the
camera.
point. Yeah.
I mean, one brawler that I didn't mention could be 8-bit. I mean, you pairing that with Byron here. I mean, Chi cartridge could be used more to come into the game. I mean, yes, 8-bit is quite slow if you don't have the damage booster in that respect. The maneuverability, can be lacking. But off the back of a death, using Chi cartridge, if your damage booster is still in play and you're running that particular gadget, it's a great way to get quickly into the action. 8-bit and Byron sometimes on this map can be really, really challenging. Sometimes Surge can come into play a little bit, but or Crow. Crow's a good shout as well.
Okay. Well, now it feels like we're just naming every brawler.
Yeah.
Would you like me to name a few? Because Lou's a pretty fun brawler, and sometimes it's fun to see.
That's true. I mean, it's been a bit of a while. It's been a bit of a while since we sit here.
You know, I love a little bit of Lou Ark, and Shelly can be a fun brawler as well, and Anita is also a lot of fun. I'm just naming brawlers.
Name your top 3 favorite brawlers.
No time for that, Trav. God, let's try and keep the discussion relevant as we are going to jump into the next game. It is going to be Hot Zone, Ring of Fire.
Yeah, we got the Crow coming out. There you go. You've said it right with the Crow, and the Byron's going to be played on the opposite side of things, and Crow for Kevin too. He's got the slowdown Pimentel's very low, with the reload speed just comes in time. Martino's going to drop 2, and all out control back to Esport Empire. They're looking back to their old ways.
Yeah, looking good. Kevin healing up at the moment, and Ejin just trying to get out of this spawn. Nice slowing Toxin there, and Kevin looking to maybe capitalize with a jump. He would probably go down, so healing up instead. I think it's a wiser choice. The option was there, and continuing to hold the mid, I think, more important, and the heals coming in from How to Win are on point at the moment. Not enough to keep Kevin alive, but nonetheless, a lot of work done in the mid. 50% capture already.
Yeah, that's where Byron really comes in as a strong brawler, when you can just heal up the people who are in the mid, jump in and a slow there. Only catches Martino though, so Lartice is still in a very good position to do some work, but gets pushed directly back by a splash coming in from How to Win. Jose PG returning to the mid once more, and knowing he's just got those heals coming his way, he can be a bit more patient.
Nice takedown there from Pimentel though, and Ejin starting to gain a little bit of traction. Kevin trying to come from behind, and Pimentel using the cover wisely there because he's one shot away, but Castle's curse. Great takedown as well, as Martino will go down as well, and that's the control going back over to Esport Empire.
Yeah, 2 nest eggs pop though. The splash from How to Win will bring him up to a nice and healthy amount of HP once more. Kevin in a bit of a susceptible position now, but he baits out the shots from Pimentel, which is going to bring him out of his Invisa heal and take him very low, but Jose PG stays in just about long enough to finish it off.
Esport Empire aren't going to go down without a fight, guys, as they are going to take game 1 of this set. And we find ourselves on match point.
I mean, there's still time for a comeback. There's definitely still time for a comeback from EGN. But Esport Empire looking back to their old ways, I will say.
They are looking a lot more solid, Ark. What do you think? What do you think it was that made them stand out in that last game?
I got to hand it to Kevin. We gave him a hard time before in.
We didn't really give them a hard time. We gave his lagger a hard time.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, he looked like he'd either addressed the problem, or he looked like he was definitely, handling it better. It didn't really seem him standing still at all, and found some good positioning as the Crow. Ultimately, the Crow's quite an important unit in this comp. You've got to be able to really highlight those moments of weakness and capitalize. And I like the way that he was playing it. So yeah, credit where it's due.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, I mean he definitely seems to have switched on his mobile data or something like that, hopped off the Wi-Fi, and he definitely put a good shift in there.
Sometimes you just need to just turn it off and on again, turn off your Wi-Fi on your phone, close the game, open it again.
So that explains the downtime if he's doing that in between every game.
In that case, Kevin, could you please stop, because these conversations are only going to get more and more wild if you have to, and less relevant throughout the day. We're genuinely like casting Brawl Stars. We're not used to all of this screen time.
I know. I mean, I'm not
complaining.
Very flattering. This thing's too pretty to not put out there. So,
it's true. You are very pretty.
That's just what it always rolls back to.
There's still options. Like Trav says, there's a potential for a comeback here. There are definitely some ideas that could be put into play here. I do like the comms that we're seeing. They're pretty much what I would suggest going to in general. But we haven't seen many tankiness come in. I think Byron and Pam could be an idea here. In all honesty, going all in on that healing could be an option. Poker's banned, of course. Sandy, Ash, and Brock also. It's not going to be seeing any of those 4 brawlers at all. But nonetheless, we have seen some great resolve so far from EGN. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they start to kind of have a bit of a conversation in the background because, again, they want to stay in this competition. They want to get their hands on that prize money.
They really do. Again, just to remind everyone watching at home, that these players are competing for a €5,000 total prize pool, of which first place will be taking €3,200 of that, which is a significant amount of money. Split between the 3 players, that's going to be €1,000 each, and that's not bad for a couple of days playing Brawl Stars, is it, Trav?
No, I mean, you can't complain, can you really? You literally can't complain about the prize pool. And, a couple of days for €3,200, I mean, that's better than anybody's wage, I'd say. It's quite a good wage if you're just doing it full time.
Don't forget you're dividing it by 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's still very good.
Yeah. No doubt. Especially for Brawl Stars players because a lot of them are quite young, like compared to a lot of other esports. Your average Brawl Stars players, I want to say between 16 and 20. Is that about right? Do you think, Ark?
Yeah, about right. I would say more or less in general. Is that more prize money than you've earned in comparative, Trev?
and you know what?
Come on now.
It's more than I ever got.
You know what else, Ark? The average age being between 16 and 20 in Brawl Stars must make you feel really old.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I got a hand into that one. Yeah, okay, touche.
But you're pretty though. I'm actually making a tally for every time I compliment you.
I'll never dish out what I can't get back. So that's fair play. Fair play.
My tally's on 4 so far.
Are you keeping score?
No. Every time I initiate a complimenting your face, I'm now just like keeping a tally of it. So 4.
Fantastic.
Anyways, we're jumping into the next game. Thank goodness. Let's. It's potential. It's max point for eSport Empire, and here we go, Ark. Let's do this one. You got Leon, Bell, Sprout up against Crow, Bell, and Byron. Oh, Byron making an appearance again.
Yeah. I think that's a good shout. The Sprout is actually not a bad decision from Lartitis there, and already. Definitely putting some pressure on, and Houghton has to keep these heals coming in. But yeah, he's not able to get the value that he wants at the moment, and some sideline action needs to happen. It's a good start. It's got to be set for eSport Empire.
Yeah. Well, a good start from the Mountain Ho is starting to creep into the middle. Never mind. Does get eliminated. Kevin, once again, doing the work now once more as the Crow, and really getting that vital damage in.
One thing to consider is that if Kevin chooses to jump on Lartitis, then he's going to have the upper hand. It's going to be really, really difficult for him to come out of that alive without a garden mulch, a gadget in the bush or something along those lines. But he's actually going to go for the Bell, and there's a nice timing there. Slowing Toxin as well. Really, really good pressure. Kevin is starting to really thrive in this, and the game is almost over.
Gets the lollipop drop as well. The game is almost over, and that would mean the match is almost over as it is eSports Empire on match point. It does seem as though the reason they were struggling before is because Kevin was struggling with something, but Kevin does seem to have picked it up and is doing a fantastic job for the team. That is going to be game, set, and match. eSports Empire are your second semi-finalists. In the end, I did not win my prediction, alas.
My heart's breaking for you, Falcone, it really is. I mean, I was rooting for you, mate. I was rooting for you.
Well, you weren't, because you were rooting for your own prediction.
That is true. Yeah, we both were.
Great game, though, Trav, right?
Oh, it was very, very good. I mean, I'm kind of, I'm not saying I'm glad that Kevin lagged a bit to take it to the 3rd set, but I mean, at the same time, who complains about a bit more Brawl Stars?
Nobody complains about a bit more Brawl Stars. That's who complains about a bit more Brawl Stars. No, really, really fun match. Again, nice and close, which is exactly what we want to be seeing for these best out of three games. We want to be seeing them go to the final game. We want to be seeing which team is going to take that down. But yeah, it's going to be eSport Empire taking down EGN Esports. We've already had FA Verified take out SK Gaming. So FA Verified are your other semi-finalists. But very soon, we are going to move on to Final Stand Esports up against Blood Diamond. You are not going to want to miss that one. We're going to be live with that one in just a few minutes after this. It's the Razer Invitational Europe. We are back and ready to go with the next match. It's going to be Final Stand Esports up against Blood Diamond, and hopefully we'll be jumping into this pretty quickly. My name is Falcone, this is Ark, this is Trav, and Blood Diamond performed very well yesterday, Ark. I think I'm just going to come out and say that straight away.
Yeah, I think that's fully fair to say, and again, I always vouch for them in the performance this year. I think they've been really at the top of their game, in all honesty, and I kind of feel like they would be the favourites running into this one. I think if in terms of predictions, I've got to side with Blood Diamond. And again, we're already seeing the BD in the chat. That's no surprise to see. They've got the fan following, but they've also got the skill to back it up, most importantly.
They have, for sure. However, on the other side of things, Trav, you mentioned Final Stand Esports yesterday being one that's close to the heart, a team of British players. You don't see that very often. Do you think they've got a shot here?
I mean, I think they do. I think they've definitely got a chance, but they're going to have to play at the absolute top of the game because, as Ark said, Blood Diamond are probably the favourited team in this one, but now SK have gone maybe the favourited of the whole tournament at this point.
Wow, really? Would you go that far? Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure everybody in chat spamming BD right now would also go that far. We'll be finding out very, very soon. Before we go any further, I just want to give another shout out to RazerCon 2021 that is happening in 4 days' time. It's the 21st of October. Lots of unveils happening, a keynote with the CEO of Razer, lots of announcements, appearances from some of your favorite streamers like Sneaky, Courage, JD, Cloaksy, Pal and Amber, all of that cool stuff right here, wherever you're watching this right now, whether it's on twitch.tv/Razer or the YouTube or Facebook Team Razer channels. You can go right there on the 21st of October and check out RazerCon. You're not going to want to miss that. Also, giveaways. We're doing giveaways here. Ask the mods in chat. They will help you out with that as well. Right. Final Stand Esports. Kanan, GGM, and Tom up against Blood Diamond, Harvey, Blacksea, and Rafar. Players that we know pretty well. And we're not going to have to waste any more time talking about them because we are going to jump straight in to game number one. Take it away, guys.
Okay, well, the bans were Ash, Poco, Mortis, and Meg, just to mention as well. So Brock going to be played very early on by Javi, and I think rightly so. A lot of this map is going to be broken up. There's Brock on both sides, actually. So the Pipers are going to be able to start to do their thing the more this map gets broken up.
I mean, it's going to be required as well because I'm seeing a Tick and I'm seeing a Leon, and that's going to be a bit difficult for Blacksea to actually use this lollipop drop to the biggest of advantages if the map's not broken up. And it seems like they're doing a decent job of it so far, but 2 lollipop drops down, only 1 more to go. I mean, BD are taking a bit of a lead, which is going to be kind of required.
Yeah, nice aggression there from Rafa and Javi, just narrowly missing out there with a shot onto the mid, onto Kanan, but nonetheless, 3 stars and that blue star with Blood Diamond. Rafa going to break this up as well, nicely done too. A lot of the map, Javi though goes down.
Yeah, I mean, not enough stars or the blue star with it, so nothing to worry about for Blood Diamond just yet, and the rocket fuel coming from Javi as well to break up even more of this wall that Kanan's trying to hide behind, but he's definitely in a tough position here. The homemade recipe doesn't come through from GGM, so not communicated to the best of their ability on that side of things, but you're seeing some weird matchups here. I will say we're seeing kind of Brock versus Piper on both sides until this rotation has come fully through.
Yeah, it's at the moment BD with the lead, but Tickhead coming in, going to be taken care of, and a nice shot there from Rafa to allow Blacks just to use that one shot to take care of it. Going on the aggressive now, but running a big risk here as good shots, good taps coming in from GGM, and yep, he thinks better of it. I think that's the wise call. He ideally wants to get his super to be able to go on the aggressive and take down Kanan, but Rafa there with a follow-up snipe with the homing recipe coming in really clutch for BD.
No jump, though, from GGM. It seems like a few mistakes are being made, and it's costing them quite heavily. Black's going to pick one up as well as Javi, who is going to make that a 10-2 lead. A lot of takedowns required for a final stand comeback here, and Blacksy's still in the aggressive position, gets a trade, which is not only going to give a star back to final stand, but it's going to relieve a lot of the pressure along the way, and therefore BD are going to take the win.
BD are going to take the win indeed. There was a little last-second Tick heads first elimination on the other side, which it looked like it might actually do a little bit of cluster damage there and get 2 Brawlers, but thankfully for Blood Diamond it didn't. No, it seemed like a pretty solid win to me. Is this just a sign of what's to come, do you think, Ark?
I think so. I mean, Blood Diamond again, maybe a bit of a slow start, but now they're definitely getting to their stride. There was some very good plays. I think, in terms of the sniper mids, a lot of those gadgets put to good use. Sometimes you see a lot of those Hobei recipes not really doing their thing, but that wasn't the case today for BD so far. So I think they went in with the right comp as well. I think that's Leon, although, yes, Tick can do a lot of countering to that lollipop drop, as you rightly mentioned yesterday, Trav. I like the aggression it brings. I like the unpredictability that Brawler provides. And more often than not, just having that is a good thing to have.
All right, well, it sounds like we are ready to jump straight into game number 2. Look at this. The players are ready already.
This is more like it.
Thank you, guys. Let's go, Trav. We have got Brock, Piper, and Leon on the bottom here up against Piper. Is that Leon and Sprout on the top side? So Brock and Sprout being the unique brawlers. Which of those do you prefer, Trav?
I'm liking the Brock, and that is a huge break as well, and a takedown to follow
nice
it
Sprout.
too. Yeah, I mean, the Sprout's just not going to fare too well, especially with that break coming through as well. Few walls still chilling in the mix there, but Rafa's got his jump as well, so that should really do quite a bit too. But Javi's going to use another rocket fuel just to guarantee that Rafa don't go down.
Yeah, Sprout is really struggling to hide behind anything here, as every time he does, Brock is dismantling the terrain around him. Only one elimination so far. Never mind, Sprout goes down a second time. That is 5 stars to 0, which means, 2 eliminations required now, just 1 elimination required from Final Stand Esports. This could still go either way.
Yep, definitely the case here, and Blacksea's taken a few shots over this left-hand side, walled in as well, but the invisible turret is his godsend right now, as he does manage to get out due to it. Kanan going to take it down eventually, though, but Blacksea in this position is going to be absolutely ruthless if GGM does overextend a small amount. They are getting pinned heavily into a corner, but Invisa is available, but that is enough said, as Blacksea goes down.
Yeah, well, there you go. Marginal lead for Esport Empire now, as they do hold the blue star. GGem is going to clutch onto that with his life. He does get an elimination on Harvey on the Brock. A disaster for Blood Diamond, as they need to now make this push, and they need to make this push count.
Yeah, Blacksea's waiting a long time, though, to use this super and get up the map. I mean, he's waiting to heal when Invisa heals him up anyway, which is kind of a bit of a difficult decision in my eyes. It looks like they're not going to be able to get it here as the wall is there, and Javi can't really pinch on too much. 2 more go down, and that is going to be Final Stand taking the second game.
Do you think maybe part of the reason for that was that Blacksea took so long to use that super? Ark, you were nodding along with what Trav was saying there, I noticed.
I was itching to say the same thing. Yeah, I don't understand why he was so passive in that respect, because Leon's a great assassin. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of stars on the other side of the field, and if he'd gone in on his own, there's a good chance that they would have been able to take him down. But sometimes the element of surprise can do so much. And as Trav rightly points out, the Invisa star power heals you along the way. So he tried to get some little cheeky shots off, but then he went low. But instead of using the super to go on the aggressive to utilize that healing, he didn't, and that kind of meant that the final push came a bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, it did indeed, and there you go. That is game 2 going to Final Stand Esports, which means it's 1-1, and it is now going to be set point. Trav, we've now seen each team perform pretty well in their own game. Do you think that there's one team that stands out based on the first couple games, or do you think this is pretty even?
I'm still going to say Blood Diamond.
Okay.
I feel like maybe a few mistakes were made, a few overextensions, and that can be ironed out quite easily if you've realized what you've done wrong and work on it.
All right, well, it sounds like the next game is just about to start. So, Ark, we're going to take this one, and let's see who wins this set. It's going to be Brock, Leon, and Piper once more versus Leon, Piper, and Sprout again. So same compositions as last time.
Yeah, and for me, I think I want to see Blacksea target the Sprout here. I want to see him get his early super and really start to, be a bit of a pest. That photosynthesis star power on the Sprout, yes, it is very good to have in the bush for Kanan there, and he'll be utilizing a lot of that HP as a result of it. But at the same time, Leon can really get up close and personal and take that sort of thing out. Nice taps from Rafa as well, as Blood Diamond start to get themselves, controlling that mid.
Yeah, I want to add the Blood Diamond have also already destroyed 2 lollipop drops from Tom on the top half. So,
Rafa's so low there. I was gonna say my heart was in my mouth.
Oh, right.
I thought he wouldn't get out of that one alive, but somehow just about 200 HP managed to do so. But look at this pinch coming in. Goes down from Kanan. But if Javi gets super here, he'll get so much value, but he won't even need it because the synergy between him and Rafa was there.
Amazing from Javi, and Javi is now just backing off while using the rocket range. He's not backing off. Look at the rocket fuel. Gets the elimination on GGM, and so much damage in on Leon. Kanan goes down as well. This is the Blood Diamond that we have gotten used to doing what they do. There's still a little bit of time for Final Stand Esports to pick this up, but they need to get so many eliminations now.
That early value from control of that mid just coming full circle, and BD have got to be careful here. They don't want to go back too early into the spawn, or 92 HP just on that Sprout there, so it's hanging on. But again, Kenny needs to go on the aggressive and or his team rather than have him support it. Blacksea somehow is shooting these shots. Invitational is popping. He didn't go for GGem. He's going to go for Tom. He's continuing the assault on this spawn. Oh my word, this is disgusting.
Yeah, that's incredible. There is no coming back now. For Final Stand Esports, Blood Diamond are going to take Bounty, which means, Trav, you had quite the look on your face throughout that game.
I did. I'm throwing out all these hands and stuff. Like, how is he even doing that? Like, Black is just sat in their spawn, just juking 3 people at the same time, and that's just something you don't see every day.
Yeah, well, we see it today, and Blood Diamond are going to take that one. We're moving on to Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields. We've seen a fair amount of Sneaky Fields over the last couple of days. Ark, did yesterday teach you anything about Sneaky Fields?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I like to see a lot of the similar ideas because I feel like, you know, for me, Max and Rosa can work well. Ems can work out really well here. But I also am always looking to see the comp that I have not seen yet. The thing which kind of like makes others look upon that and say, you know, are we missing a trick? Are we considering that Brawler highly enough? You know, one thing I'd like to say, you know, going back to that Bounty game was that, you know, we were talking about Blacksea in those earlier moments where he didn't kind of utilize himself. In that game, he absolutely did. It was like he was listening to us in the background and showing us that, you know, he's still got it. So I'm looking to see what he brings into this next one. But again, with Ash, Poco, Mortis, and Meg, going to be less of those brawlers like the kind of bush assassins. Mortis would have been a great pick to have here.
Can we talk about the bands for a second? Because we never really did earlier. Yeah. Ash, Poco, Mortis, and Meg. Meg.
They heard you say that you wanted to see it.
Yeah, but
they just said no.
That's the opposite of seeing it. This is literally being like, oh, we know you haven't seen it yet. Well, now you're not going to. It's just a bit much.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I was surprised as well to see it, and not only because, you know, they've clearly done it in spite of you, Falcone.
Clearly.
But,
Why
obviously. Why
else would they, right?
They just wanted to prove me wrong and say, you know what, we're going to ban it because you said you don't think it's even any good.
Yeah, just biting us all. Yeah. All right, guys, take it away. We got Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields.
Okay, so we got the Max coming in, and this is what I absolutely love to see. This is what I absolutely love to see. Ems, Sandy, and Max. A bit of a pacey comp going in. And they're going to be waiting for this Max Super and just going all out aggressive after that. The stun's connected by Javi, and that is a lovely play. Following up to, he maybe has another one charged for this aggressive portion of the map here. He's waiting for it. He hasn't got the stun just yet, but Blax is going to follow up, and the walk-in is there anyway.
Oh, that required some good communication because honestly, I wasn't sure whether that was going to make it. I could see Javi kind of playing with the idea of maybe passing the ball to the wall and popping another gadget, but I think that was the right call. He's now still got 2. Coming in with the speed, then is Rafa and Blacksea going super on the aggressive here. Nice shots from him. Super can't be utilized. He goes down, but Rafa, phase shifter, comes in, scores the goal. That is done with 50 seconds. What a speedy round.
Again, it's one of those games where I just looked away for a few moments. I looked back and, oh, the game's over. Good job, Blood Diamond. That's this is going to be match point then for Blood Diamond. I have just had a bit of information which I'm going to pass on right now while I got it while it's fresh. We have received word that Team Thunder violated the rules. That's all that we're going to say here for now. But they are not going to be playing the next match against Navi. Team Frutas, who we saw playing with 2 players yesterday, are going to be back, hopefully with 3 players this time.
So let's hope it is 3.
Touch wood. But yeah, we're going to be, and that's the match that's going to be happening a little bit later. But in the meantime, Final Stand are going to need to make their final stand, and we're going to wait no longer. Let's do it right now. Do you know what? I love these teams. They're so fast. They're getting straight into the game. That's what we want. Can they both qualify?
Sadly not. Well, I mean, the pace they're going at, I wish they would.
All right, let's do it. It's going to be Ems, Max, and Sandy up against Rosa, Max, and Sandy. And Rosa has been stunned and eliminated just like that. GGM struggling there, and Rafar is going to grab the ball, push it forward, pass it to Sandy, and that is going in already. This was not going to be a long game, Trav.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, comeback capability's still there. The speed's there as well. The slowdown is available, but they're doing a great job of staying out of the grass. They're retreating quite far now, and that's a perfect time to do it, and he does it just as I say it. Tom on the aggressive. Blacksea's going to fall.
Oh.
Rosa in a very good position for a pinch. Kanan with the phase shifter out gets the pickup, and you might be looking a bit longer game than expected.
Yeah, well, there you go. A goal on each side. This time, Final Stand are making their final stand, but this time Rafa is going to go ahead, pop that super straight away, pushing forwards. Kanan is low on health. GGM taking so much damage in the mid. Rosa not even strong enough to survive. And now BD are just slowing it down a little bit, but they've got their good choke position here.
Yeah, shots coming through onto those defensive brawlers now, and that's exactly what he wants. He wants the super, the stun miss by Tom, and he's going to follow it up with a lovely shot into the goal, and Blood Diamond are going to take it all.
Blood Diamond take it all the way to the semi-finals, eliminating Final Stand Esports. And Ark, this was the expected result, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of silently rooting a little bit for Final Stand just in that game of Bounty because they did show good promise and they were starting to gain momentum. But then Blood Diamond came back and they just punished that very action. And I think at that point, that was for me the turn. It was putting a bit of pressure onto Blood Diamond to see how they respond. And they bite back. They bite back hard.
Yeah, they definitely bit back. And my heart does go out to Final Stand, you know, because they fought so hard yesterday. They're a great team. They did fight back a little bit today, but Trav, it wasn't meant to be for them this time.
Sadly not, because how fast they will ready it up in comparison to the teams is admirable.
As casters, we appreciate that. And I'm sure as viewers, you guys do as well. Because the faster they ready up, the faster we get into the next game. But for now, we are going to go to a short break while we prepare the next match. So don't go anywhere. Na'Vi up against FA Fruitaz coming up in just a few moments. It's the Razer Invitational Europe powered by Intel. We are back. We have one quarter final left to go, and it's going to be Na'Vi up against FA Frutas. My name is Falcone. This is Ark. This is Trav. And we have had a pretty interesting day so far. Again, the day started with SK being eliminated, meaning that both the members of El Clasico are out. And are we going to have our new El Clasico, aren't we, in the first semi-final?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, that's what we like to see.
The team that eliminated SK versus the team that eliminated AC Milan Clash. That'd be a good one, wouldn't it?
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I said I wanted to see it, so I'm going to wish, and yeah, I think it was deserved along the way. So yeah, keen to see which one of those two teams is going to come out on top.
Yeah, but before we get there, of course, we do have to get through this last semi-final. Again, it was supposed to be Team Thunder playing, but we've had a bit of a rule violation from them, and so they are having to step aside. And FA Frutas are coming back. And again, hopefully playing with 3 players today. But yeah, this should be an interesting one. I think you guys were saying in the break that Na'Vi are probably the favourite to win it.
I think so, yeah. I feel like they've just got that bit more of experience at the higher competitive level. And obviously they've got some really, really strong players on both sides. But I feel like Na'Vi are just probably going to edge it.
Just about. Okay, so you're expecting a pretty close game here then, Chad.
I'm
going to ask you for the score because you're so good at this.
I'm thinking a 2-1.
Okay, but what about game score?
Come on, I'm going to go 2-0, 0-2, 2-0 again.
Oh, okay.
Na'Vi take it.
I love how quickly you came up with that. I'm very impressed. You agree, Ark? You think that Na'Vi is a slight favourite?
I think they're going to sweep it. I'm going to.
You think Na'Vi are a big favourite?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, FA protests again have been known to bring up some out there ideas. Sometimes it goes for them, or sometimes it goes against them. So, at the same time, I don't know how many tournaments have been keeping up with along the way. I know the Na'Vi at the moment have been really keeping up, and again, they've got the golden ticket to the World Finals this year for the BSC. So, they are really starting to thrive. I think that with the new roster, things are working out a little bit better for them as well. And yeah, I feel like, if Coop's playing today, again, he's on the roster, so I would love to see him pop off. He's been doing great recently.
All right, well, I'm just going to run through the maps that we're going to be playing. We're going to start things with Siege on Bot Drop before moving on to Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine, and then potentially Hot Zone on Split. And we've also got our bans have come in. We have Bell, Poco, Brock, and Ash, which seems to have become pretty standard for today for this event. Obviously, we've talked about Belle being dominant quite a lot, but we haven't seen her banned too often just yet, but here she is. Ash, the ban isn't surprising at all. Brock, the ban isn't surprising at all. We've been talking about how dominant she is. And Poco, Ark, we were just talking briefly in the break about this as well. I was saying, why is Poco being banned all day? And you just said it shuts down so many compositions.
Yeah, it's a really good deterrent of any kind of Poco double tank. And having said that, though, the maps that we got, I mean, I don't know necessarily how viable it would have been, in all honesty. I think that maybe some teams just throwing that one out there because it's, we just do it. But Hard Rock Mine, that wouldn't have been necessarily a great place for Poco, for me at least. Siege and Bot Drop, Poco in Heist is in Siege is a big risk. It's a good ban to have for the majority of times, but in this instance, I'm not overly convinced.
What do you think, Trav? Do you like the bans? Or
I kind of do. I really like the Bell ban, to be honest with you. I mean, on Bot Drop, it's going to be absolutely amazing for the defense, for the mid-control with range. Brock being out of the mix as well, it might shut off a bit more of a range meta. We've still got the Piper, the Leon that comes through quite a lot, but I would love to see some other brawlers slot into that meta, which we haven't really seen before. But from there, I mean, it's just kind of common.
I will say that Leon is a brawler that I am surprised isn't being banned a little bit more often, because he seems to be appearing in almost every game regardless of map, Ark.
Exactly that. Similar on that same lines of the Spike and others that, again, not in the forefront of the meta, but are being played time and time again. And I would like to see more teams, go with that same idea. And, I think you've got to still ban Ash. I think that's, pretty much a given at this point, but there's definitely some outer lying brawlers which are more worthy of the ban that are actually getting through.
All right, let's talk specifically about Siege on Bot Drop. Bot Drop is a pretty interesting map. What is there anything different that you'd expect to see from Bot Drop, Trav, compared to other maps, or do you think that it's going to be pretty standard?
I mean, I'm kind of maybe thinking a Sprout might come in or something like that, because I mean, the range is kind of shut off, the triple healer comp's shut off because Poco's not in the mix. So I mean, Piper will probably still come forward along with a Leon, but I think it's just going to be the different third that's going to be a bit of an unusual pick.
Okay, Ark, what do you think?
I think a Crow's quite good here as well, actually.
Okay.
And, again, for that same reason that if they do bring in the Sprout, then you can kind of bully it a bit and get really up close and personal. Very hard to defend without your team's support, so if you can isolate those moments, it's a great brawler to have for that assassination attempt. I agree, though. I think Leon is definitely a wise choice to have, and try to position your lollipop drop alongside your Piper, really, because, again, with that Bell mid being taken out of play, I think we're going to see Pipers here. And you remember as well, the first team to be on the defensive is going to struggle a little bit as a result of that Piper pick. They're going to have to really focus their attention on getting that bot taken down very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, that first siege is very, very important because that sort of dictates where the map control goes, who's got control of the center, that kind of thing. We're just having to wait a couple moments, guys, because one of the players is restarting their Wi-Fi. But you know what? From what we saw from Kevin earlier, and from what we saw from a missing player yesterday from this team, Team Fruitaz, I would prefer they reset their Wi-Fi now. Get that done. It's actually in play from Navi this time, apparently. But we don't want to
exposed him.
We don't want to be seeing. I didn't say which player. We don't want to be seeing any 2 versus 3s today. Please, Fruitaz.
No, yeah.
Despite how admirably they did perform yesterday, and of course it was Siege that they won as 2 versus 3. So maybe Siege is a particularly strong game for Fruitaz.
Maybe so. I mean, I've just had another thought as well. As soon as I stopped speaking,
Ooh.
the Pam.
Pam. I did the same. Because that was actually the brawler they had in their comp to win the game as a 2-piece, I think.
Right.
So, yeah, I think you're right. And especially with the Piper, it's a great deterrent of that.
Yeah.
So,
What's so good about Pam on bot drop then?
I mean, the Leon super's still there. I mean, the Leon gadget's still there as well, so you can take that down with the Mammoth Squeeze once more.
Throw the super at it.
Yeah, and also, if you can get set up, it's really difficult for them to come out of spawn once more because you've obviously got to aggress the left side, but having a turret in such an advanced position, it can be really difficult to take it out of the way.
Yeah. After Siege on bot drop, like we said, we've got Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine, which is the classic Gem Grab map, isn't it? Like, we've seen so much Hard Rock Mine over the years and even over the last day. But with the Brock band, I mean, I guess we're looking at Piper's holding mid, maybe Byron. What do you think?
Potentially, I think it's a bit of a risk. Sometimes even if Gene is not bad, but Gene has dropped off a lot. It's fair to say we kind of see that more in Gemfort now.
I miss Gene.
Yeah, me too. It's a great
brawler
brawler to have for that turnaround. I think Rico Lane, Leon, Sandy is another good one to have in this situation here. But yeah, you got to be considering Gem carrier a lot. I think in regards to Siege though, I think Mama's hug. For the defensive, without the Bell, you need to have a solid defense. So I think we might disagree on that one. But either way, I think that we may see some Pam even leaking into Hard Rock Mine. Maybe it's again that brawler which is able to be there as a support role. And
I feel like we got some trouble in Paradise here.
That's it. Get that Pam out of my Hard Rock Mine. Seriously, stick a Rico on it and it's done.
If Ark's a hugger and Trav, you're a squeezer.
Does seem to, yeah.
I think you got a problem. I think you guys may need to talk about that off podcast. But Trav, I think you should make the compromise because Ark is a beautiful man.
Wow.
Just add that to the tally.
Wow.
Okay, game number 1 of this match is just about to start. Yeah, let's do this.
Okay, going in with the Leon, there's Piper, and also the Spike. So, again, we are going to see that Pam. Let's see what Andre is running here with nice hills coming behind him. I assume they're running with the Mother Squeeze, so there's a scrappy outside. I didn't quite connect, though, I didn't feel. So Navi getting a bolt banked and the jump away, as well as Alex there. So, yeah, great control and great bolts banked by Navi so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Spike, we failed to mention that, I'm sure. It's very, very good here as well. I mean, they're going to be lacking a bit of the defense, so that makes up for it. But so far, they're not going to have to defend, and they do have a Pam Byron on the opposing side of things, so a lot of heals and a lot of damage going forward. And that's why the boss is near enough getting melted. But Navi aren't really going to mind too much. They're just going to play for the long game and play for a couple of pushes.
Some nice important shots from MMA just to kind of get a little bit of a trickle on that Ike there with the curveball star power going into play. Nice shutdown, nice territorial control there as well from MMA as the slow advance back from FA Fruit. That's going to do a lot now to get the control of this mid. At the moment, Navi are just absolutely dominating and loving it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, first bolt saves all on this map, to be fair. I mean, if you get the first bolt, you're usually dominating the majority of the game, and it's the last push that the opposing team need. But at this point, they're not really picking up many bolts. That's the first bolt of the entire game they've just managed to get now. However, Alex goes down. Cubic's going to try get a couple of those, doesn't manage to do it. Does break up a little bit of the map, which might not favor that lollipop drop just yet, but it's also going to take a bit of the Sprouts home ground out.
Oh, nice wall there, gotta be said from Mounty, and again, the curveball coming into play from MMA as he knows, oh, a very important takedown. Andre's gonna take a while to come back into the map now to respawn back in, and John shut down still by the Spike Super. It's gonna have to be so much done at this stage for FA for it to come back from this.
Yeah, you see Melanie throwing a wall down on the right-hand side, and he does it once more. They're going to be trying to get that ball with a lot of force. They've thrown so many supers down to get it, and I mean, it might not even be enough at this point. All the gems are spawning in the mid, 3 in a row with the rotation. Kubik tries to go for it, but he doesn't manage to get it. Alex slots in for another one, and that's going to secure it. Navi, you're going to be taking this first game.
Yeah, very important takedown there from Alex. He's continuing it on. The Invisible coming in, but it's not going to matter either way. Without a push, this is not going to have a deficit being brought back at all by FA Fructas. And yeah, I've got to say, especially with the Pam in play, you know, Kubik should really struggle against that as a bit of a deterrent. And the amount of healing that was to the disposal of FA Fructas, Navi made it look so easy despite having a really tough comp to face up against.
I mean, yeah, but you see, the thing is, in my eyes, you've kind of got to have control with the Pam and the turret to be able to do anything against the Piper, because you want it to be pushing into you, because she outranges you. You need the Piper to be moving towards you to get the control, and they just didn't have it at any point. Lost all 3 bots.
I mean, a great performance from Na'Vi for sure. A very convincing first round, not dropping a siege. And now Team Frutas, who only just got their place back in the tournament, might be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing to have a little bit of a saving grace, but, you know, you've got to capitalize on those opportunities. Navi, again, as we thought, were going to come out very aggressive, and I think that is going to have to be at the core of their team conversation, is like, you know, how do we use that aggression against them? And FA Fructus is going to have to reconsider things and just talk things through a little bit more as to how they're going to cope on these defenses. Or try to get some offenses. We didn't see a single push.
Well, that's the problem. We didn't see a single push, and you know, once you're already down in the percentage points and you lose the last siege, you know it's already game over. That's the thing with siege. Like, you're able to call it really, really soon because it's very obvious what is about to happen. Trav, do you think Frutas are going to be able to pick things up?
I mean, to be fair, if they're going to pick things up, they need to get that first push. I think that's so valuable on this map, and it always is. They didn't break the mid at any point in the game, even with the Piper. So, I mean, they were playing for the 3-push win. They didn't really care. They knew they could keep control, and, I mean, they really weren't pushed at all at any point in the game by Frutas.
No, they weren't. They just weren't, unfortunately. So they're going to have to do something differently. Do you think they need to mix up their comp arc?
I think at this point in time, they should probably just go and match what Navi were bringing in. I mean, if you're not sure on the comps, that's the kind of smart thing to do. And one thing's for sure, you know, the Baron and the Pam wasn't working out. I didn't really see the Baron necessarily working out greatly here for me. It can be a good thing to have for that mid control. But again, I think the aggressiveness of the Navi comp was just better. You know, Piper mid, you know, you can exacerbate a lot of your early gadgets to get that first bolt. I always advise, you know, it's not a bad thing to pop 2 homemade recipes just to ensure that first push. Ultimately, as Travis said, you know, getting that first push is so crucial because you want your team to be approaching you. So they've got to get this first push. You know, there's other ideas that you could consider coming into play here. Ones that I wouldn't necessarily recommend, but some brawlers like Mortis or Buzz can close the gap quite quickly in that first instance to get the bolt. The question is, if you bring in like that, it's going to be a much more open space map. You can lurk in the bushes.
I do love a good siege Mortis, though.
Yeah, me too. I would love to see it. I just don't know whether it's going to be likely. You can break a lot of the cover.
That's the thing. Like you said, like Bot Drop is a very open map. I mean, again, it's the only competitive map, I believe, at the moment that has the launch pads in them. And it's just so much space to cover. And Mortis is good at covering ground quickly, but not without any cover, any blocks or any walls or any bush to defend himself. Do you think Mortis might work here, Trav, or do you think it's too open?
I think it's just too open unless they choose to go for something like Frutas had in the first game with the Sprout, because I think that's the only way it can really work if you get on top of the Sprouts, on top of the Pipers. But then again, with the short range comps on this map, it's so easy to push out, and you don't want it to be that easy.
No, exactly. That is the problem. Well, there you go. It is match 4. It is our final quarterfinals of the day. We're in our first set. Navi are 1 game ahead. Team Frutas do have the potential to pick things up for sure, but we'll have to find out as game number 2 is going to start right this second. There it is. Okay, cool. Thank you, Intel. Let's do this, Trav. We got Leon, Piper, Spike up against Byron, Pam, and Sprout. Byron, Pam again, despite what Ark said.
Yeah, we've stuck with the same comps throughout here, haven't we? I mean, it's better start for Frutas at the moment. No, but a takedown's there. Q picks up a bolt off the first, but John just gets it in time, and that's going to give him the first push.
It is. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. Big difference from the last game already, as Melanie is able to then snag the next bowl, and they are going for it. They're going to be battling for mid control and hopefully dealing a little bit of damage to the Ike. No, they're not going to get any damage on the Ike. Look how quickly that siege bot is going down.
Yeah, that's all thanks to the spike. He does a lot of that damage with the gadget and also some of his shots along with the slowdown too. And this is going to be a bit of a difficult push out for Navi now. They've got the spike against the Sprout. It's a difficult matchup, and also near enough he's going to do amazing against all of them if he can keep the control. The wall over the right-hand side shuts off Alex's route through. The Spike Super did go on top of the Pam turret, but not much came of it. The breakthrough is there, and this is the perfect time to do it. They want to get some bank for this last one so they can have a bit of time in between having to get back into the mid and actually being able to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're banking any for the last one. So this siege bot is pretty much going to be one and done for Team Fruitaz. Let's see how much this bot does. But look at how good a job the Spike is doing at just stopping the siege bot in its tracks. There is going to be some damage coming in there, but not a lot at all. And now it is important that Navi get control of the mid back.
Yeah, it's only going to be a couple that they need, though, and that's the one spawning directly on top of MMA. It's going to go quite a long way if he can bank it, and he just slots out with the range in time. Yeah. Alex is going for another one, and that should secure it if he can bank this. He's juking as much as he can, but he doesn't manage to. The bolts are there for Frutas, but a super from MMA is going to reject that one unless they want to be shot quite heavily. Cubic does get the tap, and the shutdown is there. I don't believe they'd have got it anyway. Maybe just it'd have been a draw, but Navi are going to secure it. They need 27% to take the win, though.
That Spike Super was absolutely huge from MMA. Here we go. Final push. And it's not going to get there. Can the damage get there? Yes, it can. Navi are going to clean up Siege. It looked for a moment there that the damage wasn't there, but it was. They did it. Navi go through to the next, or to the next set, rather. It's going to be Gem Grab and Hard Rock Mine. What do you make of that, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the Pam and Byron working well. Again, if you get that first push. If you get that first push, then you're kind of having everyone come to you, like Travis said earlier, and Piper's going to struggle with the amount of Byron heals and support, but I would like to sit in something like a stew or something along those lines. It can be such a great brawler to have, and it's not banned. We've seen it banned a couple of times today already, so there was definitely some ideas they could have utilized. Maybe going with Crow to have that slowing toxin combined with the Piper shots to land them better. With some good synergy could have worked as well. So it was definitely a better performance from FA Fructas. They did learn from a lot of their mistakes, and they did value the pushes far, far better in that game. But that final push, you can't underestimate that. A great battle over the bolts towards the end as well. It's got to be said, it could have gone either way, but getting that final push is just, in my opinion, as important as the first. You're able to commit fully. It doesn't necessarily matter so much if you go down, but if you are all standing, as we saw, the bot can go down, and as long as the players get the damage dealt, then you're home scot-free.
Well, Navi have really shown their strengths now in 2 different games of Siege, one in a more dominating game and one in a game where they had to play more defensively and play more carefully. So we've sort of seen them shine across the board in Siege. Trav, do we think that we've seen from them that they are just sort of better prepared than Team Fruitaz?
I mean, I don't know if it's just better prepared or just better, just a better team, to
just
be honest.
Better.
Just better. I could just say that, to be honest. I mean, that's the case. We said that the first push should near enough ensure you it, and I mean, it should be elevated with the comp they had as well. If he gets the control of Sprout, I mean, what's the Spike going to do? But I mean, it worked. They managed to get out, and they all went down at the complete wrong time, allowed them to bang a load of bolts for the last, and then at that point, they can just take the time and get back into mid gradually.
All right, so we're going to move on now to Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. We had a brief discussion about this earlier, but the bans, in case you weren't here, are Bell, Poco, Brock, and Ash. Where does that leave us for our comps, Ark?
It's going to be interesting for the mid, because obviously with the Bell ban, you can go with the Piper. It's kind of more favoured in the NA side, and can struggle with brawlers like Leon around to be able to get behind in those back spawn areas, or Sandy or Rico and such. So you can have some problems. We see less kind of Roses that used to do that last year, really, in that same idea. The aggression there is definitely a thing. But Rico lane is always a good thing for me. Sandy, I think, is a great thing to have as well. And despite the bans that are in play, definitely some options available.
All right, Ark. Well, I think we're going to pick this one up now, and it is Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. Stu, 8-Bit, Byron, Rico, Piper, and Leon. 6 unique brawlers.
Yeah, so I actually quite like this from Navi, bringing in the Byron and the 8-Bit, and it can work very, very, very well. On the other side of things, we've got the Piper, which can struggle to land the shots with the amount of healing coming in. But without the Byron now, Navi going to struggle, especially now the speed zone's gone down. Cubic really has to really work hard now to get that damage booster, to get that plugged-in star power to come into full effect.
Oh, Alex does fall down, as does MMA, as Navi are falling apart. Andre is going to grab the first 5 gems and does have super at the ready to escape. A really nice start for Fruitaz.
Yeah, capitalizing on the early game, very important here, but now Navi have got that damage booster down and the additional maneuverability. Cubic there popping the cheat cartridge as well for safekeeping. And when though gets taken down, it's for me a case that FA Fructus are highlighting the weaknesses of this comp, but they are capitalizing on it.
Yeah, the teleport back into the enemy Leon, far from ideal for 8-Bit, and now it really does look like Fruitaz might just run away with this one.
It's looking likely as well, especially with the lollipop drop in play there. So much unpredictability, but and then down goes MMA as well. Everyone actually goes down towards the end. It's a complete wipe. A much better game for FA Fructus.
Yeah, I mean, not much more to add to that, but Trav, there you go. Fruitaz definitely capable of capitalizing on Navi's mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's either a mistake, it's just the Rico is so strong, and the Leon as well. I feel like the lanes are just swarming them before they can get the setup they want down. Obviously, they've got the speed turret from the Leon at the start. I mean, the Stu at the start, but it's just not good enough in comparison to the Byron needing the 8-Bit super to be able to give advanced amounts of heals, and then, you know, the 8-Bit can't do much either without it on top of it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The 8-Bit teleport into the enemy Leon was, I think, a highlight of that game for me there. Just so unfortunate for the 8-Bit arc.
It's a risky comp, you know, the Byron 8-Bit, but it can be very, very strong. It just didn't work out. I think I like the approach that FA Fructus had.
Yeah.
They went with more maneuverability. They went with more aggression. The Piper shots were on point as well. And, you know, I think that's what Navi might move towards themselves. They've had a bit of a glimpse now as to what FA Fructus want to come in with and feel comfortable doing. And these are similar brawlers, again, to what Navi are strong with also. If they bring the Piper in, and especially if Cubic's on that Piper, he's very, very strong at it. Bring in some more side lane control as well. That was what was massively lacking for me. You bring in a Rico, just kind of pretty much match what FA Fructus had, because honestly, it's a really, really good, strong thing to have as a comp. And I feel like, honestly, if they do that, Navi could potentially play it better.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Navi definitely were caught on the back foot there. Maybe they just need to mix up a few things, mix up the comp, and just be prepared for these. I don't know. Fruitaz was very much, like you said, punishing the compositional things that Navi were doing and that kind of thing. It feels like Navi can now wise up to that and sort of take a step back and counter that. Do you think, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely what they need to be doing. Like, obviously, as a pairing, Byron and 8-Bit is usually really, really strong, but it just took too long to get the setup down, and they do need to change because of that. Even if it's just, like, change the mid and the Byron, you know, maybe keep the Stu and then pair it with a Rico, I'm not too sure, but the Leon was also very, very strong too.
Yeah, again, we've been talking about this all day and all day yesterday. Leon, in general, is just very, very strong at the moment. Lollipop drop was one heck of a gadget for Leon to get. A lot better than his previous gadget, the clone. So, yeah, Leon has been overperforming ever since, and I am still shocked that we haven't seen any Leon bans, frankly.
Yeah, exactly that, you know. I mean, these are such high play rate brawlers that are so versatile across many of the modes and maps. So ban it, you know. I mean, it's going to make a big difference to the outcome potentially, but it seems to be just sitting below the usual suspects.
Yeah, we've got the Piper coming in now, and I do really, really like that. They've decided to go for the Rico as well. And we got the Leon on the left-hand side also, the invisible turret. It's going to be doing quite a lot off the start. Cubic does get shot up quite a bit, though, and Melanie backed up. The homemade recipe missed, though, on the left, and he's just going to pop a bouncy castle and stay in the aggressive position.
Yeah, I think this is a much better strategy for me, for Navi. I think the Piper here, especially as I mentioned, Cubic being on it is a great person to have. Taken down, though, again, you know, that early insurance policy in play from FA Fructus as they're warmed up to this comp. At the moment, Navi are playing a little bit of catch-up. The Lollipop drop going down now, but MMA has got to use that super, go on the aggressive and start to bring some control for his team.
Yeah, he does have the invis though. MMA needs to try and pop in and get up the map. I mean, it's Stew with all the gems, which is a fairly easy brawler to take down at close range if you can take him by surprise. Looks like MMA's just going to go and chill in this bush, wait for his opportunity to pounce. Alex now wins his side 2, and Cubic decides to try and advance a little bit up the map as well, but he's all out in the open. It's a little bit worrying.
John going in, breaks the wall. He's going to be okay for it, but coming down now back into the map. Cubic, though, is the only player left alive, and that means he can go the aggressive. He's forced him out of the mid, and now that control is back with FA Fruitas. They're able to get this final gem, I imagine, when it spawns, depending upon which side it does. Let's see now. Good taps from Cubic, though, and it is a favorable spawn for Navi.
Oh, that's a nice bouncy castle from Alex as well. Picks up the left-hand side. MMA in a really strong position with his super in hand too, so the Invisible heal ready for when he wants to pop it. Alex going to pop once more, another bouncy castle, but he's in a really, really tough position. Taken down, Cubic low as well. And now Melanie might be able to slide in for this final gem.
Oh, maybe he's sneaky, but he is spotted in the process. But look at all the gems that go down in the mid as Andre comes back with them for his team. And that is a clear up as well. It's just Alex left alone to do something here. He has got super, but surely there's so much cover that FA Fruitas can capitalize on.
Yeah, it's looking like that. The super available too, but I mean, it can come through. He's got his jump. Not just yet. He goes for John, but nothing comes of it. And they're going to take a step back.
They are indeed. FA Fruitas saying, you know what, Navi, you may have won Siege, you may have won it easily, but we are not going to go down that easily. Fascinating. We are going to go all the way to Hot Zone on Split, which is a personal, probably... There goes my pen. Probably my, I'll just take yours. Probably my personal favorite Hot Zone map out of all of them. Again, like, I don't know, to me, Split feels like the classic Hot Zone map. I just, you know, I always say this. I'm a nostalgic old man. I know you're older. I'm a nostalgic old man. I think back to Surge teleporting through and doing Surge things, and Jackie used to being meta on this map and that kind of thing. I don't think it's changed drastically in the last year.
It's one of those maps where it really opens up a lot of the brawlers. Yeah, thank you. As you rightly say, you know, it's a place for Surge, it's a place for Ruffs, as a great deterrent for the Rico. There's big tankier brawlers that can have a place, like Frank can come in, and having that split between the map, quite literally as the map suggests, is going to make things a bit more challenging in terms of the strategy here. Do you choose to break? Do you choose to use the walls to your advantage? Teams have got the choice in that respect.
I do think a lot of teams are going to choose to keep it shut off. The Rico, the Ruffs sometimes comes in to compensate for the Surge DPs. You can tank it really nicely, but also Spike a lot recently as well. As soon as that life plant got introduced, that can also do the same job as the Ruff sandbag. So playing it over the right-hand side can also do quite a lot of work as well. You
know what, Trav? I just realised I've got a test for you as the sort of, not newcaster, as the newcaster on the bench, I've got a test for you. You ready? This is make or break, this is. Why is it called Split?
I mean, because the map's split in half.
Very good. Very good. He passed the test.
I think it's more worrying if you don't know that, really.
Well, that's why I had to. If you didn't know it, we'd have just kicked you off the desk right now.
I'd have walked off the desk if I didn't know that.
I think so. But yeah, Split. Good fun. Rico's, obviously Ruffs has been very good on Split as well ever since Ruffs came out, especially with the super. Just demolish the center is something we see quite often. I guess that's the question when you play this map: is are you going to go with a strategy where you want to destroy everything, or a strategy where you want to actually take advantage of everything, or are you going to go with the Primo Gale strategy of just jump in and hold?
Gale is actually not a bad choice. I mean, we see that a lot for the good deterrent for tanks. I mean, Brock is banned. I think it's where the poker ban was actually probably most viable, actually. So, being able to heal a Frank in and just kind of stay there behind it could have been an approach that they wanted to eradicate. So, the bans are going to be playing a big role here.
Yeah.
All right. It is going to be Rico, Ruffs, and Surge up against Pam, Gale, and who was the third one? I didn't see. He got eliminated too quickly.
I don't think I saw either, to be honest. But it's going to be Jackie.
Okay.
Jackie, Pam, and Gale on
cool.
the far side. Cubic's already got a power up though, and that is something you've got to be a little bit scared of if you are on the side of Fruitas. Alex doing a lovely job as well, taken down eventually, but secured a good 10% over that left-hand side. Jackie now is going to try and cycle jumping in, but MMA's just going to be taking those supers all day long.
Yeah, but if Jackie's going to do the thing that we've seen Primo doing, which is jump in, sort of, get some points and die, Jackie can't do it quite as effectively as Primo, but sure as hell going to try, and yeah, down she goes.
Another super available, and that's going to be a wall break on top of it as well. So Jackie's going to take even more fire prior to coming in, never mind with it as well. But they've got some good control now. Alex needs to start taking advantage of only Pam being on the left-hand side, which is definitely a favourable matchup that he should be winning, especially when he doesn't even have to peek and he's taking all this damage. We do see like Navi pick up the right-hand side, though, and another wall break comes down. This should be, in reality, a bit of a close game just because of how much pressure that Jackie's getting every time they jump in.
Yeah, I mean, Navi were struggling a little bit, but they seem to have locked down control now. Jackie going to jump in once more, but again, the distance that the Ruffs and Surge have picked up, we're going to make short work of her. Alex goes down as well, and now it's really close. Look at this battle on both sides. Gale is so weak, though, and that is going to be... It's survived?
I mean, they can't really go for the pinch they need to over this side because of how much health Pam and Jackie are going to come in with. That's a super wasted as well. They're still behind, and Melny's pushing on his own towards this right-hand side now, just trying to last it out, the pull in, and a shot as well going to be secured. But Andre can't give up this left-hand side either. This is where it comes down to who's going to leave up control the fastest, and Frutas is going to be the one taking advantage.
There you go. Arc, Frutas, match point.
I've got to say, I'm surprised. If I wasn't paying attention to the score, I felt like Navi were taking care of business pretty well for the most part. They had all the range at their disposal. They were to utilize a lot of those bounce shots from the Rico.
But that's just the power of Gale, isn't it? That's the power of Gale and tank.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the max stacks on the Surge. You saw the Ruff's power-ups in play. There was so much ability of strength behind the Navi comp. But yeah, I've got to be honest, I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, that's basically what won it, right? It was the Gale and the Jackie, the jumping in, just that edging that little bit of extra advantage. Yes, maybe the other team got more eliminations, but they found a way to counteract that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just guaranteed percentage. Every time they goes in, he can last a couple of seconds, and that's all they really need. In my eyes, though, Rico has to be beating the Pam lane. He wasn't even like staying in the pocket where he can't be hit. He was quite far back, and you don't even have to peek. So I'm not sure how he was taking so much damage from the Pam either. You can be in a safe distance behind the walls and just shoot round it, but it just didn't seem to be happening.
It wasn't happening at all. And now we find ourselves on match point where Team Frutas, who yesterday played with 2 players and weren't even expecting to play today, they've somehow almost made it through to the semi-final in the comeback story of a century. This is our last quarterfinal, potentially our last quarterfinal game, but Navi are going to be trying to make a comeback here. Ark, do you think they can do it?
I think that they are a team that can. 100%. I'm just amazed at how many potential. I mean, this could be another potential upset here, massively. I mean, and in a game mode where, again, it could go very much against them when they're behind. They've got some work to do here. There's no doubt about it. I think Frutas, they're a very good, accomplished team. I just felt like Navi had the edge over them today. As things are starting to evolve, it feels like, especially with this particular map and mode in play, they've got a strategy which definitely differs. So Navi are the ones that now have to respond to that. They've now got to be chasing and catching up. And I don't think the range idea is the way forwards. But they are a daring team as well. They might try something insane and bring in a B, open up the map. We, again, have seen less of those wall-breaking map attempts in recent time, especially with that Brock ban in play. You'd have to really go with a cult or something in the B and go back to some old forms. But they're going to have to really, really start communicating better, otherwise this one's going to be over very, very quickly.
Well, it's time to find out as we have Cult. It's a B and a Sandy? Okay, interesting. Versus Frank, Gale, and what are these comms, Ark?
This is what I was hoping they would do. Exactly this. Bring out the cult, break everything open, bring in the B, take the tanks down quickly, and they brought in a Frank now as well. So B is going to have a field day for Navi here.
Amazing. Well, this has worked out for Navi beautifully, and we may find ourselves in double match point unless we find that this tank comp is just so strong that even being countered doesn't matter. Look, Melny is just getting so many percentage points on the left side before dying.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult. They've done so well at breaking everything open very, very quickly, very early. Now all this range has got to be overtaken by just brute force and tankiness, and a missed Frank stun is not going to help. That Cubic is now in a great spot. The slowdown, the connection between him and MMA, oh, it's night and day.
No, John is getting a fair amount of points there on the right, but it's just not enough as the left zone has now been captured by Navi. It's all about that right zone. Frank is going to go down before even getting to swing that hammer even once.
That was a great tap from Alex there. The beautiful lineup, and Cubic's pin, expresses a lot about the conviction of that comp, and they were looking far, far better, and I called it.
double match point. Here we go. Na'Vi or FA Fruithouse. Only one of these teams can make it through to the semi-final, and it's all going to be determined by the next game. Trav, this is high pressure.
It really is. It really is. I mean, coming in this next one, I've really got no clue what they're going to play because there's no way they go double tanks again, is that? I'm surprised they even brought it out in the first place. They win the first one and then double down on something that can be countered so easily. It just seems really, really surprising to me that they would have been...
Well, maybe they thought the other team would think that they're not going to do that, so they did it. But it turns out the other team did think that they were going to do that, so they countered it. It's like a double bluff, like a double bluff, you know?
I don't know how you managed to say that, and I'm sure it was absolutely spot on as well. Like the way
I wouldn't have that much faith.
You lost me.
I wouldn't have that much faith. I think I lost myself as well. But either way, it didn't work out for Fruithouse. And now, like Trav said, goodness knows what they're gonna do next. Like maybe go with a more conventional comp.
I think they have to at this point. Yeah, they have to. I mean, the Gale pick worked very, very well in that first game with the Jackie. But as Trav says, the doubling down was not the play there, and Navi were able to see through that idea. It's going to be very interesting now. It could come down just to this next comp. It really could, as to how this one goes. I would play it safe, as I do with my predictions. I'd bring in probably the Rico and the Ruffs again. But I think they've got to get something to break at the same time to have that opening up. I think they might even use the Colt on the right side or something to be able to deter the potential of that Jackie and the Gale if it does come back into play. But the comp here is going to be very, very important to get right.
It is indeed, and we are going to do this one right now. Take it away, guys.
Okay, well, Navi playing it safe with the B and bringing back the Colt as well. Pam on the right side lane, but big changes as well to FA Fruithouse with the Sprout, the Surge. So wanting to get a bit of a balance of range with control.
I like it. I really do. I like Fruithouse has come quite a bit here. Andrew stays up for a good amount of time, but Cubic's coming over the left-hand side now and he cleans up. Sprout going to pop a wall down, but Alex is just going to break the rest of it, which allows the pinch still. Another super's available, and it's going to be fairly securely wasted, other than the fact that Alex is trapped in, but he's still managed to get out somehow.
And again, quick breaks for Navi. Oh, the Colt shot's shut down, but now Audrey's so low and taken quickly care of. Yeah, I think Cubic as well is feeling very at home. Back on the long-range Brawlers, back on the B. He's a great accomplished piper, so he doesn't tend to miss many of these shots, and already Melanie coming in low HP. The Wolves is a good place for Wall, actually, but Cubic is still able to just use the bottom of it, still capture the zone.
I will say Menley missed about 4 shots onto the Honey Molasses as well, so that's not the best the best showing for him there, but... I mean, they've got full control now. They've just got to try and hold it. The Sprout walls go down, which allows only one pathway through. However, is Pam probably going to tank the shots and just walk up, try and get the pressure back as Scrap Sucker goes forward, and so does a Pam turret, and this is looking very, very good for Navi right now as the huge turnaround comes in.
Yeah, that was great, honestly, and MMA made the right call. Power through, great super there from Alex as well, and that is going to be it. Navi came back, and they came back strong.
They did indeed. A solid attempt from FA Fruithouse, but ultimately your final semi-finalists are going to be Navi. Fantastic match, though.
Yeah, it was really, really good. I will say, it was back and forward. First set, Navi complete domination. Second set, Fruithouse complete domination. And then third set, double match point. You can't really complain.
All right, well, I guess it is a good time to go through your semi-finalists team and remind you what has happened today. First off, FA Verified eliminated SK Gaming, earning themselves the first spot in the semi-finals. They're going to be up against Esport Empire, who eliminated EGN Esports. On the other side of the bracket, Blood Diamond took down Final Stand Esports, and then just now Navi beat FA Fruithouse, and there you go. There are your top 4 teams. So we have 4 matches left today. It is going to be semifinal 1, semifinal 2, the third place match, and then the grand final. While we get our first semifinal set up, we are going to go to a very short break, but do not go anywhere because this is where the real competition starts. We'll see you then. All right, guys, it is time for things to get serious as we move into the semi-finals of the Razer Invitational Europe. This is Trav, this is Ark, my name is Falcone, and we are here to bring you the most exciting matches of the weekend. Kicking things off with the winners of the first couple quarterfinals. It's going to be FA Verified up against hang on. Let me just check this is right. EGN East. No, it's Esports Empire.
Yeah.
It's Empire. My goodness, my notes are very unclear. Right, winner was this one. Okay.
It's because you threw your pen.
It's because I threw my pen. That's right. Yeah, it's just always a mess from there. Trav, what do you think of our 4 semi-finalists?
Honestly, I think they're the deserving teams. We've got Upset Central up top. We've got the 2 teams who have completely taken us by surprise. This is probably where Clash and SK should have faced. But instead, we've got FA Verified against Esports Empire.
Yeah, and this is new El Clasico, right, Ark? We're saying the 2 teams that took down SK and Clash, they are now El Clasico too.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not, then they're definitely replacing those that should have been. So yeah, I mean, you got to call it that. I mean, these are the 2 teams that took down the giants of this competition, the favourites, arguably so. And you know, I don't know how this one's going to go. I mean, they've both demonstrated that they can go the distance. So, you know, I think FA Verified, I would probably sway a little bit more towards because simply they've got Boss on their team. And again, a huge part of, Bunker Rog's performance this year, I felt was a great skill. Jaime as well, Fader, they're all very, very accomplished players. So I'm going to side with them just a little bit more here.
Okay, well, Trav, if the fact that Ark isn't on the fence, I feel like we owe it to everyone watching to join him off of the fence.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a 3-0.
Oh,
FA Verified.
Wow, you're not even leaning
I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling confident.
Feeling spicy. Well, I'll tell you one thing that I do know for sure, and that is that we are changing up the format for our semi-final, third place match, and our finals. And of course, we're going to best out of 3, best out of 5. Yes, it's just like BSC. We're moving on to that stage of the competition. So, our maps and modes for this first semi-final are Brawl Ball and Backyard Bowl, Siege on Nuts and Bolts, Heist on Hot Potato, Gem Grab on Minecart Madness, and Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles. And Ark, I believe you have the bans for us.
Yeah, bans coming in as Stu, Ash, Brock, and Poco. So some similar ideas. Getting rid of the Ash and the Brock has been a pretty consistent thing today. But also the Poco ban has recurred again. So I think these maps and modes cater a bit more to it, so I can relate as to why. Stu as well, a Brawler, which again, when I don't see ban, I don't tend to see played necessarily, but I still vouch for the Stu ban. I think it's a tricky Brawler to have on the field to handle, and that speed and utility goes a long way. And again, another Brawler which can bring some wall-breaking potential, so definitely with the Stu and the Brock outplay here, that's going to make things interesting.
Do you like the bans, Trav?
I do. I really like him. I think Stu's a really good band to take as well. We haven't seen it too much. It's been in play quite a lot. And it's been played a fair amount too. I would have preferred to maybe see the Leon, but I mean, they've got the main brawlers off these maps. The Stu, Ash, Poco, Brock. They're enough good on all of these maps.
Well, the main thing from where I'm sitting is that we haven't had a mech ban, so there's hope.
There isn't.
I just want to see her once. Just once. Do you really think it's that impossible?
I think it's impossible, but I think that there's definitely a lot of counters to it. I would love to see Meg, come out and get in that mecha and just blast everyone away. Yeah, I would like to see it. I'm with you. I would like to.
Yeah.
I think we're going to.
I also would like to.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're all on the same page.
We're all on the same page. We're always on the same page, you Falcone.
Okay, and you're beautiful, Ark. Hang on. Okay.
How many is that now?
That is 6.
6. Oh, my word.
Yeah, Trav, you need to keep up. You can lose him,
I'm voluntarily losing.
We'll see about that on the plane home when you two are watching the same thing at the same time again. Anywho, yes, so Backyard Bowl coming up first. So, without Stu, Ash, Brock, or Poco, what do you think that leaves us with?
I was going to say, a lot of people are calling this the most stale map in the competitive rotation at the moment, just because of how passive it is. And Brock out of the mix too, which usually opens it up, is also going to kind of force them to play extremely passive. I'm liking the Spikes, the Pipers, maybe even like a Bell to substitute out for the Piper, and also we can see a bit of Pam here as well. Crow is also very good.
Yeah, Crow. I mean, Crow is, you know what? I really love how the meta has changed this year, even just compared to last. How, things like, brawlers like Leon and Crow, you'd never see in 2020 Brawl Stars Esports. But now, 2021, you see them both pretty frequently. Obviously, Leon more than Crow because of the lollipop drop, but even Crow gets a fair amount of exposure nowadays. And I believe we are ready to jump into game number 1. It's Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl. Trav, we're going to take this one, and let's do it. Sprout, Bell, and Leon up against Bell, Piper, and Leon. Okay, so Sprout and Piper being the 2 unique brawlers. And look at those lollipops just doing their thing.
Typical lollipop drop, isn't it, really? I mean, I feel like it might be favourable matchup for FA Verified off the start when they've got this Sprout, but as soon as Piper starts to break walls, and I mean, the super pickup's already there, but taken down just as quickly as he's managed to get it, as Fede does sweep him up nice and clean. He does have his super now and managed to avoid a few of the flurry of those shots from Kevin on the other side of things, and a lot of pressure, and this is definitely where Sprout wants to be.
Yep, exactly. Just raining missiles or raining... What are they?
Carrots.
Carrots. Raining carrots down from above. Funny coloured carrots. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't want to eat those. And it looks like Kevin didn't want to eat that one either. As, oh, Piper jumps away and Fede is just going to be able to kick that in.
Yeah, claiming that one quite easily. Just walks straight past that super jumping away and just slots it in the goal. Super available as well. Lollipop drop assisting Jaime in the mid. And he's going to need all the assistance he can get against this Piper because that's a bit of an unfavorable matchup. Super Leon Invis, and he tanks the homemade recipe all the way through and puts himself in a really nice position to pop another one.
Oh, Fede is scarily close to scoring a second time there. Backed up by Jaime, who is going to make short work of that lollipop drop. Jose goes down as well. Fede on 5 HP just about survives and is going to kick that in. FA Verified take game number 1. And Ark, I know you love it when a brawler survives with 5 HP. What did you make of that?
Yeah, my mouth open at 1 minute in time. Fede did so well in that game. He really did. He went on the aggressive. You've got to undertake that role when you're playing Leon. To get the most out of the brawler, you've got to be daring. You've got to go on the assassination attempt. But you've also got to try and stay alive in the process. You're getting close up and personal. So timing those runs, coming out alive is what it's all about. And he did just that.
He did, exactly, and it certainly worked out. Trav, where do you think Esports Empire fell apart there?
They just, I feel like it's either Bell or Piper in the mid. I feel like using 2 of them is a bit of an overcompensation for, you know, the brawlers like Sprout, where they can just come in and clean you up quite nicely in 3 shots, no matter who you are, out of those 2 brawlers. It kind of leaves a bit of a susceptible lane, and that's exactly what happened. You saw him get aggressive, and then Fede was able to slot in and just and do what he does best.
Well, we are just 1 game in, so it's a little bit early to be getting too excited for FA Verified, although, Ark, you did say you think they're going to win, and Trav, you did say you think they're going to sweep. So, you know, big claims have been made, and so far, the evidence would suggest that you guys are correct.
Yeah, and I again agree with that same testament from Trav. I think, you know, you've got to choose between a Piper or a Bell. Ultimately, both can work really, really well, and you've just got to build the comp around that idea. I wouldn't drop the Leon. I think the Leon does fantastically well here, and I like the Sprout pick. I'm not opposed to a Crow pick as well at the same time as that. I think that could be some adaptation potential to be found, and I'm not too sold on the Pam necessarily, but I can see why it could work. Again, you know, this is where I would go with Mother Squeeze. I'm just going to put that out there. You know, that placement could definitely be a big counter to a lot of those lollipop drops. So the Brock ban, very, very crucial here, again, to consider. You know, the breaking of this map is not there. Byron could make a play also, potentially, with that Poké ban in play.
Well, we're about to find out as game number 2 of this first semi-final match is just about to start. Here we go. It's going to be Mortis, Buzz, and Jackie up against Piper, Bell, and Leon. And, oh dear, that comp just fell apart.
Yeah, Jackie's a bold pick, but one that I have seen work out well. So on the defensive, that's going to be a key brawler to have. But the Piper breaking of the mid there, very crucial. The Mortis pick is great if Fede can close the gap on how to win here. So this comp is a daring one from Bunker. Sorry, from FA Verified. Again, that game tag from Boss shining through there. But look at this, Fede going in the aggressive.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage, though. Now getting body blocked by Jaime, and oh my goodness, fantastic teamwork. It looks like Jaime is just going to walk that in, basically.
My goodness me. To come back from that defensive position as well as they did, I've got to hand it to them here. Jaime's not done yet. He's going in again. And then Fady comes in at times where he's low. Boss couldn't quite pull that off, but surely now,
Jaime!
jump away, moving. What? Where's he going?
What? Fade scores, and that is going to be Brawl going to FA Verified in a very quick set. And you know what? It feels like a pretty good time now to point out that the winner of this semi-final goes through to the finals and is therefore guaranteed 1,200 euros of prize money. So, you know, stakes are high now, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the finals is the main part. You're putting yourself in a position where you can guarantee that 3.2. I mean, that's what they're all here for at the end of the day. And you can tell that FA Verified are here to fight for it.
They are indeed. I mean, again, even if they just win this round and then go out at the finals, that's still 400 euros each. That's not bad, Ark, for a couple days playing Brawl Stars.
Not at all, and this is what it's all about. You know, you come to play to win, and I mean, I've got to also, speaking of that, how to win. Trav, you looked at me with a bit of a questionable face during that moment. Talk me through the end of that game and what your thoughts were, because there was a couple of mistakes, right?
I mean, you didn't fancy trying to save it, did you? It's like, nah, you know what? I'm going to save myself the embarrassment of being walked over by 3 tanks, and I'm just going to leave the map.
Just going to fly away.
Yeet.
Fly away. Yeah, well, there you go. That is going to be Brawl over and done with. So we're going to move on now to Siege, where we're playing on Nuts and Bolts. Again, the classic Siege map, Arc.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of my faves. Got to put it out there. I feel like it's not. You got the cover there available, right? So that is going to be a key factor. Could potentially see more of Jackie. I mean, I was surprised to see it come out in Backyard Bowl. It's so open, but we did see a big sort of Jackie meta on this map back in the past on Siege, and one that's taken a step back. But now, since Jackie's been reworked, now she's got maneuverability while using that super. You can get so much value combining with the counter crash star power. You know, any damage that you're receiving goes back out again.
Big buff to Jackie. Like I'm surprised that we're not seeing more of her, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. It's literally just that's brought her in quite a really good place. I mean, they quickly nerfed her HP after they buffed that. So I mean, it kind of negated it a bit, but I mean, it's still very, very strong in my opinion.
See, it's funny because just talk about skins for a second. We often see Jackie with the surfboard skin now, and it kind of makes sense. The super, she's dashing around with the surfboard, but with the classic like drill. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Like drilling and moving around. Like, I don't know, something just doesn't quite click in my brain when I see that.
I think it's great character design, and that's the thing with the Brawl skins in the game is they're always so creative. They're always so appealing, and everything has their own kind of different flavor. It's one of the reasons why we sometimes have to double check the comps to make sure like which is which, because there's a lot of variety in Brawl, and as there is in terms of the meta right now as well. Like the meta is in such a great varied place, and so many brawlers that are available as an option to play. So even with just the 4 bans, there's a lot of potential to bring anything into this situation.
Yeah, we're seeing the buzz coming out once more from Boss, and looks like he's managed to lose that first bolt there, and he does miss the super again, but How2Win's going to punish him for it as he manages to pick his up. We're going to be seeing a Barley and a Sandy alongside the Buzz on the side of FA Verified, and on Esports Empire side of things, they've decided to go for something even more tanky.
Yeah, Kevin really utilising that Jackie pick, and again, How2Win showing us how to win lane against Boss in the opening moments of that game, and again, such a crucial push to get. I do worry a little bit now for FA Verified here on this defense. They should be able to defend this pretty well, but it's coming back into the mid to contest it. How2Win, though, going super aggressive, connects with Boss, but Boss able to fight back.
Yeah, a very unusual time to go in with that, I will say, because even if he picks up the kills, he's dying to the Ike anyway. It's a really weird play to make. The stun's there as well, and Boss is there with yet another one. Jose PG can't move for about 2 seconds direct there, so bit of a tough situation for him to be in, and Boss managed to cycle too, but they've got to watch out for How2Win coming in here. But, I mean, at this point, he's just going into the zone and dying over and over again.
Yeah, it's not providing much value, it's going to be said. And Fady as well will have that Sweet Dream stun to hand and could use it if Jose gets too close to that radius. And again, I do feel like there's a bit of an overcommitment potentially here. They've got to be much more careful, Esports Empire, when they're going in on the aggressive, because again, the Ike can pack a punch as well. But level 5 now coming in to defend.
Yeah, they've decided to go for those last few bolts and try play it for the last rather than trying to go for this one directly, as they probably could have picked it up. I did see Boss miss a super there as well, which is not the best scenario. Fede has picked his up though, and that's going to be absolutely huge for this last push, because tanks, they need to be at a close range to scout this out.
Oh, and a missed super there for as well from How2Win, and Jaime there's now able to really lock this right-hand side down. Jose coming in though with the batting stance, star power, so much brute tankiness and force, and he's able to get the takedown. Boss has got a bolt, Jose's got a bolt, and there's another one spawning between all 3 members of the team. Oh, Boss with the value though, able to prevent one, but still the push is going to be one which they will have to defend, surely.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and go some aggressive plays here, though. He's going to try and tank for the Barley as much as he can, and that's quite a lot of damage coming in, to be fair. He's still alive, and he gets enough shots off. That is going to be about 36%. But now they're in a tough place to defend as all the tanks start to flood in.
Yeah, great dive, but at the same time, this is going to be defended. It's going down quickly, but now Jose coming in as well with the swipes. Is it going to be enough damage? I don't know, it's going to be so close. Oh, the defense is there, and FA Verified come out on top against all odds.
That game is prime example of why I love Siege so much. Because, like, FA Verified would not have won that if not for that dive right at the end, right? Where they went in, the Buzz dashed in, the Barley used the... They wouldn't have won.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Siege comes down to. They just timed it perfectly, so much tankiness, and just going and playing it for the Barley damage, as Buzz isn't going to do anything when they're tanking the safe. Sandy's not going to do too much damage, but Barley is going to rein it in.
Yeah, and rein it in, he did. Also, shout out to the Buzz, because that like little double kill there with the dash in to get those last bolts, or to wrench the bolts away from the other team. That was quite special.
Yeah, it's a great brawler to have. Again, having a brawler to close that gap at the beginning. I always say, if you're not going to play Mortis, consider Buzz, and it's really fantastic to go on the aggressive in Siege, and you get some good takedowns, prevent some bolts being banked. I gotta say as well, I still think Barley's a fantastic pick. One that's often overlooked, I find a lot of the time. You can stay back, you can keep your distance whilst applying damage, and it was really the comp that shone for me for FA Verified to be able to really capitalize on being down and behind. They knew they were going to have to defend the push, so they wanted to be able to give themselves the best possible chance to, extend the gap between the two teams, and I feel like their experience right now is really starting to show through.
It is indeed. We find FA Verified on one set, and now one win into the second set. So one more win, and this isn't match point. We're best out of 3, best out of 5 now. So we are still going to be seeing Heist regardless. But Trav, I mean, FA Verified are getting further and further ahead every second here.
Yeah, I mean, who predicted that would happen? Oh, yeah, it was me.
Oh, yeah, Mr. It's going to be a 3-0.
Oh, all right, Ark as well. But yeah, I'm still sticking with the 3-0. I think they're playing really well. And as Ark said, their experience is showing through. They're playing really well-rounded comps, whereas it kind of seems like Esport Empire are really having to pull something different out to try and combat what FA Verified are doing.
I'm really quite impressed with that game of Siege. Like, I know I'm going back to it again. I'm just really impressed with how they played that, because it was pretty scary at the end there when they were about to lose this huge siege. They knew there was no way they were going to get the bolts to come back from it, so they did that dive and it paid off. But looks like we're going to be jumping into game number 2 of Siege right about now. And, Buzz already, look at the Buzzes, just hanging out already, having a little scrap.
Yeah, but Boss is going to lose it once more. We're going to be seeing a Rico come in for Fede this time, and I will say it's been seen a lot more in some assembly required as opposed to this map, and it's usually the Barley that just come out, and that's exactly what Esport Empire are going to go for, but it's looking like Esport Empire are going to secure the first one. Good pinch onto the Barley, though, and that's a perfect time to get him down, because now he's not going to be there for the push.
Yeah, Jose, wow, dashes in there and gets yet another elimination. Boss is going to start dealing the damage to the Siege bot here, and it does look like the Siege bot is going to be taking a little bit too much damage to really do anything to the Ike. However, mid-control completely belongs to Esports Empire.
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, yes, but I mean, they can even lose this push and still get the last one just by picking a few up during this siege. So, I mean, that's probably what they're going to be playing for unless they can get full control round about now. A stun from Boss and another followed up by Jaime on top of that too is going to provide a lot of pressure, but it's going to be very close in terms of who's going to get this push. It might even result in a draw, but it's looking like FA Verified want it.
Yeah, they are just about going to get that win. Whether or not that was a mistake, whether they wanted the draw and actually ended up accidentally winning, or whether they decided, no, we want to win it this time, I don't know. However, given that they've just banked 3 further bolts, this has been a very good result from them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, but Boss going in there can really throw a spanner in the mix, to be fair, because he goes down, it's going to be a bit difficult, but how much health that Boss has still got, and they're just not dealing anything. He's probably going to be back up even by the time they get out of this position. So Jaime throwing a super down, just trying to stall until Boss is there, and there he is. So I will say, eat my words there, perfect timing from Boss to go in if he did want to secure some damage.
Look at that, 45% difference, and also FA Verified have the Bolt advantage at the moment. Kevin goes down. Jose is going to get some damage in there. Finds the elimination on Jaime, but now it's too little too late. And FA Verified are going to be going to set 3 with a 2-0 set score. Fantastic start to the semifinals for them.
Yeah, perfect position for them to be in. And Boss once more, just going in and getting another stun on the bar. He just doesn't care at this point. He's going in over and over again, and it's working. So that's all that really matters, and the Siege bot should finish it off here. And 2-0 lead, so fairly convincing so far.
Yeah, that game of Siege in particular as well was a little bit more convincing than the previous game arc.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and there was some fantastic moments there when Boss would go in and Jaime was there. There's clearly great communication going on in those events because you're giving your teammate the heads up saying, right, I want to go in, give me some backup, and helps to win a lot of those lanes. I really loved the way that Boss went on that aggressive as well because by going in so early, he was able to come straight back into the mid in the early outset of that final round. Some really, really aggressive plays, but ones that are also calculated. That's very important to find that balance.
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's what Siege is all about. It's all about balance. It's all about working out when to collect the bolt. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, you collect every bolt, you win every Siege, easy. But sometimes it's not that easy, and you have to make the decision, like, are we tying here? Are we catching up? Are we overtaking? And Trav, we were saying in that game, like, was this supposed to be a tie? No, they are going for the win in the second Siege, and we could see why it worked out.
Yeah, it really did. And, I could see Ark's face when I said he's going in a bit premature there, probably going to go down. And I was saying with a complete scared look on my face that they were going to lose, and he was just like,
yeah.
He was like, yeah, no, they've got this. Perfect time. It made me reconsider my words a bit. But yeah, I mean, all round it's just really well played, and we've said it multiple times now, but their experience is showing.
All right, team, we're moving on to the third set. It is going to be Heist on Hot Potato. I still feel like we haven't seen much Heist in this tournament, but Heist on Hot Potato. Little reminder, Stu, Ash, Brock, and Poco are the bans. So again, I'm going to ask you, Ark, where does that leave us?
I mean, I always vouch for bringing in both Edgar and Rico these days. I mean, SK really started that kind of pattern, and I find it works very well. I think that if you're not going to run both, you've kind of got to run the Edgar, because at least then you've got the hard counters to the Rico. You've also got a pretty decent counter towards the Barley as well. There's a great amount of versatility to having that Edgar. Being able to jump in and bring back the flow of the action and put your opposition back onto the defense is a great thing to have in Heist. Sometimes the best offense is a great defense. Sometimes a great offense is by having Edgar.
Yeah, I mean, Edgar is a brawler that we don't see that often these days, but we have seen a fair amount of on Heist recently, particularly on Hot Potato. Do you agree, Chav? Edgar and Rico being the top picks here?
I mean, it's been fairly difficult for Edgar, I'd say, recently. I mean, even with Dynamite becoming a bit more of a staple of this map, he has become a little bit better, but he still struggles. He's got to be the one who deals the damage, because if he's the only one getting in those aggressive positions, it's really difficult for him to get the damage because he's so short range and they can deal with him quite easily just by spraying a few Rico shots down the lane.
Okay, now for esports Empire. They're on their last legs now. Again, if they lose this, they will get a chance for some prize money in the third place match. They'll get a chance for 600 euros, but it's not guaranteed. If they win this, they do have a guaranteed 1,200 euros. It's do or die for them, Ark. How do you think they're feeling at this moment?
I think they're not necessarily feeling nervous or unsettled. I think that ultimately the games are pretty close sometimes. They're just tiny details to iron out. So if I was them and with them discussing it, I would just try to look through the playstyle of FA Verified. So aggressive. So trying to utilize some of that against them is a great way to play it. I think that if they can just start to iron out some of those mistakes, they can start to turn this one around. The problem is now that with those two sets lingering over the top of them, it's more about how much work needs to be done rather than anything else. But if they can claim back a set, then they're not in the worst of positions, and if they start to gain some momentum along the way and start to kind of like chip away at the ego there of FA Verified, because they're thriving off that at the moment.
And this is what I was going to ask next about FA Verified. Trav, do you think that do you think there's ever an element of them where they start to get a little bit too complacent? They've won every game so far. Do you think they ever start to get complacent?
I mean, I was going to say, I think that's how the majority of reverse sweeps start, to be honest with you. It's the overconfidence in just being able to take the third one quite easily, because how well they've played in the first two, you can see they probably could get like that because they're so confident and so comfortable in the position they're in. they might here just not play a stupid comp or something like that, but just make the mistakes that they wouldn't usually make.
All right, Ark, let's jump into the first game of Heist on Hot Potato. It's going to be Rico, Bell, and Edgar on both sides. Not a difficult one to call, and Jose jumps in as the target gets eliminated. Not ideal. On the other side of things, though, Jaime is getting some damage in.
Jaime's juking these shots as well, very nicely done, and yeah, just a 3% then done and dealt onto the FA Verified safe by Esport Empire. Nice takedown from Jose though, and Kevin in the mid, hitting those shots onto Boss, onto Jaime. Hills coming in off the back of those Edgar transactions, but yeah, now is the chance for FA Verified to defend a bit more. 19% damage dealt by Esport Empire.
Yeah, it's starting to come in thick and fast. Fede with a very defensive super isn't actually going to do all that much. He's hits how to win a little bit on the left side. You got Jaime and Jose on the right having a little bit of an Edgar fisticuffs fight, which Jaime does win with some ease. He's now going to jump in and try and take down Kevin from behind, but does end up getting eliminated.
Ooh, Jose lurking, Boss. Oh, the backup was there from Fady, so that's pretty good for them. Jaime will be able to take a more aggressive position on his right-hand side now. He's got the super to hand. That's going to be on the minds of Esport Empire now as they have to decide whether to go on the aggressive or the defensive and how to win, trying to find a balance in the middle. Jaime with a nice jump over the top, though, and again, able to stay firm in that top left. I think he gets a takedown there, as well as Jose on that kill feed as well. So he is still going, and he is still going strong on the safe.
Yeah, it's been very impressive to see. Does end up getting eliminated by an invincible Jose, but still 79% versus 32%. Honestly, FA Verified are looking so good here. They'd need a disaster to lose this. Fede is going to have to fight a close-range Jose here. He's making it a little bit awkward with these bouncy shots, but I think Jose is going to get the upper hand eventually. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, a nice shot onto Boss as well. What a pickup from Jose. Great awareness. Jaime, though, still is a problem to deal with. The Nistek pops, but it's enough to keep Jose alive here. So one final push could be enough here if Esport Empire can keep this composure.
25 seconds left. Jaime and Jose again on the right. Just having these little, where Edgar's run forward and run back, just trying to dodge each other's shots. But there's not all that much happening. Well, now eliminations on both sides, but I really don't see how Esports Empire are going to deal 50% in the next 7 seconds. It looks like we are heading to match point. What do you think of that one, Trav?
I mean, all I was really focusing on during that is I believe that Jaime was actually using hard landing there and not fisticuffs, which is a bit of a different style of play, I will say. But yeah, match point coming up next. I mean, you can't really bet against them at this point. I don't think that was very, very dominant. I mean, it was 2 breaking away Edgars at the start, and that kind of defined how the game would go for the rest of it, as Jaime was managing to juke and stay up even under pressure, whereas, you know, Jose went down instantly.
Trav, you very confidently said at the start of this match, 3-0. And I'm starting to wonder, is this like, do you have like the reverse caster curse, where the things you say actually happen? Or are you just smart?
I'd say, yeah, I'm smart. I'm just smart.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Fine,
it's just
fine.
how it is. Yeah.
And actually understands teams and you know, is able to make a well-theorized, estimated prediction of who's going to win and how.
You know it is. You know it is.
Don't worry, Ark. You've got a very pretty face.
To anyone joining the stream, that's going to be really, really weird. If you're here from the beginning, you know, you get it, you know.
Right, anyways, match point, Heist on a Hot Potato. Is there anything, Ark? Is there anything that Esports Empire can do in order to start to make a comeback here?
Again, they had a great opportunity in that. In the final 30 seconds, I thought they had some good momentum moving into the mid, and I literally was saying if they just keep their composure here, then they're going to be okay, but they just then all fell to pieces, and you can't do that, especially not in this game mode. You've got to be in the moment and keeping in control. You can turn things around, but they just didn't do it.
Yeah, well, here we go then, into what could possibly be the final match. Jaime and Jose are going to pick their supers up at the same time. I'd like to know if he's changed his star power or not, and Kevin's getting hit quite heavily off the start. Boss looking to try and advance a bit further now. No nest eggs down, so nothing to worry about on that side of things. Does go for the safe, just in case Kevin overextends a little bit, and the tap's there, the prediction, and Jose is going to go directly onto his nest egg, so he's a bit safe on that side of things too. Yeah,
Boss was well placed there. He was low in HP, so he made a good time to do it. He didn't have to necessarily worry about his healing in the position he was in. Got takedown as well for his trouble. Nice mark there as well onto Kevin. Gets a swift takedown, finds a little bit of a gap, but goes down the end, and Jose is popping these nest eggs like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they must just be amazingly placed. Fede stays up as well. Bounce Castle almost keeps him, alive after that. But Jaime is in a position of power here as he just keeps on powering through his opponents. How to win now, looking like he's a bit scared of this, just trying to go for boss instead of Jaime, and that's probably the decision I'd make too at this point of how well he's playing. Still hard landing as well. Fede now getting jumped on, and Jose is using the fisticuffs to stay up in a bit of a better position. And now control is in Esports Empire's hands, but what are they going to do with it?
Exactly that. They've got to be able to, well, that's not a great start, is it? Yeah, losing lane is a good start to lose the game. Jump in from Jaime, and the takedown is there also. How to win is marked still. The nest egg popped, but Jaime is going to struggle here. Yep, Jose gets the takedown. He needs to be on that safe now, and a bit of pressure being placed back, and control then going more in the way of Esports Empire.
Yeah, lovely bounce castle pop from Fede there, and somehow he's still alive in this position. Does manage to get the takedown on Kevin as well. And now Boss is going to come up and try to take a few shots at the Rico, which he does successfully with the takedown 50% to 75, so it's not too much of a deficit, but they're just lacking all the control in the world at the moment.
Jaime again continuing to win these side lane battles, and there's a lot of damage raining down between Fede and Jaime. That's a pretty decent defense, but again, we saw this in the last game. Will Esports Empire be able to stay composed and start to gain back some damage?
Yeah, it's looking like they're probably not going to be able to gain this back in the 20 seconds remaining. It's possible, but how likely is it? That is the question. Fede with a lovely super through, just trying to deter them a little bit longer. And a lot of damage has been done, to be fair. How to win with the bounce castle. Taken down, though. Kevin, last one alive. A bit of BM from Jaime, but a double nest egg pop's probably going to give him a bit of karma, but the bounces stop, and they manage to finish this off and take the 3-0.
You said that in quite a smug way there.
I did, yeah. That was what was
You weren't on camera, you weren't on
intended.
camera, but you even did a hand gesture with it. The 3-0, like a very confident.
3-0.
Yeah.
It's the 3-0.
Anyways, congratulations to not Trav, but to FA Verified, who really do deserve it. Congratulations. They are your first finalists here for the Razer Invitational Europe. They have guaranteed themselves 1,200 euros and will be battling it out with our other finalists, yet to be determined, for 3,200 euros. So they are now looking at the big money. A great position to be in. And what a story to tell as well. Taking down SK and then the team that beat AC Milan Clash to get here.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I wanted to see it, and I felt like the better team came out of the other end, but it was still very close to scoreline, you know, as much as Trav will disagree. Maybe not reflecting some of the action. There was some close moments there. It may have been a set here or there, but no, but it didn't happen.
All right, well, we're moving straight on into the next game, and I believe if we all just heard the same information there, Ash, Poco, Brock, and Mortis. Kind of sad about that. I like seeing Mortis. Are the bans for the next one? We are moving on to our final two semi-finalists, which I believe is Blood Diamond up against Navi. This should be a good one. It's going to be Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine, Bounty on Layer Cake, Heist on Safe Zone, and then if we get that far, Siege on Factory Rush, and finally Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl. So, that's a lot of information that's just been thrown at you very, very quickly. Trav. But keeping these bans in mind, keeping these games in mind, or keeping the games in mind rather, what do you think of the bans? Happy with them?
Honestly, I think it's pretty similar to what we've had so far. Mortis throws a bit of a different element in, but I mean, looking at the maps, I wouldn't expect too much of that anyway, to be honest with you.
Too much Mortis?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, regardless. Like, Siege in Nuts and Bolts. I mean, we're looking at this. I mean, okay, Gem Grab, Hard Rock Mine. Probably not at the moment. Layer Cake, maybe. Safe Zone, no. And then Factory Rush, no again. Backyard Bowl, possibly. I mean, It's like, it must be a targeted ban towards their opponents and not the maps.
Do you agree, Ark? Do you also hate Mortis?
I don't hate upon any brawler. I think Factory Rush is a possibility. I mean, I've seen it played there recently, but it didn't come out well, I'll be honest. So, you know, therefore, you know, I think it's a targeted idea. I think that maybe it was brought out potentially in Factory Rush. I agree, Layer Cake is probably the best place to bring out Mortis. It can be one of those brawlers that can kind of go around the backside and really kind of hassle pipers. So that could be part of the strategy, just to eradicate the eventuality. But we haven't really seen much of it, in all honesty. We tend to see more of a buzz, actually, as opposed to the Mortis being able to close that gap quickly. You know, but again, we've seen very consistent bans on the Ash, on the Brock, on the Poco. In fact, I just literally scrubbed the Ash from the previous match and just replaced it with Mortis because that was the only difference. So it made my notes far easier in that respect. But all the other three, though, I think are pretty solid to keep out of the mix.
Okay, well, I'm just going to run through the teams really quick. We've got, like I said, we've got Blood Diamond competing with Harvey, Blacksea, and Rafar. They are playing against Navi, which is Cubic, Alex, and MMA. Again, you didn't see Navi play yesterday. They got a bye win to get through to today, but you have seen them play once today, and it was a reasonably close match, if I remember rightly. It definitely wasn't a stomp.
It was very close towards the end. Yeah, Navi had to bring it back on the match point, didn't they? And
they did.
They had to really dig deep into their comp, and they played it perfectly. This is the thing about Navi that I must say is, like, when it comes down to that kind of pressure of the situation, they're able to think through the strategic approach behind how they're going to be able to turn it around. And it's not necessarily about going in with sort of a mirror matchup. They try to think how they can give themselves an edge in the eventuality of their opposition bringing in what they think they're going to bring in. And that's the thing here. I think this is going to be a much closer matchup. Could be our closest matchup alongside that previous game with Navi today. Blood Diamond, Navi, two giants.
Is that your way of hinting that you're on the fence again?
If you want to put me on the spot, I will say that Blood Diamond are going to lose.
Do you know what, Ark? I'm really proud of you. I'm really because I'm sure a year ago, if I ever asked you a question like that, you'd dodge it.
It was painful to say it. I mean, I'm only saying it really because the last time I voted against Navi, I got it in the neck from Alga from the management side. So I mean, I'm kind of feeling like I'm a bit under pressure to say it, but I think it's going to be very, very close. I wouldn't be surprised if either team take it. I'm going back on myself now.
All right. Well, no, you've said that you've said it now. Trav, who do you think's going to win?
I'm taking Blood Diamond. Not just to oppose Ark, like you usually do.
Yeah.
But I do think...
Someone needs to be on both sides of the desk,
I think Blood Diamond are just really good at the moment.
All right. I think we are good to go. And, yeah, it's Gem Grab. We've got Sprout, Bell, Rico up against Sprout, Bell, and Rico. It's a mirror match, Trav.
Who's going to win it? That's the question. This could be a big talking point after this. Considering, first game mirror, it really does reflect on how the rest of the match is probably going to go. Seeing a bit of an early lead coming in for Navi, though, but those two gems still remaining on the floor for Javi on the other side of things. He's managed to connect a shot onto Cubic, but none following it, so therefore he can just walk up, nest egg on the floor if they do aggress a little bit too far, but now a good few shots coming through. Cubic's very low with a followed-up shot from Blacksea, but Alex is now in the position that he wants to be in, and Rafa's also there. Yeah,
Blood Diamond have definitely managed to get a pretty good semblance of control here. Rafa, again, doing that great Rico thing, getting around the corners and just putting those shots in very annoying positions. Oh, it's a sand castle. Is that a sand castle or just a real castle? He throws a crown. I love these the way
it's different skins.
I love the way the skins affect these supers. It's something I've always enjoyed in Brawl Stars. Anyways, MMA gets a nice elimination on Rafa. That Cubic low on health, but still sitting with a solid 5 gems and getting ready to grab a 6th and maybe even a 7th.
MMA's just putting too much pressure on to deal with right now. The wall's in a lovely place, and he's in a lovely place too. Pinch coming across from Blacksea though, and Rafa's going to help out too. Now, Super from Rafa's going to have to go quite a long way if they want to do something here. He's very low on HP as well. Doesn't seem to have any bounce castles left, and that's why he's just healing up on his own. Pinch coming in as well, though, and no Garden Mulcher popped, and Super's going to be missed, well, near enough missed by Javi, but he does manage to pick up MMA along the way.
That 10th gem for Cubic is just out of reach. Oh, Cubic was really going for it there, but it looks like the other team, Blood Diamond, are struggling to grab any of the gems either. They need to stay alive. An elimination on the top of the map. MMA might be able to grab this, but actually backs off, and instead Alex is going to grab the 10th gem, and this is looking clean. Navi in a great spot here.
Definitely so. I mean, they've got all the gems in the back that they need. Javi's just looking extremely low because of MMA and Alex coming down with a pinch. But here comes the Blacksea on the other side of things. Cubic's very low, but nobody else can follow it up. And Navi are going to be taking the first game.
It did look like there was the potential for a reset at the end there, but it didn't quite come together. But yeah, good start for Navi, Ark.
It was a good start for Navi, yeah. I mean, I put myself out there. I felt bad to do it, but...
And then try taking it back?
Maybe a little bit. But again, I do feel like these are two very close teams. Yeah. You could tell, as you mentioned, like the comps being so identical and both teams, looking through their options. And I just like... And I've watched the way that Cubic's brought in this kind of ability to control the mid for Navi. I think MMA did a great job of supporting that idea as well in that game. But yeah, I mean, it was a very, very strong start. Of course, we're in the best of 5, best of 3 stage, so a lot more games to play out. But yeah, I think Navi looks strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying they looked strong there. Blood Diamond had a good start. They were able to get the first few gems. They had control at the beginning, but ultimately it was Na'Vi that took it down. Trav, how are you feeling about things at the moment? Do you think that one game was convincing enough to be like, okay, Na'Vi are the favorite here, or do you think it could still go either way?
I don't think it was. Like, obviously, it was fairly convincing at some portions of the game, but BD, they still showed a lot of signs of life throughout. And, I mean, I don't think it's, convincing enough to say, oh, yeah, I've changed my mind, now that you're going to win this. Because, I've still got faith in Blood Diamond to be able to pull through and make this, like, even possibly a last set game.
Yeah, well, hopefully that is what we want to see for our semi-final here at the Razer Invitational Europe. We want to see these games be as close as possible. We want to see the best Brawl Stars that we can. We're already shocked enough that SK and Clash, AC Milan Clash have both been eliminated. And I'm sorry to those teams that I have to keep bringing it up, but, like, it is shocking. It is
stories,
like, like, we would have expected them to be our finalists, but no, they didn't even make it into the semi-finals. So... yeah, just quite a surprise there.
I mean, we were jaws to the floor, and, again, anything can happen in these kinds of tournaments where, teams, a lot of the time I find that the lesser-known teams actually kind of want these things more sometimes, and, SK and Clash, played great games, but they dropped the ball a little bit. You got to say it. I mean, I felt like, in both instances, the better team won on the day, under the circumstances, on the maps and modes, the better team won.
For SK and Clash, it's sort of another tournament, like they play frequently in Brawl Stars Championship and they're invited to everything. But for some of these teams, this is the opportunity to prove themselves. And they don't get handed an opportunity like this every day. So, Trav, do you think there's some truth to that maybe they do want it more and that's maybe why they push a little bit harder?
I mean, I don't think that's really the case. I mean,
okay.
I feel like, both teams are going to be playing even more on point because of the fact that they haven't got a team like Clash or SK at the end of the bracket waiting for them. And I mean, that's where they would have met them if they had got that far, still the finals. And now, no offense to FA Verified, but I feel like they're going to feel like they've got a better chance against them than one of the better teams. And they're both going to want to secure that 3.2 thousand or at least 1 point, what is it, 1.2,
I think. Isn't it?
Yeah,
1.2. I mean, 1,200 euros is again split between the three players. So it'd be 400 euros each, but it's not bad for a couple of days of playing Brawl Stars. But 3,200 euros, that's really good. That's over 1,000 euros each. That is much better. So everything to play for. But we are going to jump now straight into game number 2 of Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. Na'Vi are 1 game up at the moment. Are they going to take the set, or are the other team going to make a comeback? Na'Vi versus Blood Diamond. We got Rosa, Max, and Sandy on the top versus Max, Rosa, and Jackie on the bottom. Jackie and Sandy being the unique brawlers there. And MMA is trying to get away from Rosa with very little success.
I'll be honest, these weren't the comps that I was expecting to see. I mean, Rosa, can do wonders here, but it's been a while since she's been out of the Hard Rock Mine meta, in my opinion. Jackie as well is a big, risky one to have here, and BD are punishing this. Blood Diamond have got 4 gems in their pockets and are in such a spawn trap position. MMA is trying to creep to the left-hand side to get out of it, but with the range of this Blood Diamond comp, I think now they're going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Diamond at the moment are dominating Arc. They have full control of the center. Rafar is putting up the extra grass on the right side just to make things even more difficult for the other team. Cubic is trying to do what he can against Rafar, but really struggling there.
Yeah, Cubic picking up the bolt there as well. It's probably better to have them all with Alex if he's going to be playing the mid role, but MMA as well, and the Jackie is getting punished. I don't kind of understand this comp, if I'm honest. And yeah, how he comes in, it takes a gem, Cubic sees it coming off, but it's going to pop the super for that, and it just kind of feels a bit off to me. You kind of want to, at this point being so far behind, you want to be going all out for the gem carrier. Yeah,
it does seem that way. Alex does just about find Harvey, but Rafar is going to pick up that gem. Can Alex do anything? What's going on at the top there? Jackie with an attempted super, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, you had to go for the gem carry there, but in the back spawn, where they're going to be so easily picked back up again, I'm not too convinced the sleeper coming in from the max side is an important factor here, but, the target realistically is Blacksy here. I don't think they're going to be able to reach him in time even. Bit close towards the end, but for the majority, it was all Blood Diamond.
Blood Diamond take their first game. Trav, we got a close one here.
Yeah, I mean, MMA just kind of provided a really rapid gem delivery into the back of spawn. I mean, obviously you kind of got to aggress the gem carrier, but if it's controlled, that is. If he just sits in where, like, the portion of the map where he can just stay there behind the walls, that's the position they want. Wait for his teammates to back him up, and that's where they're going to be able to keep the control, because Sandy can't push into them, and it's just going to be really, really difficult for them to get out of it. So, I mean, you just over-aggressed.
Yep. That's what happened. It was an odd play from the Jackie for sure. It did not work out, but there you go. It is now 1-1, which means we are on set point between Na'Vi and Blood Diamond. Either of these teams could take this one, and honestly, personally, I'm not like convinced by either arc. I think that this one hopefully goes down to the wire.
It was a very odd choice of comp from Navi. For me, the Jackie, I can't even remember seeing it in Hard Rock Mine. And as you rightly point out, bringing gems to the spawn is not what you want. But we saw signs of that even prior to that moment. You know, the gems were kind of being picked up by everyone. And you really need to have like a dedicated gem carrier, a bit more of a structure and a going into these sort of things, you've got to have a plan. There didn't seem to be a plan. It just seemed all very random and just kind of hit and hope, and you can't play that way. I mean, they were kind of luckier, actually, which we didn't see any even longer range brawlers coming into play. The Ricos were really thrived in that environment. I mean, it's a bit of a head scratcher for me. I was kind of expecting a little bit more structure behind Navi's comp.
Do you agree with that, Trav, or did you think there was some reason to the madness?
I'm not sure. They just, as I said before, they just needed the control, and that was the point of their comp, and they just couldn't get it at all. Every time they tried to, there was a Sandy stun, there was a Rosa with super, and it just didn't work out.
Okay, well, this looks much more traditional, much more to my liking from Navi. Cubic going back to that Bell mid, and there's the Crow for the slow is going to be a good deterrent of the Max, and combining that there with the shots from Cubic, good communication also. One gadget down for MMA, but nonetheless, I already feel better about this comp.
Yeah, 2 gadgets down now, and MMA's not in the best position either. One shot from anybody and he's going down, but he did manage to do a good job of staying up. Javi's going to have a shot bouncing off him. Does get the stun onto Cubic, but cleaned up by Alex there. Lovely plays from Navi and a really bit of good team play to be able to stay up and keep this control, because the slightest wrong move and that could have gone terribly wrong.
Well, push back in, and there's down of MMA, but the battle shots from Cubic were bouncing quite nicely, and a nice mark there as well. The nest egg pop as well. Cubic getting some great value here. MMA needs to get his super to go on the aggressive, and there's a nice sweet dreams from Javi to try to slow that advance down. There he goes down himself, and Cubic now just going to recollect himself and build up his HP before going back in again.
Just going to chill in this front bush. Now Cubic is there, but he just auto-aims over to the right a little bit. Rafa just trying to provide a bit of cover fire here. Blacksy's going in, but he's just going to deliver them 3 gems. One's there as well for Alex to pick up, and the countdown does start. We've had a bit of a gem delivery on the other side now.
Yeah, it does seem like it's gone full circle here. There's a little bit of a saving grace with the Max Let's Go coming into play now as Javi and Blacksy are going to push this one hard, but Javi's already taken a lot of shots. 3 seconds should be enough here. Oh, but Cubic is so low, able to just stay alive at the end. And now we take the first set.
They do indeed. It was a tough fought battle by Blood Diamond, but ultimately Na'Vi are going to take it all the way. That is Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine done with. We are going to move on to Bounty on Layer Cake. And Trav, based on what you've seen, do you think either of the styles of play from these teams sort of favor Bounty more than the other? Is there one team that's sort of like maybe struggled a bit with Gem Grab, but we're getting consistent eliminations, do you think? Or could this go either way?
I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I definitely think it can go either way, because, I mean, that seemed extremely back and forward in a sense anyway, because, I mean, Navi won 2, Blood Diamond 1, but they were all very, very close games. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a walkover winner either way here. I definitely don't think it's going to be a 3-0. Watch me just be completely wrong in that sense now, but, I mean, I think at least some of the teams are going to guarantee a couple of sets each.
I mean, it's not the craziest prediction I've ever heard, Trav. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0, like, you know.
I mean, it's a possibility, though. You know, watch it be now. You said that as well, and we're both going to be...
What about you, Ark? I also do not think it's going to be a 3-0. These teams have shown that they stack up quite nicely against each other, I think.
Yeah, I think it will be at the very least a 3-1. I'm still staying firm to my prediction with Navi. They did surprise me with that kind of questionable comp in that second game, and but I did feel like when they went back to what they knew and that was like safe, it paid off better. You can instantly see the control in the early outset of that game. They had 4 gems very quickly, and they were just kind of back to their normal selves. And you know, Layer Cake as well, the longer range brawlers, again, I feel like would be much more in their play style. I think Cubic will probably take the mid, probably either the pipe or the bell. I think there's going to be maybe some Buzz, maybe some Leon coming into play as well, and they do like those aggressive plays. Again, you know, I'm always vouching for Blood Diamond. I think it's the first time I've ever tried to predict ahead of things to go against them, but I don't think this is going to be a sweep. I 100% feel like this could be 3-1 or very easily a 3-2.
Well, another reminder, the bans for this match are Ash, Poco, Brock, and Mortis. So, Obviously, that is going to change things a little bit for Bounty on Layer Cake. Ark, I think you were saying that Mortis is maybe a brawler that you might expect to see on this map. Obviously, you said long range as well. There's Ashe and Brock. Not Ashe, sorry. Brock is gone. Who does that leave? Are we looking at Bell and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think a Bell mid or a Poker mid would be great. Maybe Tick for control.
Poker's out.
Good count. Oh yeah, Tick to be able to counter the lollipop drop from the Leon side of things. So yeah, I think things like that would be good.
All right, we do have Tick. We have Piper with Leon on both sides. Trav, it's going to be a mirror match.
Yeah, well, we know what happened last mirror match. Navi came out fairly victorious, so probably going to be trying to do that once more. I'm not really sure about this invisible turret here. It just doesn't seem to be giving much value anyway, and it looks like they're maybe all going to fall down regardless, just MMA left standing. And Blacksy has the 2-stars over his head. I definitely feel like it could have been better dealt with on somebody else, and they're not going to complain about it at the end of the day.
Blacksy is in a weird position there, but is probably going to escape with his life, trying to use the lollipop and the grass to escape the Tick, but it's not going to happen as Tick does find that elimination, and now there's only 1 star in it. This game is as close as it could be.
Yeah, MMA's got the 3 over his head, which should be fairly safe hands considering he's going to be behind walls the majority of the time. Only real threat's going to be a Leon super. And you're seeing it just going to be a complete stalemate right now. Alex does have his super though, which can go a long way in aggressing, but you can see they're both just kind of like spraying shots at each other, ensuring they're not going anywhere. And eventually it'll come to a point where probably they both go invis.
All right, it's again a little bit of stalemate at the moment. Rafar and MMA are dealing lots of, throwing lots of Tick explosives at each other. Alex and Blacksy on the left doing the same thing, but with Leon. But something's going to have to happen at some point. Na'Vi need to initiate a push here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not looking like it's going to start anytime soon. MMA starts to aggress a little bit, but a Tick head's going to cut him short. Does connect, but he's managed to pop that last hurrah just in time. He has one of his own coming in now, and it does redirect onto Javi, who luckily gets the shot onto it. 2 Leon supers still available, and they haven't popped him just yet. MMA looking extremely ripe for a kill on the right-hand side there, but does manage to heal up quite nicely. Takedowns there, and Blacksy is using the Invisa heal as well to heal himself back up, and BD are going to be taking the first game of Bounty.
There you go. Blood Diamond find themselves ahead this time, Ark, and the predictions of probably not a sweep, which isn't, again, it's not the wildest prediction that anyone's ever made, but it seems like it might be true.
No, yeah, I fully agree. I felt like Navi played some kind of strange ideas. Again, like, there's a bit at the beginning when MMA was kind of just standing in the corner, kind of just waiting for his inevitable death, popped a last hurrah just to go down by using a gadget for no reason, and just again, like the Leon play on the left-hand side, it was kind of clear that was a stalemate. So if you're behind, you're the one that needs to go on the aggressive. You've got to make the play, use the Invisa heal, and start to try to bring back some momentum for your team, but nothing happened. There was no reason that Blacksy needed to do it. They were already ahead, so he was always going to be waiting, and that was then, therefore, now his responsibility to do something, and they didn't.
No, it's true. It was an odd position that Blacksy found himself in, but yeah, Navi were not able to capitalize. Trav, how do you think Navi need to mix things up in order to not let that happen again?
I mean, honestly, I don't see many other comps coming out. The possibility of the Mortis and Poco is just not there, is it? So, I mean, it seems like these are kind of the stable comps on this map, and a little bit of a change might come in, but I just don't see what can really work against it.
No, well, they are going to have to work that out themselves, because ideally they don't want to lose Bounty 2-0 against Blood Diamond, completely tying things up, but it sounds like we are jumping into game. So game number 2 of Bounty on Layer Cake. Will Blood Diamond tie up this set? Me and Ark are going to find out. Sprout, Piper, Tick on both sides. No, hang on, not on both sides, sorry. Leon is instead of the Sprout for Blood Diamond.
So double thrower is going to be potentially troublesome for Navi if Blacksy really gets up close and personal with the Leon, but that's what MMA will be trying to do, is try to keep his distance from that and gain his super from a distance here. Tick as well and Sprout, great counters to the lollipop drop, so I expect early takedowns on them as well. But going to be pretty slow-paced game for the most part, because those throwers can do so much in terms of control.
Yep. They are being pushed back, though, at the moment, as Rafar is going to go forwards and throw those tick mines. Oh, Alex is struggling here. Hang on, 792 HP. He could be going down, and he does get found by Harvey's Piper. And Blood Diamond take the lead once again.
MMA just not using the shots on the lollipop drop in the time that he had to do so, and Blacksea, comes in. Invisi heal as well. Cubic gets a shot. Blacksea incredibly low here, but still continuing to heal. Comes back with some damage of his own, and that is going to be actually a favorable transaction. It's going to be more stars going to MMA than it was going to be, but ultimately still a lot of work done for Navi.
Still going to get at least 2 eliminations, including the Piper. For Navi, they're in a tough spot, and Harvey is doing a great job of just dishing out the damage while dodging everything coming in their direction. Blacksea and Harvey taking some damage from MMA though on the left though. Alex and Rafa are all out war on the right. Rafa does get found.
Oh, Cubic just couldn't quite make the shot there on the tick head, and that's another casualty on the side of Navi. BD looking much, much better, and this is going to be done and dusted. I don't see any way that they're going to be able to slip this one up now. They've done the work that they need to do, and we're going to be tied up now as a result of some really, really nice control and aggressive plays from Blood Diamond.
Well, there you go. Oh, last second elimination, but it's just not going to be enough as Blood Diamond take Bounty. So we are moving on to Safe Zone, and basically, we start the best out of 3 now, Trav.
Yeah, there you go. Muted
there he is. I missed your beautiful deep voice for a second
drinking water during my breaks. But yeah, I mean, I think, going on to this this Safe Zone set, it's going to be, as you say, starting a best of 3, but don't forget, it's not a sweep. It's not a sweep, guys.
It's definitely not a sweep. Okay.
I did get that right.
Okay, the prediction was correct. Congratulations. Trav does it again, everyone.
Yeah, I just had to back myself up in case Blood Diamond do lose, at least to get like a 50-50. Whether I'm right or not.
Backpedaling a little bit, but we'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot, actually.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
But yeah, Ark, how do you feel about this situation at the moment? It's even. We're moving on to Heist on Safe Zone. I have no idea where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like Blood Diamond now are starting to look far, far better than they did coming in. So the question is, can they maintain it in Heist? I feel like this might be where Navi bring this one back, simply because I feel like there's very little that you can kind of adapt to in Safe Zone, in my opinion. I feel like, a Bella or Piper mid is going to be pretty common here. The Brock being banned is probably going to open up the potential for the Colt, and these are all brawlers that Navi tend to play quite frequently in their region. So, for me, Bell, Colt, possibly Spike, maybe, possibly. At the same time, if the Pipers come out to play, then that could be the thing which, if it's a Piper mid battle, we might see Blood Diamond get some good favorable pushes from. I mean, that's what I would kind of consider here myself. If Navi can start to bring this back, they'll start to gain that traction that they need. But they do have to shut down Blood Diamond right now, because they looked very, very shaky at the beginning, but now they're starting to get their stride.
And Trav, how do you think they can do that? How can they shut down Blood Diamond? What sort of compositions should we be expecting to see on Safe Zone? I
mean, I think they're going to have to change it up a little bit, because Rafa, I believe, is one of the best Pipers in the world. He's just really, really good at that Brawler, and he's going to have these lanes backing him up, but obviously I feel like that should be a fairly comfortable mid-interaction for him. But then again, they might be playing Bell, but they are playing the Piper. It's against Cubic, who is, a notoriously good Piper as well, but this is something you don't really see in the EU region as a comparison to the ECA, where Navi are from. The Nanny's going to be coming out.
Yeah, I quite like that pick, I've got to say. I mean, providing you can get the peep and place it in the right position, get the warp portal blast coming in, and teleport in behind the safe of your opposition. Great takedown as Alex clears up the left-hand side lane and forces out the shots, and they were on point. The homemade recipe from Rafa there, doing the dirty, and that's going to be a nice defense from Blood Diamond.
Oh, Blacksea just gets his teammate killed there by breaking those walls and allowing Cube to shoot that straight through with the homemade recipe. Super from Alex as well. And now they got the full control near enough. MMA struggling a little bit as Javi does maintain his lane quite nicely, managing to juke a few shots and push up very well. Connected on a shot there though, and Rafa's now there to support him. Picks up the kill, and all the control in the world to Navi is only equated to 4%.
MA's been so slow to get this peep out, and that's the problem. He's running Tempest still, though. That's a great star power there. You see the shots didn't really kind of deter him. He's now on the safe on the other side of the field, but taken down by Blacksea very, very quickly. Cubic coming in and picking up the kill, but again, if we saw more peeps, there would be more aggression from Navi, more reason for Blood Diamond to go on the back foot, onto their back spawn to defend, and they're not really doing that on the side of Navi right now.
He can't have cycled much of that either, I must say. I mean, if Javi just stays passive now, there's not much he can do. He's got to rely on Rafa and Blacksy to do all the work because he doesn't want to be feeding it. The Piper gets shot. He is very low now as well, and he gets taken down by that singular shot. Doesn't have his peep quite yet, but he doesn't need it to walk up the map now because Javi just made that mistake of pushing up. They do still have about a 19% lead and a bit of time to make up for this lost ground. But, I mean, Navi have backed off themselves anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of a position where they could have gone maybe a touch more aggressive. We still need to see another peep. There it is from MMA. So as this goes out, is it the right time to do so? Will Blood Diamond go on the aggressive? They look like they're kind of a little bit in between the idea. They're going back now. That might have been a time to push, but Javi getting some damage in the meanwhile. MMA staying alive to get a little bit himself, and Cubic with some shots behind it. This has got a lot closer, but it's Blood Diamond with that mid-control.
Yeah, risky not to push there, I feel, but it were cleaned up quite nicely anyway. 15 seconds left, and MMA does not have the return to sender because he's using the teleport. Does get the pickup. All the damage coming through for BD now, and it's not looking like a comeback's likely for Navi. And they carry on through this walking over of Navi since that second set.
I don't know what is going on with Navi at the moment, guys. They seemed so strong at the beginning, but it does seem as though Blood Diamond, well, they've not only made their comeback, they're now ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected that if we saw the Piper off, that it could well go the way of Blood Diamond, and as you already said, Rafa, he was brutal. Those Homo recipe gadgets, they were always on point, and there was some great synergy going on with Navi. But again, you got to get those peeps and cycle them in. You don't even necessarily have to get any damage. You can just stay in that back pocket and bring back the team and just kind of try to survive as long as possible. But he didn't see those cycles happening. Blood Diamond thoroughly deserved it. They played far better, and they made that last push really count.
They did indeed. It was a fantastic push. Trav, what do you think Navi needs to do differently?
I'm just saying get rid of the nanny. Honestly,
Get rid of Nani?
I'm surprised that Rico's not coming in regardless, to be honest with you. It's really surprising to me not to see that to start with from either of the teams as well. That seems like a definite outlier in their kind of the comps they brought out, and I feel like it could have done a lot more. MMA just didn't do a lot even when he TP'd in with Navi. I feel like that was the one point in the game where BD actually felt at risk when he TP'd in, and they just dealt with him near enough straight away.
Yeah, well, there you go. Get rid of the Nani. That is the advice from Trav. Let's see if they go ahead with that. It is going to be Colt, Piper, Nani up against Colt, Piper, and Bell. So Bell on one side, Nani on the other, Trav.
Still got the nanny, and Rafa yet again coming out swinging as he does pick up an early takedown onto Cube. Taking some shots now and a return to sender. A homemade recipe is needed to guarantee that one for Cubic. At such a short range, it's not usually required, but Navi have good control now, so maybe it was worth it just to pick it up nice and quickly. MMA in this pocket now, and honestly, it's not going to be doing too much for him as Rafa can connect those shots, and he doesn't have the return to sender, obviously, because he's using TP.
MMA goes down already. Oh, and Alex falls to a disaster once again for Navi, who are getting pushed all the way back. MMA, though, is going to TP up to the enemy safe. And it looks like we may have a base race here. Wait, nope. MMA's dead already.
Yeah, I mean, usually you probably would have just left that, but they are at such a good lead already that they don't really need to. Blaxy's doing God's work up here on this left-hand side in that pocket, and they obviously don't have anything to take it down at that point as the Colts up the map. They do have a very extensive lead of about 50% now, and Javi still doing as best as he can to juke all these shots over here. Cubic's very low. Homemade recipe sent out, but Cubic's forced to jump, and yet again, shut down by Javi.
Yeah, I mean, Alex and MMA are doing an okay job at keeping this Piper weak, but Javi with the elimination on MMA once again. And Trav, I think I've got to say that you seem to be right about the Nani here. MMA has really struggled to do anything this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult to push up this map, especially when Cubic's being handled as well as he is by Rafa when he does come back up eventually. And Javi's just doing such a good job over this right side, not feeding him as much, and that's just plainly because of how good his movement is right now. He's barely even getting hit, you can see it in these. He's taking a few shots now and again, but only really when he gets pinched. Clipped by Blacksy with a lovely trade. Couldn't be timed better, and only 30 seconds left. I'm not even sure if it's possible to do the damage if they keep on coming up and tanking.
Well, I mean, the damage is going to start to come in now a little bit, but is it going to be enough? Cubic is so low on health. Alex, with a couple of barrages from the Colt, manages a super. Navi comes in, manages one hit, but even with all of that, it's not enough. Blood Diamond take Heist, and we are moving on to Siege. Arc, Blood Diamond just seem to be dominating now.
Yeah, I mean, they were communicating far, far better as a team, in my opinion. I think there was a lot of mistakes on the side of Navi. I mean, Alex, hit some cracking supers, but then didn't follow up the final shots to get the takedowns. Again, I don't know why they continue with the nanny pick. I do understand the strength of that brawler and the ability to maybe cycle a peep on and just keep bringing back the flow of the action, but it didn't work in the last game, and it didn't work in that game. So, realistically, that was the brawler to swap around. They didn't do that, and Blood Diamond continued to be so strong, taking back control time and time again, and Navi just didn't look like a unit. They just didn't.
They didn't. I have to agree with you there. And then even at the end, even that final push from Navi, it was almost, Trav, it was almost one brawler at a time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they could have come up and tanked over and over again, to be honest. So, I mean, the Navi damage wasn't too threatening, but that as well, they did leave Javi to just deal the damage himself also. So he's extending the lead as they're trying to drag it back. It's going to be an ever-ending circle of damage against damage, and they were already so far ahead. We
need to see a more united front from Navi as we move on into Siege on Factory Rush Arc. What do you think we need to see from Navi in terms of composition?
I think I personally would favor a Piper, but it's a risky thing to have here. I think it is. I think a Bell is a better approach, especially being available, not banned. Having the mark helps your defenses. If that's not the approach and they don't choose to bring in the Bell, don't bring in the Piper and the Bell. Bring in your Piper, but have a spike ready on that defensive, so you've got something to be able to handle it, or maybe consider a Pam possibly. Something along those lines. Buzz could be good here. It is quite an open map, however, having said that, so things to consider. The one thing that you've got to be careful of is the Piper on defense is troublesome. So if you're going to lose that first round and you've got a Piper, good luck on that. You're going to have to be defending pretty hard to take care of the first push, let alone the ones that might follow.
Yeah. Do you mostly agree with what Ark has said there, Trav? Has he hit the nail on the head? Anything to add?
Yeah, you see, he always does. You put him before me and I've got nothing to say.
I'll put you first next time. It's just so difficult to put anything in front of him because he's got such a good face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's unbelievable at this point. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a really difficult mode to put in front of Navi at this point in the Siege. Being as volatile as it can be, 2-1 down's not the position you want to be. I mean, they can drag it back, but taking it to Backyard Bowl at the end of things, it's still not even going to be that much of a good map to play it on anyway.
Yeah, well, if Blood Diamond get their way, we're not going to Backyard Bowl. We are just going to end things at Factory Rush. Do you think Ark that Navi have what it takes to bring this back?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, most of these teams that have got the more experience will tend to thrive when they're under that kind of pressure, and I think they are a team that can do that. I think this, again, could be a team which can take this all the way. So a 3-2 could still be very much on the cards here. I wouldn't say that it's not. I would see Cubic going with the Bell, so that's smart for me. Again, the Piper on the other side for Blood Diamond is going to be troublesome for defense, so Blood Diamond are going to have to really fight for these first bolts.
They are, and they're doing a pretty good job of that, actually. Rafa gets the first one, and Javi dashes in and brutally gets that elimination on MMA on the left with that amazing super. Well, Ark, you said the Blood Diamond have to fight for the bolts. They fought for the bolts.
Yeah, they got no mark from Cubic's side even to be able to apply it to the bot, and yeah, and already Rafa is punishing that very fact by bringing him down low in HP as well. Alex forced to go on the aggressive here because he simply has to bring back some of this control that's coming in the way. A nice healing there, the herbal tonic coming in from MMA, very crucially so, but the bot still connects nicely, 25% damage.
Not bad for a first Siege, especially as Blood Diamond keep the control as well. Black Sea, he's going to try and get the elimination on Alex, but Alex does escape, thanks in large part to the healing there from the friendly Barley. And, that super was filthy! Oh my gosh.
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is the thing for me at the moment. Navi are playing catch-up. They are struggling to be able to regain their composure, and despite the amount of gadgets being used by MMA for the healing, it's just not enough. And unless they get things under control quickly soon, this could be done and dusted. The mark is there on the bot this time, but I don't know. Javi is looking there to be healing and moving himself in towards this as well. So this is trouble brewing for Navi, and they could be well on the way to being faced up against a match point soon.
Yeah, I mean, 3 bolts to 2. Alex is in a good position to at least collect this bolt. The lollipop drop goes down but gets eliminated almost immediately. Javi is going to try and dodge the attacks and get this bolt here, but it does look like Navi are in with a shot of winning this one.
Yeah, potentially MMA's going to bank that one there. Blacksea will, bank one for himself, but not going to bank that one. Let's see. It's going to be a Navi push, I feel, but there's still a load of work to be done.
It's a
gonna be
tie!
tied. No way.
A fraction of a second too late. And with that tie, Blood Diamond are going to be going to match point. Oh, Navi, that is not what you wanted to do. Even if Navi did win that siege, there was no guarantee that it would be enough damage to win the entire game. But now we're going to match point. Trav, this is it. This is the moment.
Moment I've been waiting for.
The moment you've been waiting for. Forget the rest of us. The moment Trav's been waiting for, everyone.
Yeah, well, I mean, this could be the deciding game whether or not my predictions keep on going through.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's an important game to me. It really has a place close to my heart. But it is match point. It's match point to Blood Diamond, and I think they played that near enough perfectly. I was really surprised to see the tie as much as you guys were, because I thought it was just guaranteed to be Navi as soon as they started dropping like flies. But I mean, overall, it was just it was dominant by Blood Diamond, but that last push could have changed it all and swayed momentum in a different way.
Yeah, would it have been enough though? Do you think Ark? Do you think if they won it, do you think it would have been enough damage?
I want to
Chav's
see a
nodding.
replay on how close those bolts were being banked towards the end, because it must have been such a close margin there, really. I mean, that's why my jaw dropped and why my reaction here was what it was. It would have, again, getting that first push is the first hurdle. Getting the damage that they were behind on in that push was the next one, which we didn't even get to see. So it's too hard to say. I mean, either way, they were already behind. I don't think they would have got it.
Well, here we go then. This is the final match point. Black Sea is going to be taken down quite early on, and Alex over this right-hand side doing a lovely job. Javi, yet again, though, taking his lane by storm, and it's looking like this might even be a tie on 0-0 off the start, and yes, it is, as Alex doesn't bank that bolt fast enough. Either team needs to try and guarantee themselves control, because we're seeing a bit of split left side, right side of who's got control, and overall, it kind of just seems like a bit of a stalemate right now.
Javi's a thorn on the side. Honestly, a nice TP from him. Maybe the follow-up shots, one landed out of 3 there, but Javi has got to go down here. They've got to start to really focus their attention on him. He's just dancing around this continuously. How is no one taking down Javi? Again, he's got his super, but he's lost the positioning power, and now he's starting to take control of the mid.
Yeah, Blacksy's going to have to pop a nice bounce castle here, and that he does damage there as well. And if Alex goes down now, that is a poor time. They can time this perfectly, so they don't have to really have that much time to push out in the last push. If they can defend this well, and they get bolts banked, it's going to be perfect for Blood Diamond to take this.
Let's see, there's a nice pick up there from Javi as well, and that's going to be, that's going to be, what, 8 bolts banked, and possibly 9 as well now in the mid. Oh my word. Great follow-up though from Cubic, and she's actually going to jump in there to gain back the distance as quickly as possible. He could have been better off breaking the mid, maybe. Let's see if there's... No one's there. No one's there.
He's gone as well. Cubic is down, 9 bolts in the bank. This is near enough impossible for Navi to get. An 100% defense from BD. This is what it takes. This bolt is going to guarantee it 100%. And this, if they can get a singular percent of damage, is going to be BD going to the finals.
Blacksy's trying to go in even now. Look at him on the right-hand side, trying to get the aggression in there. And oh, that's it. That's going to be surely it. The dive is early, and I think that's going to be enough to do and seal the deal before the bot even spawns.
Yep, Navi aren't fancying it. They're just going to stand and spawn and accept the defeat. What a brilliant game from BD to come back there. They got the takedowns at the perfect time. Bolts galore just laying in mid, and they were just able to take this so well. After a disappointing first set, 3 in a row to take it in an amazing fashion.
My goodness me. And thoroughly deserved as well. Again, Navi looking a bit shell-shocked, and they, again, didn't even want to wait around them. They just want to stay in their spawn, and yeah, that's a big sign of defeat.
Congratulations to Blood Diamond, our second finalists. They will be battling. Let's take a look at the bracket just to run through this one final time. They will be battling it out against FA Verified for that €3,200 first place prize. Of course, before we do the final, we do have to determine third place because they'll be competing for €600. So we will be seeing Esport Empire up against Navi. And that should be a pretty good game, guys. Not too often that we see a third place match in Brawl Stars, but, you know, there's money on the line, Ark, so everything's playful still.
Yep. Their job is not done for today. They're going to stick around to play that one out. And, you know, again, Navi coming off the back of that defeat, but Esport Empire also. But, you know, maybe the more recent ones linger the hardest in that respect. And, you know, just coming shy of that grand final, I'm sure, to Navi was a big loss.
Yeah, a big loss indeed. Not what they want. So they're going to be out for blood against Esport Empire. Trav, who do you think is going to win the third place match?
I'm saying Navi. I'm just saying it because
Straight out of it.
I
Right.
just think Navi are probably the more dominant team. They've got more experience. They are world finalists. They've had a whole year of doing extremely well in their region. But, I mean, I'm just going to feel so bad for whoever gets fourth. They've played, 3-4 days for be cut short of no prize.
Well, we are going to be finding that out really soon. But for now, we are going to go to a short break while we, let's be real, while we give Navi a little rest because they literally just came off the last game. We need to set them up for the next one. So do not go anywhere. The third place match and then the finals of the Razer Invitational Europe are coming up in just a few moments. It is almost the moment we've all been waiting for. We have the final coming up just after this third place match that we've got coming up first. We have to determine which team came in third so that we know which team to give 600 euros to. That is pretty important. But this is the Razer Invitational Europe. My name is Falcone. This beautifully faced man here is Ark, and to his left is Trap. How are you doing, Trap? So are you feeling a little bit left out there?
Yeah, I am. I am actually, yeah. It's really hurt me, actually.
Sorry, mate.
Deal with it.
I'll get through it.
Our third place match is going to be between Esport Empire and Navi. And we were just discussing in the break, we think that there is a somewhat clear favourite in Navi, although there have been a few somewhat clear favourites over the last few days where the somewhat clear favourite has been beaten badly. So I don't want to go too heavy on this, but Ark, tell me about Navi.
Yeah, I mean, they've been growing so much as a team this year. Again, they've got a great team behind them as well. Shout out to Alga, their coach, and others that do a lot of analytics for them in the background. So comp-wise, they are always very knowledgeable when it comes to the meta. They've been under, I would say, more pressurized circumstances this year as opposed to Esport Empire in that same respect. But ultimately, you're right. We have seen so many upsets in this competition. So, Navi not being able to get inside the prize money would be another one of those big stories to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Trav, but I did it again.
I'll tell you what, I'm getting sick of this now.
Next time I promise. Okay, right, here we go. So we've got our maps and modes for our third place match. We're going to kick things off with Siege on Nuts and Bolts. We got Hot Zone on Split, then Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields. If we get to Set 4, it's Gem Grab and Minecart Madness, and then finally Bounty on Shooting Star. Our bans are Ash, Poco, Brock, and Sprout. And Ark, I want you to sit there and look pretty while Trav hang on, tells me all of the good stuff about these bans.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's 3 of the most common bands we've seen all day, let's face it.
You don't need to do a pouty face. Hang on a second. You're stealing his thunder now.
You said say look pretty, so that's what I'm doing.
I did say look pretty. But, come on. Just don't upstage him.
I'll pay attention.
Let the man talk.
3 of the common bans we've been seeing literally every single game, and then Sprout on top of it. You can't really complain about it. We've got the Nuts and Bolts and Siege, which is going to be a really good map for Sprout. Layer Cake as well. Safe Zone. Factory Rush. And also Backyard Bowl. I'm looking at the wrong maps again, aren't I? So you guys are just sitting there like that.
I was told to stay here and look pretty, and that's what I'm doing.
I started off right. We got up to Nuts and Bolts, Split, Sneaky Fields, Minecart Madness, and Shooting Star. There we go. That kind of backs it up a bit more, those maps, doesn't it really?
Yes.
It backs it up. Yeah.
Yes, it does indeed. So the Sprout ban instead of... So we've seen that last ban sort of rotating a few times, whether it's... What was it before? It was Stew into Sprout into Mortis into now Sprout. So it seems like Ash, Poco, Brock bans is just the meta in this event.
I saw you about to stop speaking.
Ark is still looking pretty.
I'm still looking pretty.
This is a conversation between the two of us. Just ignore Ark. He's just...
I know it's hard to ignore.
He's doing it. He's doing his job. He looks great.
His pretty face has put me off. You're going to have to repeat the question now.
I can't remember what the question was. I'm also distracted by his pretty face.
What are your thoughts on the bands, Trav? There you go. I'll lead you in.
Oh, right. Well, personally, the bands are actually very, very good. I mean, the 3 consistent ones are obviously something we've seen game in, game out, Ash, Brock, Poco. I mean, it just seems like it's stable at this point. And before this, it's usually kind of varies. As I feel like SK, Tribe, EXO, Clash all have their own set of bans that they just go for, whereas these teams are kind of more to getting the map bans out the way as opposed to targeting them to their opponents.
I'm just smiling at you, Ark. That's all. Okay. For anyone that missed it, earlier on I said I was going to tally up how many times I can compliment Ark's beautiful face today. We're on 11.
Wow, that's too much. I feel
Too much.
Yeah,
tone it down.
Have I made it awkward?
No, you don't. You never make anything awkward, Falcon.
What's that?
I'm making a tally of how many times I can compliment you.
Oh, and how many are on your tally?
Just the one.
Oh. It's a bit cruel, really, isn't it? I think you need to
bit.
step things up.
Yeah.
I need to tone it down. You need to step things up.
Yeah, clearly.
And Trav thinks we need to get a room. Anywho, right. Navi versus Esport Empire. Esport Empire, who have also had a pretty great journey through today. Obviously, it should be reminded that Esports Empire, they took out EGN Esports earlier today, but before that, they took out Clash.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that's a bit of an uncontestable feat at that. You can't really. Not many teams can have that claim to fame of we've been able to beat Clash. It's very, very uncommon at this point.
And Ark, I know that it doesn't have an S on the end of the word esports, and I know that frustrates you. But if you could just take that anger aside for just a moment. They've been a pretty great team in this event.
Yeah, absolutely have. And again, I would love to see them, get in the prize money. Got to be honest. I mean, they're fully capable of doing it. As we've seen, they were able to take down big teams. So, are the nerves going to start to get to them? They've had a bit of time to have a rest, whereas Navi are coming straight off the back of that loss. So, how is this one going to fare? We shall have to see as the teams go in.
All right, let's take it away then, Trav. We have got Barley on both sides. Again, we have got Sandy and Buzz against Buzz and BB. Wow, Buzz and Barley on both sides. I'm loving this Buzz meta.
Yeah, well, you see, it was Esport Empire who brought it in before with the really, really tanky comp, so I'm not surprised to see them bring it out again. It's Ty off the start, and Kevin is falling very low. He's going to put him to sleep there with the stun, but we're seeing healing wins here. It's just something you don't see every single day. Kevin now falling extremely low, but managed to get the pick up anyway, and now Esport Empire on top of everything. 7 gems, 7 bolts in the bank, and only 2 for Navi.
A very nice start indeed for Esport Empire. Jose is going to dash in, get that start and get that elimination before getting another dash in and eliminating Sandy as well. That is so many bolts for Esport Empire. That is 13, 14, 15 bolts banked now. I believe potentially a 16th one banked by Barley and a 17th if Jose survives this. An 18th from Kevin. Is that 18? No, it is going to be, 18! What?
I mean, Navi have still got 2 either, so they haven't banked any whilst we've been counting up by 1 every couple of seconds.
That's some extreme casting.
Alex comes in with a lovely double kill, though, and that's just going to completely deflate the push. An 18 push, and they've only done 39%. Jose trying to hold on to all grips of the game that they still have left, but Navi have retaken this mid portion of the map.
For a level 18 siege bot, I'm going to say it, that was pathetic from Esport Empire. And now, Navi actually have the opportunity to come back here. Not only that, it looks likely.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to pretty much get this bot if Jose goes down, but he doesn't. And they've managed to pick up a couple of bolts over the left-hand side too, so it looks like they're going to be able to secure it regardless. Still have to do that 40% damage to take the win, but they've got a Barley in the locker, which hasn't gone down yet, so it's looking rather good.
All right, here we go. Level 8 siege bot going in. But what are the Brawlers going to do for Navi? They need to be there to back it up. Alex is waiting. Alex dashes forwards, starts to deal damage to the Ike. The bot is coming in as well. Barley with the super. That should be enough damage. And despite Esports Empire coming in with a level 18 siege bot, Navi are able to take the first game of Siege down. Ark, wasn't that bad?
Crazy. I mean, I was watching this bolt thinking, oh my word, Navi have come in and they are not shining as they should in this scenario. And but again, it's a testament to how well they handle pressure. They made the best play possible under the circumstances. The double stun from the Buzz, I think it was Alex, going in there, highlighting the problem that was going to be developing if they didn't do something. And yes, they took some damage, but they could have taken so much more. That could have easily been a 1 push right there, and somehow they recollected, they got the mid control, and actually came out winning the entire thing. So
yeah, honestly, it was that double elimination again from the Buzz. We keep seeing Buzzes get these double eliminations with the stuns, and it was that double elimination as the siege bot was coming in that really, I think, saved Navi from extreme damage. Do you think, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I mean, I think that's the case of things, but I mean, getting an 18 push means absolutely nothing if you can't back it up, and that's exactly what Navi prevented. They played that so well on the defense, and, an 18 push coming in, and even if it's the second push only, that's a 1 push ability there if you got the Barley to back it up, and that's the one thing he completely had to shut off, and he did.
Yeah. Just very well played from Navi. Very scary game, that. The fact that they weren't able to get any control for the first half of it whatsoever. The fact that they only had 2 bolts banked before the final fight for the final siege is terrifying, but they were able to pick it up and take it back. Ark, do you think that we should see any change to Esports Empire's composition? Again, they had the BB, they had the Buzz, and the Barley.
I think you gotta keep the buzz, and you gotta keep the barley. I mean, those two are kind of fundamentally important. You've got to have the buzz to be able to get that first bolt, and to also be able to counter the other buzzes. I mean, you saw how many times both teams went back and forth with those stuns. Barley again, with that last call, it's great when you haven't got the ability to necessarily go all
BB?
in. I think that's the one brawler that you could probably take away.
You can't take
to be
BB
honest.
away because you lose the alliteration. BB, Buzz, and Barley.
Oh,
You could replace BB with B.
I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, you make a very, very
B,
valid
B Buzz,
point
and
there.
Barley, and then you've still got the alliteration.
True. I mean, what else can you do? You got to keep that.
It's a necessity of competitive Brawl Stars. You're not allowed to stick out unless they all are an alliteration.
Well, I mean, soon there'll be so many brawlers, they may as well add that rule because it's a yeah. But no, for real. So you're taking out BB and you're replacing BB with, what are you doing there? Are you copying the other team? Are you going with something different? Like,
I personally would like to bring in a spike. I mean, it's
Okay.
a great thing to have on the defensive, or, I mean, I'm not opposed to necessarily Bell, but the map doesn't really cater towards it, really. I would go with spike myself, but, we'll see what they bring in.
well, here we go. It is going to be Stu, Griff. What the heck? Stu, Griff, and B up against Primo, B, and Stu. This is not what I expected at all, Arg.
Not what I expected either, but again, if Alex breaks open the map to allow the BB to thrive, and the exactly the same thing from Griff can do the same, I actually think this is really smart. Now we're going to break open everything as much as possible. Kevin is going to then be completely exposed. As this time progresses, Navi gets stronger, so Esport Empire have got to be really, really quick to the draw on these damages, because they're going to be struggling as time goes on.
Well, they did get that first siege, and they are getting some good damage in for the first siege. But it's already down to 74%. That is reasonable. And Esports Empire have complete control of the mid once again. Navi are going to need to start doing something. Griff with the piggy bank there is going to start to, again, break more things open. B goes down, and this could be Navi's opportunity. Stu falls as well. How to Win goes down, and it's only the Primo in the way. Primo goes down, and now it is Navi's game to lose.
When they got this control, they can start to continue to break things open. Kevin is the weak link, and they know it. Ultimately, the Stu and the B are doubled up, so those lanes and sides will be able to be equal, but that Primo is a sitting duck when it comes to B and Griff, so this is exactly the way to play it, and Navi will have control coming off the back of this push, even if they're not there to support it.
Well, it's not going to be the best push in the world, but it is now all going to be based on this third one. And like you said, with the map being blown open quite a lot, MMA just about gets out in time. This should be Navi's siege easily because they've just got the better position.
Yeah, can we go a bit unlucky there with the super and a nice honey molasses there?
Oh, very
well
nice.
timed. Yeah, he had to get that to connect there, but Jose coming in there, nice takedown, mid control, but look at the timer. Is there enough? There's not enough time for these bolts to be banged, so this is going to be another push for Navi.
It is. So they need to get at least 12% damage in order to win this game. That shouldn't be too difficult in theory. If Griff can get that super up and ready to go, it's gonna take something.
Well, the top part there, MMA is going in, and that's a super connecting
There it
there.
is.
The damage very
That'll do it.
importantly done, so yeah, because ultimately his teammates were not able to contest it, so a really nice play from MMA to get right into the thick of things before the push came in. Really nice from Navi.
Navi are going to take siege, and we move on to Hot Zone. And Trav, they were both some pretty close games in different ways. I was pretty concerned for Navi, especially in the first one, but they managed to pull it through.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't deny how well they handled the pressure that was coming at them. A couple of times they've received the first push coming towards them, whether it was a tie on the first and a massive 18 push coming on the second, and they dealt with it amazingly, or just, being able to recover from the pressure lost from a small bot. They just did it absolutely perfectly, and next up, we do have Split, so that kind of opens up a map that Navi has already played, and we saw them playing it against Frutas, so we kind of have an idea of what their comps are, but that means that Esport Empire do too.
Yeah, it does. Which is fascinating how that works out. Whether Esport Empire were watching that game at the time or whether they were focusing on their own stuff. Well, I guess they're rewarded now if they were. But they are going to need to work hard as they are behind. And again, just to remind you watching at home, loser of this match wins no money. That's it. You go home with nothing, having played all the way up until this point. And Ark, how devastating do you think that would be?
Yeah, it's part of esports. You gotta just win, as Trevor always says to me. Just gotta win. I mean, it sounds so simple, but it is nonetheless true. It's again places where Navi have found themselves before in the past, whereas maybe on the other side of things, not as much so for Esport Empire. But I do like the way that they've come into this particular matchup. They've had some great moments, some great promise, but they've got to start taking those great moments and prevailing them until the end of the game. At the moment, we're not seeing that. It needs to start to come more to surface, whereas Navi at the moment are thriving under that pressure. So ultimately, Esport Empire have to lift that bar and start to create some pressure of their own.
All right, guys, it is Hot Zone on Split. We're going to get this started now, so why don't you take this one away?
Okay, well, I like the Navi approach already. That same idea we saw earlier, but bringing in the Pam this time as well. The Colt and the B set to break open everything, and that's a nice takedown already there from Cubic and exposing Kevin there. Oh, Cubic found a lovely angle with that one. Great pickup from him.
Yeah, and MMA's able to clean up the right-hand side too. Jose coming back up now, and only a super will secure that one. A lovely shot over to Cubic as well, cleans up the left-hand side, just so it's only Alex available on it. But he's holding it well. Kevin gets absolutely beamed as soon as he picks up that corner, and the silver bullet's going to top it off.
That was a disgusting gadget, I've got to say, and now all that cover is gone. So Cubic with a slowdown and a nice pinch, nice communication as well there between Cubic and Alex to do so. Life Plant going down is a feeble thing, really. I mean, he's going to be able to give Kevin some healing if it goes off, but look at the amount of control that's with Navi. It's a very important takedown from How to Win, though, and that will give some good mid-control back in favor of Esport Empire.
Yeah, I'd say some well-deserved mid-control after some of the shift that Jose's been putting in over this right-hand side. He's all alone once more, though, and that's really going to put him in a tough spot. MMA's going to steal his 1 bar of ammo, so I'm not sure what that's really going to do, but in the grand scheme, he managed to get the pickup anyway, and he's only going to secure another 2% to get the win, and that he does. And there goes the first game of Hot Zone.
Yep, there's the first game of Hot Zone, indeed, and yeah, they just won't slow down, will they, Arg?
I think, again, a great strategy going in, and one that I don't see nearly enough, and you can see it's worked every time so far. I mean, yes, we've seen it twice, but it's a 100% success rate, and that's the facts. You know, teams don't seem to see it coming anymore because ultimately, you know, brawlers like Rico so rife in the meta, and you know, there's so many options in Split that use the walls. So eradicate them, go in bold, and you know, brawlers like Colt come very naturally to Navi. So I'm not surprised to see it, but I don't think we'll see it twice. But they did last time, didn't they? I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So they came back with a little bit of a hybrid. They kind of kept the Colt and the B, and I think they changed up the third brawler last time.
I would say, Trav, that was a much more convincing performance from Navi that time compared to the games on Siege. Do you think that we're just going to see more of this now moving forwards?
I mean, it really just depends on the combat. I don't feel like the Spike's bad, that's the thing. I feel like it's quite a good brawler. They just didn't really play it correctly. I mean, using the life plant really didn't go too far against the Colt, because I mean, he beams it down anyway, but you've kind of got to have the mix of it tanking for you and you tanking for it to get the maximum level of healing off it, and at the moment, he's kind of just having it taken down in one complete clip of Colt's ammo, and, you know, it's not providing him any healing or any tanking because it's taken down so easily. Yeah.
I mean, that is true. It wasn't used quite as optimally as it could have been, or rather, it was countered very optimally. I think that's the better way of putting it. Either way, we still have at least one more game of Split, of Hot Zone on Split to go. And again, I do really enjoy this map. I don't know, it just feels like there's a lot to it. Like, there's a lot of open maps at the moment with single zones that I know are sort of big and competitive, but something about Split that just really appeals to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, do you use the wall as your friend, or do you just
exactly.
just throw your friends aside?
Yeah. All right, Trav, here we go. Colt, B, Pam, up against Spike, B, and Colt. So very close, but the Spike already falling down, so MMA on the Pam looking a little bit stronger than that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're remaining faithful to their previous comps, and Cubic's kind of standing still there. I mean, he was in the bush, so I'm not sure if it's just like a tactic that he's trying to go for, or he's having some connection issues. I mean, it looks like connection issues considering he's still in the spawn. And this is, I mean, you got to take advantage of these moments. If you're Esport Empire, you cannot hold up for a second and be like, why is he standing still? Why is he moving like that? I mean, he's back to normal now, and Jose PG's trying to take as much advantage of it is, and I mean, that's 50% up now.
Yeah, not the start that Navi wants. And if that is down to connection issues, then that does not feel good. It's something we've seen a little bit of in this tournament, but it just cannot be helped. If you want to play Brawl Stars competitively, you need to make sure that your internet is as sturdy as it can be, as that is going to be. Esports Empire getting their first game, I believe, of the entire match so far, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I did like the way that they also swapped roles. I think it's Kevin who was on that spike, swapped it to Jose. And again, we were complimenting Jose and his abilities on the B on the right side in the last game. So I think that was a wise choice, actually. We didn't get to see necessarily how impactful it was, considering that Cubic was out of the game for the most part. But, if they continue that same idea forwards into the next game and deciding game for this set, then we'll find out. Yeah, Cubic had that DC, that disconnection issue. Yeah, you hate to see it.
I mean, it's funny because earlier on it was Kevin on Esports Empire that was having the connection issues. So it's sad that they weren't both having them at the same time, just to,
Even out a little
make
bit.
it fair, even it out. Not that we want anyone to have connection issues, obviously. But yeah, it always feels a little bit bad when you watch a game and it's pretty clear that someone did have issues. Trav, Split, Hot Zone. It is the third game coming up now. I want to ask what you think that Navi should do differently, but you're just going to say make sure the connection's working, aren't you?
I mean, that as well. I mean, it just showed the same comps, but a completely different result, like the opposite result. So, I mean, it kind of just goes to show that it was his disconnect that had the biggest amount of difference, because regardless, you can definitely play a comp better, but I feel how dominant Navi were with it kind of showed in the first one, and it had definitely been a really close game, even if they did sort out how to play that spike a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta say it as we see it, and unfortunately, we're not gonna dance around it. It does seem that there were connection issues, but hopefully we're gonna get those sorted out for the next game, or hopefully Cubic is going to get those sorted out for the next game. As we want to see Navi continue to give this their best shot. If they ended up getting reverse swept, well, not reverse swept, but getting the countered now due to connection issue and lose out on getting any money whatsoever, that will feel a little bit bad. But here we go. We are jumping in to game number 3 of Hot Zone on Split. Arc, what do we got here? We got Colt, we got B, we got Sandy up against Ruffs, B and Colt. Okay, Ruffs this time.
I think, honestly, Esports Empire have done the right thing. They've just gone with the B and Colt again, assuming that Navi will do the same, and that's going to maybe give them the best chance here going in. And Jose's doing great here. He's able to stay on the zone, able to get the takedown on Cubic as well, which is not an easy thing when you're playing the Ruffs against the B. The Sandy's an interesting choice. I got to say, I didn't see that one coming from Navi.
I think that MMA did a great job of surviving with the Sandy just there, just staying on his own, just escaping the hot zone when he had to, and now he's backing up Alex, who's getting points on the left. Cubic getting points on the right. This is a huge swing for Navi, who are now getting a lot of points, Arc.
Yeah, that was a really nice combination of the sweet tunes from MMA and the follow-up from Cubic, and it needed to be done because MMA was very, very low, and that's the reason they got the back of the control. But now the Ruffs supply drop coming in, the buff is available with Kevin, and MMA is going to be cleared up as well. So a great lead for Navi that is now being closed in terms of the gap by Esports Empire.
It is indeed. Esports Empire are making quite a big comeback here, and Alex falls down. MMA is going to manage to get into the right zone for just about long enough to claim it for Navi, but now it's all about that left zone, and it looks like Ruffs has it pretty much locked down here. Ooh. Maybe I spoke too soon?
Maybe. Oh, how to win, though. And just out of reach of MMA, the slowdown coming in as well. Cubic with the pickup, and he goes down to Kevin. That should be surely a way to be able to tie this one up. At the very least, Alice has got to hit these shots. He needs to take down this run.
He's missing! MMA gets in! No, by a single percentage! Navi take the set! Oh my goodness, that percentage, that was like a quarter of a second there, Arc. That was like a quarter of a second. Trav, what did you think of that?
I mean, I was seeing like MMA's going down, he's going down, but he just slid on and filled in the time required for his teammates to come in and take the 100 to 99. I mean, I just lost for words at this point because that's such a close game, and that flips an entire game on its head if they lose that. The 1% could make it 1-1, but it makes it 2-0. It's a total flip of the cards here.
Total flip of my heart is still beating. I cannot believe what I was just watching. Well, that is 2-0 now to Navi. We're going to move on to Brawl on the sneakiest fields in Brawl Stars. Sneaky fields, just in case it wasn't clear. I had to clarify that. Do you think Esports Empire? Do you think Sneaky Fields is the map, Trav? Do you think this is the map for them to make their comeback?
The suspense in between that and the no. I'm hoping for it. I'm honestly hoping for it. I want to see a set 5 between these two teams because they've earned it, especially Esports Empire. They've defeated the team who beat who beat, was it? No, it was, they beat Clash
Yeah.
and EGN. And
Yeah,
they've done an amazing
exactly.
job all day. So I think they deserve to take it a bit further.
I mean, after that last game, though, have they got enough left in the tank? Because that's a terrible way to go down 2-0 in sets, and they have to shake that off. No time to waste as we go straight on in now, and MMA is, with Cubic in the back end of things, and they are starting to lose that mid control, but now with Alex coming in, I do like the comp, gotta say, the Max of the Sandy and the Ems is a good one to have, and already Esports Empire are in the same position that Navi just were in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I always say, if you get Ems into the grass, everybody runs away, and that's exactly what just happened then. How to Win goes down, Cubic can't go for the ball, and MMA probably could have done here because of the invis, but he just chose not to. Now he's going to go for it. The stun's there, and the goal is as well.
Oh, beautiful timing. Absolutely beautiful. We've seen it a couple of times now, but every time you see it, it just becomes still ever more satisfying. The Sweet Dream stun before having the ball to then throw the ball and double up with the Sweet Dream stun to have the ball go through. A fantastic play from Navi, and yeah, that's going to be feeling very, very good now. They can pocket the ball and just focus all the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Sandy with the super. I mean, he doesn't have a super yet, but when he does, that will be hugely beneficial. And Cube, if he can get in this mid, yet again, everybody's going to have to retreat here. You're seeing it now as they do try to run out. Alex does pick up a kill on that side, and we're seeing the fertilize as well from Jose PG, which is kind of unusual to me. Probably just expecting the tanks, even though we haven't really seen any all day long.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of Razer and Max, and now it seems to be shifting away a little bit as teams sort of start to experiment with the meta, and again, Ems is a real threat when in that bush, so it's kind of not the worst star power to bring, but, Kerbal definitely will give you more information, I guess, in the bush, but probably anticipating that idea. Alex now marked as well, but the transaction between Cubic there as well, getting both sides taking down a bit of a trade-off there as Jose trying to aggress this position. He can utilize now that fertilizer star power on the healing side to keep MMA low, but that ball's still staying very firmly in the corner.
Yeah, and that's all they just need control of the ball, and they've got the game in the bag here. Speed available from Alex, just going to hold on to it. Sandy did pick up his super, though. He's just going to go and... Oh, that is a risky play to make. But it might pay off. Kevin just needs to get the ball out to Spike. The slow there, the super. Oh, my, that was the riskiest play I have seen.
Yeah, it really was. That could have gone the wrong way. That really could have done. Luckily, though, that Ems gadget in the back pocket with the knockback was enough to be able to keep on surviving on. But, well, Navi will match point now, but that was a risky maneuver. Yeah.
The Max play was amazing. I mean, I know you guys are saying risky, but oh my gosh, it worked, and therefore it is amazing. Like if it didn't work, then maybe not, but it did. And like you said, the M's then with a friend zoner in order to just prevent any chance of a goal. Fantastic play from Navi. We find ourselves on match point, and Esports Empire, they have won a single game in this entire match so far. Can they win another one? That is the question. They are really on the back foot, Ark.
Yeah, I feel for the guys, I do. Again, they've had some really great moments in this competition. We've highlighted them every step of the way in those victory stories because, again, to come into this kind of competition and make the statement that they have, commendable nonetheless, regardless of which way you look at it. But at the moment, Navi are just turning the screws in the machine right now and coming out on top.
All right, Trav, let's see what we're playing with here. Spike B, Griff, Spike, Bell, and Rico. Pretty different compositions, only the Spike in common.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of got to break up this map very early on, and this is Alex trying to take advantage of that life plant now, and he does get the heal from it too. Jose PG put in a bit of a susceptible position as the curveball can pierce through it occasionally, which we did just see. And there you go again, as it does pop, he only gets about 500 healing because it did connect, and there's another one as well. Life plant wasted, super thrown out, but an amazing super from How to Win from the right-hand side. Does clean up quite a lot of Navi's HP, and this is a possibility of a breakaway here.
It is. How to Win is going for it. He's got the ball. He's got the ability to walk in, but the Honey Molasses slows him down enough and prevents him from getting that opportunity. Very well played by Cubic.
Yeah, trying to return up the map now. MMA has his super, and I believe the last time we saw a Griff on this map, he held the super near the whole game, which he's not going to do. He's getting that straight out and trying to cycle it as much as possible. Alex going to take a lot of damage. He walked directly into that, and Cubic now is slowed as well. I believe a nest egg probably connected, or something of that sort, and he just slowed, completely picked up by the bell, and now Navi still very much on the back foot in terms of control.
Navi are struggling indeed for this game, but this is it. Winning this game would give them a 600 euros, so pressure is on. This is literally, for each player, a 200 euro game of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, in terms of who's been able to do the most so far, it's very much looking like a Esport Empire win. But I mean, MMA is able to pick up the right-hand side, which I was about to call the complete opposite way, but he picked up his super just in time. Jose getting clipped by once more by a curveball, and he's going to fall as well with a bit of a pinch coming in. Cube now over the right-hand side. Does have charge shot, wastes it against a wall, though, and does have slow activated too, so can throw that super at any time. And there's another super from How to Win. I mean, he's just providing all of the damage in the world right now.
He is. Na'Vi have just left the ball at the spawn. They're just trying to battle Esport Empire away. They're trying to play for overtime here, but it's getting bad now with that Spike super in and all of Na'Vi falling to pieces. I don't know how they saved this. Whoa! They did save it! What? What just happened? The Spike, the perfect Spike super into 3 eliminations.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, the game isn't over yet, Trav. It's overtime. Cubic has super ready to go. So does Alex. But they're being pushed back quite aggressively by How to Win. Jose goes down. This is bad news for Esport Empire. Cubic gets the ball. He doesn't shoot, but Alex has an open goal with the super. He passes it to Griff. Griff passes it to Jose. And that's not the end of the game yet.
Oh, honestly, I don't even know what I'm watching at this point. How has this game not been tied up already? We are back at it again, though. Cube returning to mid once more. Does have his super, and so does Alex. And we know Curveball's going to have the advantage in overtime against a fertilized Spike. So he's going to try and take advantage of that. But Navi, I mean, MMA's just tanking all the shots that they throw out. And this could be a huge turnaround. The one with the super goes down, though. I'm not sure if the respawn is there in time. And at that, it's going to be a penalty shot of 50-50. But he's trying to walk it. But no, once more, they do miss. And it's going to end in a draw.
I just don't really know what I just watched. Okay, hang on. Let's go back. Firstly, how did Esport Empire not score at the bottom when they had like the most aggressive push I've ever seen? Secondly, how did Na'Vi not score in overtime?
Okay, that defense I thought was amazing on Navi's side. I felt like they defended for their lives and came out on top. But, and there's a big but here, they should have scored on the other side of the field. And an easy pass off to get the shot off to the side where the Spike is moving towards, you know. There's options there. There's definitely options that they should have capitalized on.
All right, it's going to be the same Brawlers again. Same opportunities. Let's see how it goes. MMA on the right is already getting very, very weak, as it seems like, once again, Esports Empire have the early advantage. No, hang on. I take it back. MMA somehow found the elimination.
Low on health and healing up now, and a nice follow-up from Cubic, who's just going to continue to aggress the left-hand side. How to Win now, exceptionally low. Alex, can you just shove? Didn't even need to throw a super at the top of it, actually.
Would that super hit not have scored then? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Cubic coming in.
Oh, it does matter! It does matter!
Why would you do that? Oh my dear. I mean, there's no wall breaker necessarily to be able to break widen the goal mouth, but again, these opportunities should realistically be going in with a bit more time and patience and communication. Some lack of those things happening at the moment.
Yeah, there is indeed. Jose takes a lot of damage and is going to go down, but the problem is Na'Vi are dealing with Brawlers one at a time as the respawns are coming in. They're not really giving themselves a good opportunity to score here.
Nice move from MMA there as well. Cubic coming in. This is the second shot. Hits the third there. Coming in with a super pass to MMA. MMA not in position. That's a shot goal! I thought that was going to be a pass and he went for the shot. I thought that could have been a pass and that would have been...
Hang on, we got another goal opportunity here. He shoots, he scores! Alex with the regular shot is going to get it in. Now, Esport Empire are under pressure. If they cannot score one goal, they are out of the tournament with no prize money whatsoever.
It's an opportunity, the best one they got here. Kevin can pass to How to Win here. He's got super hand. It's the ball placed well.
That's it!
That is it! How to Win brings back the scoreline. We are all tied up.
Unbelievable arc! Right, Alex has super ready. MMA has super ready. Cubic is pushing to the middle with the supercharged B shot that's going to miss, but still insta-B load. Got another one. It's going to miss that one too. That's fine. MMA finds the elimination on How to Win, but MMA goes down as well. It's 2v2.
Cubic with a nice shot there, and Jose low, and yeah, no value. Oh, that's there! Oh, he finds the goal. That is done! Cubic brings Navi to victory.
Navi are your third place winners here at the Razer Invitational EU. And although, Trav, that was a very one-sided match overall, those last few games were crazy.
That's some of the most stressful casting I've ever done, I think. It's like, sometimes you're like this and you're like jumping out your seat and it's, honestly, it's just missed opportunity, opportunity scored, missed opportunity, and then it just cycles round and round again. It's just non-stop shouting, which nobody can complain about, really.
A little bit of non-stop shouting for your third place match. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Arc, ultimately, though, there you go. There's the scores. Esports Empire are your fourth place winners. Unfortunately, they go home with nothing. Navi are going to go home with 600 euros between them for reaching third place. But ultimately, two great teams that both, in their own right, achieved some pretty great things today.
Yeah, again, if you are just joining the stream, that sorry, but you've missed a little bit of stuff. But Esport Empire took out AC Milan Clash yesterday, so they've done phenomenally well, and I think they've got promise, great promise. I mean, these are the sort of moments that they've got to embrace and learn from. Most importantly, take on the learnings and keep the things that are great, and they've got some fantastic things going for them. I really hope we see them coming back more and more, and sort of keep polishing up their skills, because it takes a really big team and great players to take teams like Navi to these tight moments, and they can be proud, regardless as to going out in fourth and having no money. They should be really proud of how they performed.
Now, I just want to get confirmation from our production team if we have the finalists ready to go soon, or are we going to a break? We are going to go for a very short break to set up for the finals, but don't go anywhere. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The grand finals, FA verified, up against Blood Diamond, coming up after this. It all comes down to this. 2 teams remaining, FA Verified and Blood Diamond, battling it out for the first place €3,200 prize. And of course, the respect of us and everyone watching. My name is Falcone, this is Ark, this is Trav Talks, and we have got a very exciting Brawl Stars match coming up. Ark, Blood Diamond, FA Verified, 2 fantastic teams. It's a tough one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the time where I'm going to withhold my right to stay on the fence.
Back on the fence with him.
Yeah, I'm back on the fence. I have no idea which team is going to come out on top here. Both have performed so consistently, so successfully. I cannot call this one, and I really hope that it goes to the 5th and final set. That would be such an exciting way to end the day. I mean, I don't know if Trav's going to have more, I feel like he'll have something more specific in terms of his predictions.
Yeah, I'm going to go Blood Diamond.
Whoa,
just
okay.
because I think they've had a lot more practice as a team rather than Boss just hopping on recently. I feel like they're going to really have, they're probably about even in skill, right? In terms of mechanics, they're both very, very similar, but Blood Diamond have been a team near enough all year long, and Boss just slotting in now could really not mess a few things up, but in terms of synergy, it's a bit difficult.
I don't know that they've played very well. I mean, don't forget, Boss at first took down his own former teammates, right? And then with FA Verified, they took down SK Gaming in the quarterfinals today. Like that is quite the achievement from FA Verified. And if Blood Diamond do beat them, they beat the team that beat SK Gaming. That looks pretty good on them. And looks even worse on SK Gaming, frankly, Arg.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to be here. We expected us to be sitting here now discussing them at this very moment in time. But again, it wasn't their day. They didn't perform as well as we all kind of expected they would. And again, I don't want to take anything away from their opposition because I think they deserve to lose, if I'm honest. I think the FA Verified are really performing well. Again, as you mentioned, like they are sort of a newer team that have come together. But for that same reason, I feel like they are actually in a really, really good place because to have that kind of level of synergy so soon, I think that's a great thing. But you're completely right as well. Blood Diamond again have got that past history playing as a unit, so this is why I think it's too close to call.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to have to start calling it soon as we take a look at the games and maps coming up for this final. We have got Heist on Pit Stop, into Brawl Ball on Pinball Dreams, before Siege on Bot Job. If we make it to set 4, it will be Hot Zone on Ring of Fire, and then finally Gem Grab on Gem Fort. So they are the final games and maps of the day. Our bans are very, very familiar, like with the previous, I think, 3 matches. Ash, Poco, Brock, all banned, with the 4th ban this time being Leon. And Trav, I feel like we've been saying all day long, why has Leon not been banned? Why is the Leon banned? Well, here it is for the finals. What do you think of it?
I think it's because Blacksea. He's been playing so consistently well on it all day long. I mean, you know, I think it was Layer Cake, we saw him. He was just juking like four shots coming in at once, like from the 3 different people. He's always spamming shots onto him, and it's just absolutely ridiculous how good he is at that brawler. Jaime, though, going to be jumping and getting an early pickup. We're seeing the Edgar, Stu, and Spike versus the Ems, Stu, and whatever went down at the start.
There we got the Rico coming. Yeah, I actually kind of like here the Blood Diamond comp. It's kind of what I would go to myself. The Stu and the Ems have got some great synergy as well. Maybe I would have added actually an Edgar in that for myself, but there's having the breakthrough going in. Ruffer behind it has got his super as well. Leaving Blacksea alone, but Blacksea gets taken down, so there'll be a bit of a base race going on in just a few moments.
I mean, Rafa just completely missed Jaime and the safe, and it's a good job the Spike didn't get directly on top of the Blood Diamond safe as well, as that could have been a real bad story for them to take early on. Edgar gets the jump in, and he gets the pick up too. Javi going to try and equal out the damage, but Stu's not going to do anywhere near as much. They're relying on Blacksea to have this pierce damage at some point, because that's where it's all going to come through.
Fanny running Fertilizer as well, so no curveball for him. He'll be able to heal off the back of his super if he can sort of situate himself within it. Good pressure onto Blacksea as well, so that's super to hand. So the best person realistically to stay on his left-hand side lane at the moment is Fady, keeping him at bay. Very important here as Jaime goes in, getting some help, but goes surely down. Is he still alive? I think he... Is he still alive? Where did he go down? Did he go down?
I mean, I'm just slightly confused about the pop of super from Ems there. That was very, very unusual up top. Just to get an extra 200 damage on the safe per second, it just doesn't seem right. Definitely probably better off trying to hold off, but the base race is here. Fede tries to get forward, the tanks are there. Fede needs to go down. They can't tank Boss though. The damage, but it's just going to tank, give you 100 to 0!
What? 100 HP!
all he needed was a super as well, because the damage from the flames that have finished it.
Yeah. I don't believe that. That's ridiculous. You look shell-shocked.
I am shell-shocked. I cannot believe what I just saw. A 1% victory. Did you say 100 HP?
100,
Yep.
Yeah, just 100. That's not even a percent. That's not even a percent.
Have we ever seen that? Have you ever seen that?
My word. That could have been a draw. It's possible to get a draw in Heist. That could have been literally a draw to start us off, and wow.
Well, you know what, Ark? At the end of the day, it wasn't. Blood Diamond take the first game of the final match. Oh, that's a disappointing loss for FA Verified. It has to be said, Trav. Like, oh, that's devastating.
I mean, literally all they needed was one more shot. A super would have done it. Literally anything would have come through. I mean, they tanked the spikes so well, considering the needles are going to go flying in different directions, and the stew as well to be able to do it at the same time. It's just absolutely ridiculous, and I've never seen a Heist game that close before.
All right, well, we're going to kick off the next one. We've got Spike, Stu, and Edgar up against Ems, Stu, and Rico. Very different comps, but Jaime and Boss are already dashing in to get that damage on the save. Jaime's going for it. Boss also dealing a significant amount of damage. But we do have a little bit of a base race, as on the other side of things, almost, down to 50%. What is happening down there?
I mean, they've got two down there, but is Javi even going to be able to defend? The spike needs to get on the optimum spot. Raptor's
What?
coming back, but it's too late. The three people on the safe is just not going to be able to be stopped.
How was your break, Ark?
Not that long, I'll be honest.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. Verified, tie it up. It is now 1-1. Oh, it's fast.
At the beginning going in, I said this is going to be too close to call. This is why. I mean, a straight up base race off the back of a 100% HP left on a safe, and I mean, we're tied up already. I mean, again, it just goes to show how much these two teams want it, because they're pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, they're just walking past each other. Almost like gentleman's agreement. We won't attack you, you don't attack us, we go straight for the heist.
Yeah.
I know it's not that. It's just very funny that it's almost like that. But yeah, GG to Verified. They have tied things up, and we have a final on our hands here, Trav. We have a game coming up.
We really do. I mean, this one's going to decide the first set, and we know how much a first set means in terms of momentum, and that can go such a long way. Just getting the first one on the board is really, really important. It can start a sweep if it does, if the momentum does really start to sway the game. But at this point, it's like there's no way it's going to be a sweep. It's 100% going to be going the long haul if it keeps on like this.
Yeah. I still am just shocked by the game that you two got, the first game of the match. Like 100 HP.
Yeah, it's a tough loss to have, and but the valiant response nonetheless. I mean, to come back that quickly, and sometimes you've got to take a risk. You've got to be daring, and that's what we saw.
Well, here we go, Ark. We're going to jump into game 3 of Heist. And right, Ems, Stu, Rico, Edgar, Stu, Spike. And already, this seems like a slower start than last time.
Yeah, just taking it a bit easy. There's a nice pick up there from Blacksea. Javi's going to burn down here. Ruffle coming on the left-hand side as Fady can't really contest the push on the right-hand side. Some nice early damage, just the 8%, but nonetheless, something which Javi is able to hold on here. Boss low as well. Oh, great angle there found by Rafa as well. Jaime needs to kind of consider the jump, but can't because he's counting the shots. There he goes in. Oh, and gets the takedown as well, and able to close the gap. But Javi with a breakthrough gets the kill.
Javi does get the kill and does get into a good position, but Fede and Boss both pushing the enemy safe, but there are people defending. Javi is actually backing up to help out.
Yeah, Boss just trying to use that Gasser Hill to stay alive a little bit longer. Oh, and Javi as well almost considered that shot, but coming in now, the damage running down. Still very, very close game, but Fady looking to get a super here, surely to shut down this, and he goes down himself, so that's going to allow Blood Diamond to recollect and push the safe.
It is only 2% in it right now, Ark. This one could still go either way. All three members of Verified are defending the safe at the moment. Boss hiding in the grass, ready to break through with that super.
Badly timed jump there from Hamey, punished for it. Ruffer coming with the super as well, but Boss was considering to go in there, but thought better of it. He would like to because Ruffer is low ultimately, and a shutdown from Feli on that left-hand side will make and enforce Blacksy to be able to maneuver around it. Now going in super on the aggressive friend zone there, coming very much into play because a spike on your doorstep is not what you want to see there. But having out on the right-hand side trying to come in to get a little bit of damage. Again, still such a close scoreline, but on the other side of things, the damage is a little bit more in favor of FA Verified. Oh, Blacksy though.
Blacksy is just sitting there, spraying away. Uncontested. Jaime just ignored Blacksy and walked away. What is going? But Blacksy is having to back off. What is happening?
I don't know why Jaime didn't jump that, in all honesty. Yes, the friend zone is a gadget that can knock back the Edgar, but surely he was the best person to contest it, and he just left it. As a result, they are now behind. Verified are going to have to really use these last 10 seconds. Boss, I wonder if he's got like a breakthrough left. He's going to be going in here. Has he got into hand? Yes, he has. He breaks through the mid. Jaime joins him as well. The damage is too close to call, though. Oh, it's just another... I think... My word.
Verified take heist after all of that. That was madness, Trav.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm about to have a heart attack during these games.
Yeah.
I'm holding my, I'm just, every time a play's happening, I'm like, gripping my armrests. I'm gripping my armrests. But yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. Too close to call at this point. I'm going to retract my previous statement of Blood Diamond, not because they've lost the first set, but just because I don't want to have any say in what's going on.
Nah, he's doing it because they lost the first set.
I think it's pretty
Well,
right.
I'll
yeah.
stick it back on and back to Blood Diamond.
No, honestly, that was... this is a very evenly matched game of Brawl Stars. I think it's fair to say any of those games could have gone in either direction.
Yeah, and I feel like I need to issue an apology to the sound technician in the background because, I mean, I'm too excited right now. And the viewers at home, of course, because, you know, I just like to shout. And I like teams that make me want to shout. That's the most important thing. And these two teams are bringing the fire right now. They're giving us such an amazingly exciting grand final.
Right, well, let's just take a moment. Let's take a breath. Trav, you didn't join in. Oh, you okay? Breathe out. Okay, we're gonna move on to Brawl Ball on Pinball Dreams up next. A very, very different type of game to Heist. Trav, what do you think? What do you think we can expect from Pinball Heist?
Pinball Dreams.
Sorry, Pinball Dreams.
Yeah, I've done it multiple times. I mean, we've seen a lot of Barley. We've seen some Surge coming in to try and counter out that, but I don't think we've seen a game of Pinball Dreams without Spike in play.
No.
But then again, I mean, you know, Rico's also been fairly good. We've seen who was it? We've seen a Bell in mid. We've seen some B. It's been a bit of a versatile meta, to be fair. I think this is probably one of the maps where you can possibly see a lot of different compositions coming out.
Yeah, I mean, anything to add, Ark? Are there any other brawlers that you want to highlight?
I think Barley's a great one here, but again, I would like to see a team be a bit more daring in their approach. I want to see the map being utilized and broken apart and kind of having some of these long-range brawlers have more maneuverability. We haven't really seen that strategy coming in much today, and I've seen it work many a time before, but it just seems like, again, with that Brock ban, it's being quite a key factor realistically in avoiding that. But there's still options to do so. But I think having the Barley there is a great thing. The Leon being out of this is going to be a big factor now, starting to come into this rotation. So again, the bans were Poco, Ash, Brock, and Leon. And I feel like all of those more or less come into play more than most when it comes to Brawl Ball.
Right, I just want to take a moment to remind everyone watching, this is the grand final here at the Razer Invitational Europe. These players are competing for the first place prize of €3,200, of course, split throughout the team. The loser of this match will still go away with €1,200, so, you know, they're going to be pretty happy either way. But this is essentially a €2,000 match of Brawl Stars. So, Trav, the stakes don't get much higher than this, at least not in third-party events.
No, they don't. I mean, it's a very, very good prize pool for a third-party event, definitely. So, I mean, I will say something, though. I've just recalled something. I mean, Blood Diamond always have a second-place curse. If you think of anything, they always come second, and that's the highest they rank. I must say, like, I don't even think they've won a community league this year. It's been second.
I don't think he should have brought that up.
I can remember one instance, I think they took down SK in the process in the Kesso Cup, potentially, I think.
Came second.
Was it second? There you go. I'm just adding fuel to the fire. Yeah, I mean, that will maybe be the day to break it. I mean, I don't think it's been something that's been out of their reach, for sure.
Well, they're on the back foot at the moment, as Verified have won set 1. So it's just a case of whether they can make the comeback in Pinball Dreams, Bot Drop, and Ring of Fire. We'll be finding out very soon, as hopefully we are about to jump into game number 1 of Brawl Ball on Pinball Dreams. Oh, it's a tough situation. I'm just going to very quickly, while we wait for the players to ready up, give another shout out to Razer, who are very kindly putting on this event. Thank you, Razer.
That's it.
Let's get into the game.
Yeah, game's going in any minute now. So, again, I know what we're going to see, but we'll have to wait. Okay, here we go. Barley, Bell, and not Leon. It is just the skin. It's the Star Park skin for Sandy. So that is what we're going to be seeing from FA Verified. Stu, Bell, and Barley on the side of Blood Diamond.
Fede's playing this, you could say very, very slow, but in reality he's just not moving at all. Eventually comes off the mark though and tries to get some work done over here. Stu's going to be a bit of a tough matchup for him though, because he can just keep out of the range quite nicely. A nice juke up though, and he gets the stun off just in time. Rafa's going to be dodging around him though, that fire brings him to his knees along with a shot from Jaime.
Well, good positioning, it's got to be said from FA Verified, as Javi is tapping really nicely actually. He did get some great value earlier between boss as well, and continuing to do so. Nest Egg though, value in place as an insurance policy from Jaime, and on the right hand side should Rafa go in on the aggressive onto Fady. Let's see what Boss does with this last call, going straight into the mid to push back Javi to allow Jaime then to push the ball forwards.
Okay, so here we go. Now they got a Nest Egg on this this right-hand side now if the Stu does choose to aggress, but Blacksea's doing a lovely job throwing out the super, making them retreat. The dash is there, and this time he should get the pickup, and he does. Dashes out too, misses the shot from Jaime there, but he's got to be a little bit careful of the damage trickling down from this Sandy super, which really isn't giving him too much value considering where it's placed.
It was a great mark as well from Jaime onto Javi as well, just right at the cusp of that range. Continued tap, so Javi is honestly so brutal with this Bell, and now in a position to push the ball forward so they can get Fady taken care of, and yeah, that's a good spot, but the Nest Egg pop actually couldn't have come at a better time because he's not going to be able to concede shots off the back of that, considering it's just Jaime available, but now the ball pushed forwards and not a great position, and FE Verified will have to defend.
I mean, considering he's been marked for the last minute and a half, he's doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Jaime's brought down to one shot. I believe a breakthrough might still be available from Rafa, but don't know whether he's going to need to use it or not. The Nest Egg placed nicely by Javi there, and he does have it one more. The stun's there as well, though. The Gasser heal is not going to be enough, and that one play from Fede should really allow them to push out now, and overtime, in reality, if they can get Sandy Super, will be in their favor.
Good shots as well from Jaime going back into that under, again, a stressful position to come out of, all right, and Javi still is marked up. It's going to be I think it's going to be Blood Diamond. They're going to get the advantage here going into overtime if they can push the ball forwards, and especially with Jaime going down, it could be over before overtime. The ball! Javi finds the gap, and not enough time to do anything about it on the side of FA Verified.
What is this grand finals? I mean, don't get me wrong, this is exactly what we want to see, but that final goal at the last second by Blood Diamond, very impressive indeed. The super kick just through the crack, threading the needle. Trav, this is so hard to call.
It honestly is. It honestly is. It's just back and forward, back and forward. Can't forget, though, I believe it was BD who picked up the first heist map as well. The first heist match, should I say. So it is going to be, maybe a repeat of the past if they don't carry this on through. And I mean, quite a lot of that game as well, they weren't in the biggest amount of control.
They weren't. It was so back and forth until the last moment. And that last moment, it's not like there was like this big moment where they got all of the eliminations and they got their control back. No. That was just an incredible super kick, right, Arg?
High risk, high reward. And again, those angles are very difficult to find, especially when there's this much at stake. And to see that go in, it was delightful to watch. I could see it coming. I knew it was going to be enough of a distance close to ensure the goal. But again, when you see it, it still brings a smile to my face every time. It was fantastic.
You bring a smile to my face every time, Ark. Sorry.
Jot that one down and add it to the... Yeah.
Okay. But there you have it. Blood Diamond are one game away from tying up this match. If they can win this next game of Brawl Ball, then it's going to be one set apiece. And Trav, do you know what? I don't think we ever asked, like, what score do you expect we're going to get? It's got to be 3-2, right? It's got to be 3-2.
I'm hoping it's 3-2,
Yeah.
but I think it's going to be 3-1.
Do you?
I do.
You're a big fan
I feel
of
like someone's going to break away.
You're a big fan of the 3-1, aren't you, Trav?
Yeah, I do like the 3-1.
Big fan of the 3-1. Do you agree, Ark? You think 3-1?
I think it's fair. I think that will be likely to happen, yeah.
All right, Stu, Bell, and Barley up against Stu, Byron, and Mortis. Oh yeah, we haven't seen a Mortis in a while. It was banned in the third place match. That ball is making its way down the map very quickly, though. Oh my gosh. What? What? Trav hasn't said anything yet.
Oh, and I'm just literally 20 seconds into the game and I'm just being silent here. Blacksy pulls off the most amazing dash goal I've ever seen. Self-dribble with a little bounce off the wall too, and puts BD in a lovely lead. He's going aggressive once more, but he hasn't even got any charge towards his super because of how fast that initial goal went. And now, I can say Bunk because a boss again, verified, are going to be taking advantage of it.
Wait, hang on, yeah, hang on a second. Is this going to be another goal? The gadget is ready. He bursts through, but where did that ball come from? Who super kicked that?
He's baiting his own teammate out there. I believe it was Boss who actually super kicked that.
Oh,
but Fede's going for the walk-in.
It's 1-1. All right, okay. This could still go either way. We got Byron super ready. We got Bell super ready. Fede going to pop that gadget as well, giving Jaime and Boss a little bit of defensive capabilities here as Harvey is going to kick that ball down towards Verified's goal.
Yeah, looking to try and push this forward now. Javi just not able to get as much damage as he'd like in that one burst shot from Byron as he was playing that Bell perfectly last game. And I'm not really sure about the Byron pick here, to be honest. He's not able to provide that many heals to either of his teammates. I say that, and he's healing Rafa up quite nicely now, though, and should allow him to go slightly more aggressive, but he just doesn't want to overextend. Blacksy, on the other hand, sees that Barley, and he wants a bit of it.
Blacksy staying alive, doing a pretty good job staying healthy there, thanks in part to the Byron helping out. That ball isn't moving very much at all. It looks like this game is going to go down to the wire as both teams just taking pot shots at each other, but not that much is going on here.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused why Blacksy's he's kind of just sitting here and accepting the Barley shots that he's been given. There you go. There you go. No, he's not anymore.
That's going to be it, right? Wait.
He just... Oh, no, it's definitely still going to be a walk-in, I think.
Yeah,
I'm hoping after I've said that.
Yeah.
That just looked very sketchy.
Blood Diamond take Brawl Ball, which means it is one set apiece, Ark, and this is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, again, these two teams can absolutely go the distance. Every play has been a joy to watch. A couple of mistakes here and there. That last moment as well, I've got to say. Almost a bit of a faff, and Boss with the super going backwards as well. But again, grand finals do that, and not every team is going to be absolutely flawless. But nonetheless, when those plays are, they frequently have been, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a fantastic final so far. There are no complaints here. All of these games have been close. Those games of Heist, incredible. That first game of Brawl Ball, oh my gosh. Like, Trav, we haven't been let down yet, have we?
No, I mean, every single game has just been absolutely phenomenal so far. I don't think there's really been any... I mean, there has been walkovers, but they were intentional walkovers, the base races. It's been, very, very close and down to the wire every single game we've watched, pretty much.
Right. Well, everyone, let's go again. Deep breath. And out. It's Siege on Bot Drop coming up next. That big open Siege map with the jump pads. Ash, Poco, Brock, Leon, Band, Trav. What do you want to see here?
Well, I'm saying Leon's the #1 pick usually,
Not this
but
time.
I mean, yeah.
I hope not anyway, or they're getting a death win.
Probably Bell, Piper. I mean, Brock's out of the mix too, so that takes another aspect out of it. So, I mean, I'd like to see some Crow. We've seen quite a bit of Sprout coming in as well recently.
We've seen a bit of Pam.
Pam also came in quite strong as well, but I feel like that was to deal with that that Leon gadget when Brock was out of the mix.
True. Yeah, Mama's squeeze. What do you think, Ark? Anything else that Trav hasn't mentioned?
Buzz and Mortis, I still feel are always on the cards, but it is a much more open space map. It's a very high risk thing to do.
Yeah.
But I know the fact that these two teams might like to try taking a risk. I mean, they are tied up now, so
Buzz has popped off today as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's fair to say, especially on Siege, Buzz has been popping off.
Stu, I think, though, is pretty more realistic just to have the range and to, again, has that dashing ability to be able to collect the bolts in a similar kind of fashion to the Mortis. I think it's a safer bet. And again, without that Brock to break open the defensive line, you need to have something to be able to kind of share out the flow of damage in the event of a push.
Back in my day, there was only one brawler that could dash immediately and get the bolt, and that was Mortis.
Okay, Boomer.
And then there was Carl with the flying hook, and then there was Stu, and then there's Buzz. There's a lot of them now.
Yeah.
Hey, you called me a boomer.
Yeah, I might have slid that in, yeah. So, back in my day.
You're the boomer here.
I wouldn't say
I'm
that
the millennial, and we got a Zoomer over here, so, it's... Nice little combo.
With age comes experience and knowledge.
With age
So,
comes...
not gonna.
Do you ever find it weird that you're almost twice Trav's age?
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Shots
He
fired
is only 2 years. He's only 2 years off it.
Again, knowledge, experience. I'm not going to apologize for
And beauty.
Yeah, that was a good one. You slid that in nicely there.
Thank you. I'm working on it. You know?
More subtle.
Yeah. Anyways, we're filling for time at the moment, but I'm guessing that Siege on Bot Drop is going to start any moment now. Again, a huge thank you to Razer. Don't forget, RazerCon is taking place in 4 days on these channels, wherever you're watching this event right now, whether it's twitch.tv/Razer or YouTube or Facebook on the Team Razer channels. You can come back here in 4 days' time to watch RazerCon. Lots of cool announcements. Lots of your favorite streamers are going to be there, so don't miss out, and there's going to be lots of giveaways as well. Here we go. Let's jump into the first game of Siege.
Okay, then. So Freddy is going to bring in the Mortis. Again, it's very, very high risk. Hayme as well going to bring in the Stew. No Piper on the side of FA Verified, though. I think is a bit of a risk. Maybe this could cost them, but I would like to have seen a Piper. Freddy going in, get some good damage. For the most part, FA Verified have had a really good start.
Yep, Fede with a very nice elimination there with the gadget, and it is going to be Verified with that first push. A lot of bolts banked by Blood Diamond, though, as they're going to creep back and try and get as much damage on the Siege as possible. But look at Jaime going in.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Rafa had to go as far right as he did to get the additional damage on those shots, and Boss as well going to hunker down in the mid, gets the first bolt, evades the Crow shot. We'll have Gadget to hand as well, and that might be a time to consider in this round if he's able to... Oh, Fady going in with a swipe to get the bolts, and now going to get the heal along the way as well. Honestly, this is good control, but now the positioning power coming a little back in favor of BD. The slowing toxin coming into play. Fady gets the bolt, brings it back to safety, and the heals along the way. FA Verified are playing this so well, but it's very close.
It is really close indeed, but this is going to be another Siege for FA Verified, and really, I think it all comes down to this. How good a push can they do? Black Sea is down. Boss, very weak, but able to keep himself alive, and Fede going in. Fede is going to be targeting those enemy Brawlers with everything he's got. Byron throws in the super, but not that much damage was pushed, and this is bad for FA Verified if they can't keep control of the mid here.
Oh, Boss would have liked to have connected to Rafa there, because if he goes down, he's a big person to go down. He does connect very nicely onto Boss, and Javi coming in as well on the left-hand side, dancing around these shots. Fady trying to go in for the snap, and he gets shut down. Black Sea over the top. That is a clean round of all the rounds to see for Blood Diamond right now, and this third and final push coming in, which is undoubtedly going to come in. The damage that they need to get off the back of it is not unachievable.
Level 13 Siege bot and 33% required.
Fady on the takedown the right-hand side now as a 2 versus 3. So if Rafa can jump away from this and open things up, this could be defended.
It could be. Harvey's in the left there. Rafa also dealing some damage. It's not going to happen. That is enough damage. Blood Diamond take the first game of Siege.
Oh, the high risk did not pay off. I like the Mortis pick, though. I've got to say it. I did like it.
Mortis was getting a lot of eliminations there, Trav.
It worked. I thought it worked, to be fair. I mean, they just gave up control at the wrong time, and that's where Mortis is really going to be a bit on the backside of things, because he can't do the damage at the long range that you need to keep them back. And I mean, they kind of lost it already when they had 8 bolts to 0 in the bank, and they'd lost control prior to the push anyway. You only need to bank 1 more bolt after that, and, you know, you're guaranteed it, never mind the fact that you can just keep them off the bolts anyway and be able to win it that way. So, I mean, there was multiple ways Blood Diamond could have won that game, and they did it in the absolutely perfect way, because, I mean, it just didn't take much to get that offense damage, because they just swarmed in.
Blood Diamond are officially ahead when it comes to this finals now. Even just by 1 game, Blood Diamond are now ahead. They started on the back foot, but they are making quite the comeback, and a convincing one at that. That was a good game of Siege from them, and we'll have to see now if they can keep it up. Arc, Mortis was a bring by FA Verified. We believe that it worked pretty well. He was getting eliminations, but they didn't win. Do you think it has to go?
That's a really tough question, because honestly, I think yes, just simply because it means they can take out the Byron as well and start to build something with a bit more. I think Piper on Piper is a better thing to have in the mid any day of the week. I think they've tried it. It didn't work. I think they're going to change it. Okay, and they are going to do just that, bringing in the Piper with the Ruffs and the Stew. I think it's smart to pick Ruffs here, though. Again, its strength is going to come by combining the supply drop in, but look at that. That is a really, really dominant position to be in. Jaime with the homing recipe to pick up the takedown and complete control already. This will be a push for FA Verified.
Yeah, what an extremely convincing start from FA Verified here. They got that first push, but I know there's only one bolt, and it means they're going to have a couple, or maybe 3 in the bank for the next one. We have seen very, very good defenses all around from BD, though, in that previous game. So, I mean, they're going to be trying to repeat it again, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it. Jaime, though, is going to come in with a jump away, and that was probably the mistake they made last time, not getting those mid-walls down, so it's not a direct push.
Well, Jaime connecting well onto Ruff. He got lucky with that last shot to keep his range as well as he did. Well, it was skillful nonetheless, but he will be feeling fortunate to have done so. Beatty puts down the sandbags on the left-hand side and trying to utilize about those bounce shots there onto Javi. Finds Javi as well. He's very, very low, throws out the supply drop in case of any eventuality of him going down, and Jaime is the perfect person to buff up.
Yeah, he's just going to be trying to get these shots on him and connecting it. He does. Rafa now just trying to guarantee a few bolts for this last push because they know for a fact they've lost this one, but a few for the last could go quite a long way, especially because Jaime and Boss are going to pick up another couple up.
Well, even then, you know, at the moment, FA Verified have got the tie in terms of the bolt score, so good position for them. The slowing toxin from Black Sea affected Jaime, the jump in as well onto Fader, but the sandbags were there and the pickup as well also, and that's a really bad time to be going down, especially now with the buff coming into play. It's a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, it's not looking likely for BD at all as another takedown comes in and that make that 2 there as Boss cleans up the right. This is going to be an FA Verified win, and rightly so as well, considering how dominant they've been.
Again, the adaptations were on point in this respect because, you know, despite the Byron Mortis doing so well in the last game, it wouldn't have fared well in this one. I think they've done some very interesting adaptations, bringing the Ruffs, but playing it well. Again, I'm not a massive fan of Ruffs here, but you can see that Fredo was playing a fantastic side, giving those supply drops over to his teammates, and then once that value is already in the bank, so little you can do about it, and a valiant comeback. Really nicely done by FA Verified.
Yeah, very much cleaned up on that last one there, just guaranteeing themselves the damage. I mean, there was no chance of a comeback anyway, but just finishing it off doesn't hurt anybody.
This is getting fascinating, guys. It is now 1-1 in Siege. The winner of this next game is going to be 1 set away from winning the entire tournament. It's getting real now, Ark.
Yeah, it really is. Again, at the beginning we said, well, at least I said, I think this is too close to call. You know, the 3-1 potentially still available for Trav as well. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way, especially with the way that both teams are showing great signs of adapting and applying the pressure back despite, you know, some friction along the way. I'm really liking the way that both these two teams are thinking through their strategy and their brawler picks and being really, really consistent with that.
Yeah, it's honestly such a fascinating final to see, Trav. I mean, have you got anything else you're particularly enjoying about this last set of games for the day?
I mean, I don't think there's anything particular, but I mean, it's just, you can never...
It's just good Brawl Stars,
it's
isn't
just
it?
amazing Brawl Stars, how close all of the games have been. I mean, that one was probably the only exception that wasn't really close. That was the most one-sided game we've seen in this entire series.
Well, hopefully that is not a sign of things to come, because I want more games like that crazy first game of Heist, the 100 HP game, where the other safe had 100 HP left, and yeah, the game ended there. Really, really incredible stuff. But yes, we're in Siege on bot drop. It is now set point, and the winner of this next game will be 1 set away from winning the whole dang thing. Who do we think is the favourite now? Because, like, not much has changed, I guess.
Very little's changed, really. I mean, again, it's too close to call. I think the next comps, again, are going to be very, very important. Do they go back to that Mortis idea, or do they stick with what they had previously?
All right, it's actually going to be Ruffs, Piper, and Sprout up against Ruffs, Piper, and Stu. Okay, so the long-range stuff is making sense. I'm a little surprised by the sudden, you know, the appearances of the Ruffs recently, Trav, but you liking that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's to kind of try and tank some of the Crow shots along with the Stew ones as well. And regardless of all the cleaning up they've just done, it's going to be a first push for BD.
It is, but Verified are going to get 3 bolts banks towards the next one, which is good news because even if they lose the next push, they have a very strong chance of winning the final push with a huge siege bot. And obviously a fantastic wall from the Sprout is going to slow the siege bot right down. Is that even going to get any damage in? Yeah, it's going to get 7% in, but that's not a big deal.
I will say though, off camera we have just seen the break of that that bottom right wall, and there's a lovely one at that by the Piper, just to try and take some of this this Sprout pressure off. But apparently it's done the complete opposite and allowed him to walk directly up. And they're going to require a bit of a comeback now. It's going to be looking very bleak if they lose this push and have a bolt deficit heading into the next.
I mean, this is looking so good for Verified at the moment, Trav. Level 7 siege bot with 1 bolt, 2 bolts banked towards the next one. Blood Diamond need to do something about this.
Jumps away, and a little bit of the wall's chipped away with it, but I mean, they're just going to try and keep this control. There's no doubt about it. They've got some damage.
Yeah.
Boss Fold's fairly low, but I'm sure he does have Garden Ultra in his pocket if he wants to, and tanked by the Sandbags homemade recipe, and a homemade recipe's thrown out is set by itself on Rafa, and this is where they need to come back. All 3 members are low, 20 seconds left. They're banking bolt after bolt, 7 in the bank, 6 in the bank, should I say, and it's just not looking good for Blood Diamond at all. This is going to be a push for FA Verified, and along with that, the set too.
It is indeed. I want to give a little shout out to the sandbag that just flew across the screen there, landing on the launch pad. That was very entertaining. But yeah, it is going to be FA Verified now on their final set, 1 set away from winning the entire tournament and the 3,200 euros that come with that. As we watch the end of this game of Siege play out, again, fairly one-sided one compared to a lot of what we've seen so far, Ark. FA Verified seem to be pulling ahead now.
Yeah, and I think the reason why is because they didn't stay stubborn to that Byron and the Mortis. They tried out, they managed to bank a lot more than I think people would give them credit for under the circumstances. Again, it's a very, very high-risk idea, but by allowing the Byron to be dropped in the process, they could then start to do their own thing. And it was kind of smart there as well. They kept the Rafts, they kept the Piper, but they swapped out and brought in the Sprout, and they actually got a load of value. Even in that, I think it was either the first or the second push, I think it was the first one, they left the supply drop there because they just knew they had the momentum going on that right-hand side, and then eventually it was picked up along the way. They just kept the momentum flowing throughout the majority of the game, and, you know, but Blood Diamond, I think, will come back. I'm just going to say it.
Dude.
I think they're going to come back. Yeah.
Wow, I want no 3-1s as far as Ark is concerned. What do you think, Trav? You think Verified are going to keep using this momentum and push it all the way?
I'm sad to say, but I think so. My initial prediction might have been wrong, but I mean the 3-1 might be right, but my prediction of Blood Diamond might be just a tad off the mark.
Backtracking.
Again,
Yeah.
This is why his predictions are always so good, because when they start to be wrong, he's just going to... Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Go on, sure, yeah, go on.
I mean, I was pretty much finished what I said, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's fine then,
Okay,
yeah.
good,
So yeah, Travis backtracking, Ark is pretty neutral as usual, and we are getting ready to jump into Hot Zone on Ring of Fire. One big old zone surrounded by lots of grass. Ash, Poco, Brock, and Leon all banned. Ark, what do you expect to see here?
Well, again, the Leon ban is crucial here. It was my go-to and always has been since the meta's been presenting itself. So, you know, Brock as well, I think a key brawler to have out. I think I'm expecting to see probably a Bell in the mid. That's kind of what I would do and place a nest egg in your kind of back pocket just in the event that anyone does try to flank you. I think Crow here now is in probably a really, really good place to consider massively. So, I mean, we've seen some crazy ideas with Penny coming into play every now and again. I don't think these are 2 teams that will do that. But at the same time, you know, Stu on the lane can be very aggressive, or Rico, or something along those lines. But, you know, with the Leon out of the mix, you're not going to have those instances where, you know, you're going to struggle to retake the mid and kind of have that flank on. Or Sandy. Sandy could be a good choice as well. Okay.
And Trav, if you're finished sulking, then would you like to add anything to that?
I was just going to stick with the Rico pick, to be honest.
Okay.
I think that's going to be probably the strongest pick on one of these lanes. I do like the Bell in the mid as well, but a Piper can also shake it up a bit if they do take that 1v1, but a lot of the time it's a lot of side pressure, which you can't really deal with.
All right, cool. Well, it is going to be Siege on bot drop again. This is Blood Diamond up against FA Verified. Verified kicked off the day by eliminating SK Gaming, so, you know, big achievements to them. Blood Diamond have also taken down some notable teams throughout the day. I've got to think back now. Blood Diamond took out Final Stand Esports, of course. You know, Kanan, GGM, and Tom, the British players we were talking about before. And now they have made it all the way through the semifinals into the finals, where they are behind at the moment. But They can always come back. And Ark, you still think they're going to?
I think they can. Yeah, I really do. I think with this particular map and mode, being all about control, and you know, I think that's something that they do very well. The question is, you know, are we going to see those aggressive Mortis plays or anything along those lines to try to disrupt or distract away from the objective? That's kind of my concern really going into this matchup. They're going to have to, you know, or Stu. I think that Stu would be probably that same brawler that fits into that category that can do so. You know, if that does come up, you got to shut that idea down. FA Verified like to use those brawlers to you know, take away the objective ideas that you've got to be able to stay focused on. So let's see if they bring it in.
All right, here we go. It's going to be Crow, Bell, and Rico up against Crow, Bell, and Byron. Very similar compositions. Rico on one side, Byron on the other. Ark, do you have a preference here?
I like the Byron, yeah, but look at how quickly Freddy is to lock onto it and be able to press it there.
Yeah.
Rafa struggling a little bit, and Freddy will have that bouncy castle gadget. I think he used one already to hand, so he can stay here. And that will actually be a really strong position for him to hold, but he's got to be able to hold it.
Ooh, a nice elimination on Blacksea there, which means that Jaime is going to be able to take control of the center. That is 2 traps set as well. Rafari is going to find Fidi, but Harvey needs to get into the zone in order to prevent Jaime from getting more points.
And a missed mark as well there from Javi earlier, and that's going to be one that Jaime returns and places perfectly there. Bit of good pressure, good pinch there. Fady just now locked in this right-hand side, and Boss is surely not that far away from super of his own to be able to go in on Blacksea. Here's too low to do anything about it. Great takedown there from Fady as well. And look at this. This is a very, very strong scoreline in favor of FA Verified.
It is a good scoreline indeed. Boss jumps in and gets so much damage in on Rafa and the elimination on Blacksea. This is a dominating performance from FA Verified, who, if I'm not mistaken, are about to find themselves on match point.
Yeah, at this point in time, I just think there's too much damage done. I think that, yeah, Boss can jump in now and just kind of cause a real problem in the mid. 2% left, that's going to be it. FA Verified, match point, and Blood Diamond now are bleeding heavily.
This is bad news for Blood Diamond, Trav. They need to win 2 more games in this set and then take another set. This is one heck of an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so dominant by FA Verified there. I mean, there's undeniable levels of differences in what really was brought out there. I wasn't a fan of the Byron and Bell at all. I just don't see that working at any time in any meta, really. You've kind of got to pair it with something tanky and play maybe the Byron mid, or, you know, you've got to take the 8-bit with it as well, which I know you're quite a big advocate for.
You mentioned the Rico multiple times before we went into that game, so I figure it's quite obvious that you preferred the Rico comp.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. FA Verified 1 game away from taking the entire tournament and the 3,200 euros with that. They've already done such a great job. I think they've already earned so much respect today just by taking down SK and making it this far. Blood Diamond also, for making it this far, are going to have earned a lot of respect amongst the Brawl community, but this is it. It all comes down to this. One final chance for Blood Diamond to make a comeback. Ark, do you still think they can do it?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. I mean, the last game to compare to, yeah, I mean, it looks bleak. It does look bleak. It was very, very dominant from FA Verified. But, again, Blood Diamond are good at this, you know, under pressure. They are good under pressure. But it has been a long day for them as well, so it's going to be a tough one. I feel like they can, but they've got to start to get the right comp rolling. They've got to drop that Byron as well, like you said, and really start to take that back to a lane and mid situation, take more responsibility of their own counters. It
has been a long day for these players. I mean, it's for a day of Brawl Stars competition, this has been a long one. I mean, we started the broadcast at, 4:30 p.m. CEST. It's gone 10 p.m. So for them, it has been a very long day, and it's tiring competing all day. Obviously, they get little breaks in between, but it is tiring. Anyways, guys, take it away.
Okay, well, we've got this is much better comp, yeah, straight out of the gates for Blood Diamond here, and going, yep, with the mirror matchup here, so this is going to come down to skill here, as Javi and Jaime are trying to seek each other out in the mid. Blacksea there as well, getting slowed down to Fady, the bouncy castle pop, the support coming from Javi, but they've got to ensure the takedown, which they do, so they can now make it a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, at least they've got some mid-control from it, though. I mean, you know, it's not a bad death if your teammate gets mid-control, so Fede did a lovely job up there. Taps onto it as well, and the slowing toxin is popped, taking him very, very low. Blacksea also in a bit of a susceptible position here, super thrown out, but I'm sure he'll be telling us that was for a control and not actually trying to hit, as it did hit absolutely nothing. Fede now on the right-hand side, just trying to keep control against this Crow, and they're starting to build up a bit of a substantial lead.
Okay, well, the Nestic pops and Javi there slowed, but again, no one to be able to take care of him, so that's a good value to take the time, but missed Mark as well there, and that's the Nestic that he did not want to pop. Hemi is going to punish it, 19 HP, and he gets the takedown on Boss at such a low level here. But look at the scoreline again, so close, so tied up. Rafa now should be able to claim this to make it a bit more of a tie.
Jump from Boss, though, does get the double connect and the slowing toxin as well, so Blacksy's not going to be in the mix for a little bit just yet. The mark is connected onto Fede, though, which means Jaime can kind of push up quite nicely. He's going to miss his on the turn, though, and a lovely super from Fede is going to secure that one and give them a little bit of a percentage lead once more. It seems like they kind of get one and then lose it and then kind of build it up that way, and you can't say it's not working at the moment.
Very important takedown there because FA Verified got the lead. That was such an important play there. Boss can jump this if he really wants to get down Javi or just play the slow game. He's going to try to double down and does so well. This is surely... Oh, Rafa, though, comes in with a super, but he's got to finish a Fade.
Yeah, and he's doing a lovely job of juking here. He's stayed alive for so long, and he's marked as well, and he does manage to take down the Rico 1v1. 2% needed. Boss is going in 1% more. All they have to do is walk on. Fede's going to go for it. Doesn't manage to get it just yet, and they need to keep full control now. Two of them pushing up. He's going to take a Boss jump, or literally just walking on, which is a possibility too. He's going to get there. Not getting it just yet, though, and the takedowns are still coming in, but Fede is able to do it, and FA Verified are the Razer Invitational EU champions.
They have done it. They beat SK Gaming. They have beat all of the other teams, and FA Verified are the winners of the Razer Invitational Europe and 3,200 euros. A pretty great day's work, huh, Ark?
Oh, they've earned it. They've absolutely earned it. I mean, some of the plays that we've seen from them today have just been absolutely insane. And, you know, so many highlight reels can be taken from that matchup. If we go back, you know, to view it later, I mean, just an amazing performance from them. And, you know, Blood Diamond, again, they've had their fair share. They've had their fair share. And they will also get that fair share of the prize money as well,
yeah,
with the second place winning. So, definitely not going to be leaving home empty-handed, nonetheless.
And, Trav, do you think deserved winners in FA Verified?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. If they can take down SK, Bunker, Blood Diamond, all on the way through, then they're without a doubt the deserved winners. They've taken down three teams who are just doing really, really well at the moment.
A really fantastic final match of the day as well. Unfortunate that it didn't end quite as close as it started, because those games of Heist and Brawl, if you missed it, you really ought to go back and watch, because that was really quite incredible. But yeah, FA Verified are the winners. Do you think Ark will be seeing a lot of them in competitive Brawl over the next year?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at that level of play, I mean, they'd be stupid not to, in my opinion. And, you know, clearly they've got some very, very good synergy for, you know, bringing in Boss into the equation. Again, it's very rare to see when you have players come on to join a team when everyone works so harmoniously well together. I think that, yeah, we will see much more of those guys to come. Yeah, you can definitely rest easy on that one.
And Trav, are there any other teams that have been competing today and over the last couple of days that you think we're going to see a little bit more of next year that we haven't seen maybe as much this year?
I mean, I'd like to see a bit more of Esport Empire, to be honest with you. I feel like they've done quite a lot. Obviously, Navi, who were the third place winners, are already a huge part of Brawl Stars esports in general. Blood Diamond, yet again, come in second, though. And I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, should I? I might have just added to their curse. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see more of Blood Diamond in the championship next year.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Always plenty of opportunities in Brawl Stars Esports. Although we don't know exactly what is planned for next year, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that it's going to be something cool if the last couple of years are anything to go on. So these players had better keep training up, keep getting ready, because I think they're going to get a real opportunity to shine soon. But there you go. That wraps up the Razer Invitational EU. Trav, have you enjoyed it?
Oh, I've absolutely loved every minute of it.
Excellent. Why did that seem...
That's short and sweet. Loved it.
All right, Ark.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a pleasure to cast alongside yourselves and be sitting here and, you know, being able to see eye contact. I've missed that. I've got to say, it does make a big difference to the energy levels in the room. And you've got to say a massive shout out as well to the production team in the background. Again, keeping the cogs turning over, and of course to Razer for putting everything on, Supercell for all their support in the background. So many people to thank, you know, the players and the coaches and the analysts, and of course, yeah, everyone at home watching.
Ark, you know what? I've missed being in person with you to see your beautiful face as well.
So it's just
to top it off.
Just to top it off. But there you go. You've done the job for me. That's all of the thank yous done. Thank you again to the production team, to Supercell, to you guys for watching, and everyone involved in this wonderful production. I hope that you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have. A huge thank you also to Intel for sponsoring, and of course, the biggest thank you to Razer for putting on the event in the first place. We do hope that you have enjoyed the Razer Invitational Europe for Brawl Stars, and we'll see you again very soon.
This is the mouse that we all needed to come out,
The power of the Viper.
and now it's here.
The shape itself, ambidextrous, symmetrical, it feels great in my hands.
They managed to deliver a good quality feel and lightweight frame.
Now they've come back with an improved Switch. Boy, oh boy, are they clicky.
So something like accidental double clicks really aren't a thing.
TLDR, it's the fastest, most reliable wireless gaming mouse on the market to date. And this is my favorite mouse of all time. Razer, good stuff.